Raising a goddess on a deserted island. The luxury cruise sank, and I, along with the female CEO Lin Susu, found ourselves stranded on a deserted island. Life on the island is full of exci. Under the endless blue sky, the azure sea waves rolled in one after another. Xinhao slowly opened his eyes on the white sandy beach. I'm not dead? I actually ended up on an island? Struggling through the soreness all over his body, Xinhao used his hands to push against the soft sand and slowly stood up. As he looked around, he discovered that there was no one in sight. Not only was there no one, but there were also no boats, yachts, or any signs of human presence near the beach. Is this a deserted island? Xinhao immediately reached into his pocket, hoping to check if his makeshift waterproof phone could make a call. However, his pocket was empty. Damn it, no phone, and this is a deserted island. It's going to be difficult to get out of here. Xinhao sighed again, staring at the beautiful blue sea with its rolling waves and the pristine white sand beneath his feet. Despite the stunning scenery, he couldn't feel any joy. The previous night, he and his wife, Wang Ruoyun, had attended the most luxurious party ever held in the capital, a luxury cruise party. Everyone on this luxury cruise was wealthy and influential, and there were countless beautiful women. On a ship that could accommodate over 500 people, 2/3 were women. Each of these beauties was exceptionally attractive, and even the service staff were quite good-looking. Not to mention the models and top-tier actresses, who were truly dazzling. Xinhao had attended this party solely because of his wife, Wang Ruoyun. To put it plainly, he was just her bodyguard and entourage. Xinhao had once been a top special forces operative, but due to certain circumstances, he had to sign an agreement with the Wang family to become their live-in son-in-law. When Wang Ruoyun's life was at risk, despite all efforts, her condition did not improve. They used an ancient method called celebrating and, coincidentally, Wang Ruoyun recovered. Initially, the Wang family treated Xinhao with courtesy, but once Wang Ruoyun fully recovered, they began to look down on him. Xinhao endured their disdain, but fortunately, the agreement was nearing its end. The end of the agreement would also mark the time for their divorce. Wang Ruoyun thought that since the agreement was ending, she might as well use this opportunity to warm up the situation. She brought Xinhao to the party to use him as a shield and to embarrass him in front of others. This would make Xinhao more likely to withdraw from the marriage and also show him that they were truly incompatible. The luxury cruise was full of dazzling lights and vibrant nightlife, with beautiful women everywhere. Some rooms on the cruise even had enchanting sounds coming from them. While everyone was reveling on the luxurious cruise, the weather at sea suddenly changed, thunder rumbled, lightning flashed, and a tsunami struck. The sudden disaster severely damaged the cruise ship. It was uncertain how many people survived the incident. Xinhao had rested on the beach for a while and had regained much of his strength. Being the only person on such a large island, isn't it a bit boring? Realizing that he couldn't return for now and had to take things one step at a time, Xinhao sighed in boredom. Just then, he noticed someone floating on the sea. From the clothes, it appeared to be a woman from the cruise ship. Xinhao quickly ran towards the seashore, stepping on a footprint on the white sandy beach. Wow, wow, wow. The sound of the sea, Xinhao immediately jumped into the sea. Once a special forces soldier, whether it is physical quality or swimming skills, that is very outstanding. Soon Xinhao saved the woman floating in the sea to the beach on the shore. When he saw the woman's melon face in front of him, he immediately recognized that she was Wang Ruoyun's good friend Lin Susu. This Lin Susu is the daughter of a jewelry tycoon in the imperial capital, and she is a returnee with a degree from the sea, and she is also very pretty, with a proud figure that many men drool over. Just when she returned to China, her father gave her resources, and soon her company was doing well, and she was a proper female president. Usually in front of Xinhao, it was called a high and cold, domineering and arrogant. Look at people with nostrils. Seeing the pale Lin Susu, Xinhao guessed that she must have choked seawater into her windpipe. Xinhao immediately took first aid, and had to drain out the seawater filled inside her trachea first. Even when Lin Susu was lying on the beach, that proud figure, under the wet seawater, was exposed. Xinhao, who was watching this, felt like his blood was about to spurt. But at this time, Xinhao still forced himself to suppress it. He was a special forces soldier, how could he not have this will? Xinhao took a deep breath, letting himself calm down, and then, he started to save Lin Susu. Xinhao folded his hands and placed them on top of Lin Susu's body, a soft sensation, a feeling of electric shock. For so many years, Xinhao had never touched a woman, and after being a flunky on the doorstep, he had never even touched a finger of Wang Ruoyun. Hands stacked with 10 fingers clasped together, arms vertical, pressing hard on the middle and lower part of the sternum. Due to too much meat there, Xinhao's own heartbeat accelerated. Put! When Xin Hao pressed for about a minute, Lin Susu directly spat out a lot of seawater from her mouth. Moreover, Lin Susu's face became much better, but still didn't wake up. At this time, Xin Hao immediately increased his strength and continued to press. Although Lin Susu spat out some seawater with Xin Hao's pressure behind her, it wasn't much the seawater is spat out, but you still don't wake up. It seems that you can only use artificial respiration to save you. Xin Hao's burst of pressure also consumed a lot of physical strength. After all, he had also drifted in the sea for a night, and hadn't even eaten by this time. At this time, Xin Hao moved his body a bit, then took a deep breath, and his hands gently pushed Lin Susu's mouth apart. Xin Hao's mouth wrapped the air on this island and sent it directly into Lin Susu's mouth. The sea breeze blew gently, and the waves in the sea were still so beautiful. Xin Hao, who was sending air into the mouth of the beautiful domineering female president, was already feeling like he couldn't inhale a bit of air. Just when Xin Hao took another big breath and was about to send air to Lin Susu. Cough, cough. Suddenly Lin Susu coughed, her eyes staring straight at Xin Hao's mouth. Because at this moment, Xin Hao's mouth was ready to send air, and it had just stuck together with Lin Susu's mouth. Ah! You this is old rascal, what are you doing? I'm going to kill you. Lin Susu was immediately blown up when she saw this moment. In Lin Susu's eyes, Xin Hao was just a wasteful flunky of the Wang family. In her eyes, Xin Hao was like a mole cricket. Lin Susu, who considered herself noble, how could she not expect her first kiss to be taken by this waste flunky? Lin Susu, who had been drifting in the sea for an unknown period of time, did not think that the first eye she opened would be in close contact with Xin Hao, the punk mouth. When the woman saw such a situation, her instinctive reaction was directly to push Xin Hao away with both hands. This push Lin Susu seemed to use her whole body's strength to push the Wang family's flunky, Xin Hao, who was usually mocked by him, into the sea over there to drown him. But this didn't even let Lin Susu get what he wanted. With the agile reaction of Xin Hao's Special Forces soldier king immediately, he took a few steps backward, keeping a suitable distance from the waking up Lin Susu. It's really a dog-biting Ludongbin, not a good person, Lin Susu, I was saving you just now. If I hadn't realized in time and saved you from above the sea, you would already be a physical object of the fish in the sea. Where's the chance to still be here, yelling at me? Looking at the fuming Lin Susu in front of him, Xin Hao also said without haste. Ha? How could I be here? I escaped on a small yacht last night. Lin Susu looked around, looking at the white sandy beach and the distant sea, her eyes suddenly mesmerized for a moment. Even if it is to save me, there are many ways, non. This time has sat up Lin Susu, looked at his soaked clothes, like the feeling of their own reason to lose, speak more and more small voice. Originally, Lin Susu felt that she was at a disadvantage, and she was a bit embarrassed for yelling at Xin Hao just now. Xin Hao's words instantly ignited her anger again. What's wrong with that? A kiss won't kill you. As soon as these words came out, Lin Susu's mood, which had just calmed down a bit, immediately flared up again. Immediately, she used her long legs and kicked at Xin Hao. Lin Susu, who had learned sparring for a while, the speed and strength of her kicks were not bad. Xin Hao in front of her is simply about playing a big sword in front of her. Xin Hao, that is the vision of the four directions, directly is to reach out and grab Lin Susu's white long legs. Such a beautiful leg, you say if you kick it bad, what a pity. Or let me cherish it. Although Lin Susu's sparring kicks were standardized movements, they were completely insufficient. Soldier King Xin Hao's stance was not something to brag about. Ah! You stinking rascal, let go of me. Fine, take it easy. You just woke up, your strength hasn't recovered yet, and it's easy to pass out if you exert yourself too much. Xin Hao said, slowly loosening Lin Susu's long white legs. As he loosened it, he couldn't help but look at it a few more times. Go to hell, you stinking rascal. Just after loosening Lin Susu's leg, she, who was still angry, immediately was kicking at Xin Hao's head again. This time, Xin Hao, likewise, steadily grabbed Lin Susu's long legs. Facing this appearance of Lin Susu, Xin Hao frowned. Lin Susu, if you keep messing around, I'll be impolite to you. Unpolite? If you dare to touch me, I'll have my best friend Wang Ruoyun hire you. I'm the president of the Heavenly Pearl Company, I'll make sure you can't eat or walk around. At this moment, Lin Susu seemed to have regained a few points of strength, taking out her domineering female president's paradigm. Originally, Xin Hao wasn't that furious, but when he heard Wang Ruoyun, he was on fire. He got up, grabbed Lin Susu's foot, and yanked it backward, and she immediately lost her balance. Lin Susu, who originally didn't have much strength, felt that her other foot was already a bit unsteady on the beach. Xin Hao then pushed out, and Lin Susu, who hadn't yet stood steadily, fell backward with a backward tilt, and Feng Tuan ruthlessly stuck together with the beach. Take a good look here, do you think you can go back now? Xin Hao nonchalantly said loudly to Lin Susu. After being yelled at by Xin Hao, I don't know if Lin Susu was scared or desperate, and it felt like she suddenly became a bit more docile. Lin Susu looked at the endless sea next to her, and then looked at the deserted island on the other side that couldn't be seen at a glance. I don't know if she was desperate, or the sun on the beach was too big. Lin Susu's face became pale. I don't believe it, you must be lying to me. Definitely back, definitely back. Lin Susu became agitated and lunged at this Xin Hao. However, she hadn't shouted a few times, and just after the action of pouncing was done, she fainted, and her body was soft and directly fell into Xin Hao's arms. Looking at Lin Susu, who fainted in his arms, Xin Hao had never dreamed of it before. Lin Susu, who was called the #1 beauty in the jewelry industry of the imperial city, fell into his arms just like this. Xin Hao, who felt the woman's tenderness, for a moment, he felt an animal instinctive reaction appear in him. Even Lin Susu, who had floated in the sea all night, was emitting that special fragrance at this time. Steady, it must be steady. At this time, Xin Hao kept reminding himself that this bit of endurance was still there. During the Special Forces training, this little bit of endurance was nothing at all. Lin Susu, it must be overexertion of physical strength, saving people is important now. Other things, we can take our time later, there's plenty of time. 2 people on a deserted island, it's definitely better than 1 person being bored. Xin Hao closed his eyes and took a deep breath. After all, holding the gentle and soft Xiang really made Xin Hao, who hadn't touched a woman, a bit bloodthirsty. There was no way out. Xin Hao took a deep breath again. Xin Hao directly picked up Lin Susu and then lifted her towards his shoulder, directly letting her lie on top of his shoulder. Immediately, he was walking towards the grove by the beach. On top of this white sandy beach, Xin Hao wrapped his hands tightly around Lin Susu. Walking on this somewhat bumpy road, Lin Susu's proud body made Xin Hao feel an unprecedented softness, more comfortable than a winter down jacket. Xin Hao, who was striding forward, soon arrived in the middle of the grove. At this time, Xin Hao didn't dare to go further inside. This was a deserted island, and he didn't know whether there were poisonous insects, pythons or deserted island crocodiles and other dangerous creatures inside. If it was just Xin Hao alone, he definitely wouldn't be afraid of these. Once when he was a Special Forces soldier, such a deserted island jungle was just like a game to him. But now it was different, there was still an unconscious Lin Susu to take care of. Xin Hao temporarily found a clean place and put Lin Susu down. Then he saw that Lin Susu's clothes were all wet with seawater. Seeing Lin Susu in wet clothes, Xin Hao decided to change her into his dry clothes. Otherwise, before Lin Susu woke up from her coma, she would get sick again. With no medicine on this deserted island, a small illness could be a big deal, or even take someone's life. In the future, the 2 of them might have to live on this deserted island for a very long time. Things would be troublesome if they got sick, and even some things couldn't be carried out. It had been decided to change Lin Susu into her own dry clothes. Xin Hao was quickly undressed by his own clothes. Now it was time to change Lin Susu into it. At this time, Xin Hao looked at Lin Susu, whose face was a bit white. At this moment, Lin Susu even presented a kind of sick beauty, looking at Xin Hao out of his mind. I'll change you into my clean clothes now, I don't want to take advantage of you. While saying this, Xin Hao changed Lin Susu's dry shirt and suit with his hands and feet. Just now, when he was changing Lin Susu's clothes, he couldn't avoid some contact, making Xin Hao endure very hard. Phew! Finally done. What are you undressing for? Xin Hao's breath hadn't finished. Lin Susu opened those big eyes, looked at Xin Hao, who was ready to get up, and immediately was asking. Lin Susu had already been touched so closely by Xin Hao twice in one day. Seeing that your clothes are already soaked through, and fearing that you'll get sick, I'll change you into my dry clothes. Xin Hao said with those eyes, staring at Lin Susu. Lin Susu immediately subconsciously looked at the clothes on her body with her eyes. Xin Hao, you really stinky rascal. I'm going to kill you. I'm still a big girl. Lin Susu was immediately cranky when she saw the evening gown she was wearing, turned into a loose suit. Her hand, groping at the side for a while, looked like she wanted to find a rock and directly smash Xin Hao to death. When Xin Hao saw this tigress, he immediately picked up Lin Susu's soaked clothes and retreated backward. Xin Hao, who had retreated several steps, immediately was picking up Lin Susu's wet clothes and said, "Look at how wet these clothes are already." While Qin Hao was talking, he was also retreating backward, and was also carrying Lin Susu's clothes out of the water in front of her, clattering on top of the white sandy beach. And when I changed your clothes just now, I did it with my eyes closed, you have to believe me. Lin Susu sat up, seeing Qin Hao carrying her wet clothes and saying something like that in her mouth. She couldn't wait to, immediately, give on Qin Hao a knife. Although Lin Susu used to study abroad, and after returning to China, she even appeared in various parties in the high society. But she kept herself well, plus his father is the first jeweler in the imperial capital, no one dared to touch her. So at this moment, this series of Qin Hao's actions to save her all made her crazy, and even had the urge to destroy him. Lin Susu just woke up and felt a little dizzy, but at this moment, she couldn't care less. She stood up with a dab. Immediately rushed towards Qin Hao, holding a piece of reef in her hand. At this time, Qin Hao had already put Lin Susu's changed wet clothes onto the big rock on the beach to dry. Qin Hao, you shameless rascal, go to hell. Lin Susu held a large piece of reef in her hand and angrily ran straight to Qin Hao. Running on the beach, Lin Susu's hair blown by the wind made her look much more beautiful, sweeping away her previous sickness. Although Qin Hao was mesmerized by the sight of this number one beauty in the jewelry world of the imperial capital, when Lin Susu rushed in front of her, Qin Hao grabbed her hand. Then, just like carrying a chicken, he directly picked up Lin Susu, who was 1.7 meters. Lin Susu, who was picked up, still didn't give in, and directly kicked at Qin Hao with her feet, and still aimed at the right place. Fortunately, Qin Hao was agile and avoided it in time. At this moment, Qin Hao got angry. That's enough, just now I saved your life, there's hard work without credit. If on top of this deserted island, if you get sick because of this wet clothes, do you think you can go back alive with this weak physique? Besides, we are all adults, and in order to save you, we have no choice. What's wrong with taking a look? It's not like I'm going to die or get pregnant if I look. I don't know whether Lin Susu was scared by this serious and earnest look of Qin Hao, or those words just now hit her sore spot. Seeing that Lin Susu didn't continue to fool around, Qin Hao tried to slowly put her down and then sent his hand away. The moment Qin Hao just let go, Lin Susu directly fell into his arms and cried. I want to leave here alive, I want to go back. Lin Susu, who collapsed in Qin Hao's arms and cried, was suddenly like a little bird like Yiren. It wasn't known whether she was scared, or for those things just now she had figured it all out. It looked, choo-choo poor. The sea breeze blew against the seawater and rolled up a wave, and if someone saw that at this moment, Lin Susu was actually snuggling into Qin Hao's arms, they would definitely feel unbelievable gulp gulp. Above the quiet white sandy beach, a special sound suddenly rang out. Hungry? Qin Hao looked at Lin Susu's face, which had already dried up tear marks, and asked compassionately. After drifting in the sea for a night, coupled with Lin Susu's excessive physical exertion just now, her weak physique, naturally, couldn't carry it, and it was normal for her to be hungry. Lin Susu nodded with some embarrassment. The princess of the Lin family who had never been able to feed herself, on this deserted island, she really didn't have the ability to find food on her own. At this moment, Qin Hao looked at Lin Susu, who was snuggling in his arms, and his eyes happened to see two groups of fullness through the loose shirt, and his heart was flustered, and Qin Hao, who hadn't touched a woman before, his breath became rapid, and his mind started to think of something. Lin Susu also seemed to have realized the embarrassing state at the moment. She struggled a few times and pushed Qin Hao away with force. Qin Hao didn't care and loosened his hand, saying, Wait for me here, we'll eat fish tonight. Qin Hao turned back and smiled at Lin Susu, then walked directly towards the sea. It wasn't that Qin Hao didn't want to go to the jungle on the island to look for food, but he had just gotten to the island, and compared to the danger of the unknown jungle, there was a lot less inside the sea. Just when Qin Hao turned toward the sea, Lin Susu's expectant and sad eyes, she didn't know whether she was worried about his safety, or she was worried that she had lost her dinner. Lin Susu then wore Qin Hao's loose suit with her arms wrapped around it, showing her proud front. She squatted under the boulder where her clothes were drying. Qin Hao also did not procrastinate, pulling up his own pants leg, a short knife appeared in his hand. This habit was formed when he was a special forces soldier, and he had been working as Wang Ruoyan's bodyguard all these years, so this habit had been maintained until now. With a jerk, Qin Hao was like a fierce sea fish, blinking his eyes, disappearing into the sea level and diving down. Wanting to get food in the sea, in the shallows, it was definitely impossible. One had to go to a deeper place to have a chance. Qin Hao had been in the water for almost a minute, but the right sea fish was still nowhere to be seen. In his previous days of training in the special forces, there were also training programs in the sea, so he could stay in the water even longer than the average person. After some more time, when Qin Hao was ready to give up, suddenly a swordfish appeared in front of him. And this swordfish, it looked very fat. Qin Hao knew that it was impossible for him to swim past the swordfish in the water, and he slowly approached, his assuredness just met the swordfish. The fast, accurate and ruthless sword technique was directly the one that made the seawater around him reddish. Xinhao smoothly captured the fat swordfish, and today's dinner was there. However, just when Xinhao was ready to go back, Xinhao, who was still under the seabed, saw a black thing floating above the seawater. His first realization was, could it be someone from the cruise ship again? Xinhao didn't think much about it, and with a hard foot, the whole person was like an arrow off the string, going straight to that black shadow. In just a few seconds, Xinhao appeared under which black shadow. When he poked his head out and went out with a big mouth, he realized that it was just a suitcase. Without thinking, Xinhao directly brought the suitcase back to the beach as well, thinking that there must be something useful inside. After returning to the beach, Lin Susu's whole body was energized after seeing the suitcase. Xinhao was holding the swordfish he had just caught from the sea in one hand, and dragging the suitcase he had just retrieved from the sea in the other. When Lin Susu saw the suitcase in Xinhao's hand, she immediately stood up, as if she had grabbed the straw that saved her life, and ran straight over. Xinhao looked at Lin Susu, who ran straight over, wearing a big suit on her body, which looked a bit awkward, but it still couldn't bury the huge waves in front of her. It was really a beautiful scenery line. Xinhao, who had just gotten up from the sea, saw his blood spurting and silently swallowed his saliva. Lin Susu, who ran to Xinhao's side, hugged the suitcase and then started to look around above the sea. After looking for a while, as if she didn't see the boat she wanted to see, she then asked with a little disappointment, "Is this floating from the sea?" "Isn't it? There is a boat nearby." The other Lin Susu knew in her own heart that the cruise ship had an accident in the storm last night, and the huge luxury cruise ship, at that time, fell apart. Only less than 20 people got on a speedboat to escape, but the speedboat could not necessarily escape from that storm area. Xinhao looked at Lin Susu with some disappointment and said, "I guess this suitcase, too, is floating over. If there is a boat, it can't be just a suitcase alone. It's okay, as long as we are still alive, we will have a chance to go back." After hearing Xinhao's words, Lin Susu's whole body got a little better. "Let's go. Aren't you hungry? Go bake some fish to eat." At this time, Xinhao walked straight towards the grove by the beach. After arriving at the grove, Xinhao first picked up the available firewood, preparing to make a drill fire in this fireless place. However, his eyes fell on the suitcase. "Want to see what's inside this suitcase? Maybe there's a lighter?" Xinhao asked to Lin Susu, who had only slowly walked by. After all, this was a man's secret suitcase, so it wasn't too much of a guess. Lin Susu nodded and didn't have to say anything. "This is a high-level password box, looks like he is still waterproof. I wonder what kind of goodies are inside." Xinhao took out a sharp short knife from his ankle, and opened the password box with a few simple strokes. After opening the box, sure enough, inside were some brand-name high-grade shirts and suits. Just did not turn over a few times, surprisingly, and found a thing, plastic rubber ring, can also be used as a balloon blowing to play. When see this thing, Lin Susu white face, immediately is red. Who this disgusting, brings so much of this stuff? When Xinhao saw this thing at this time, he also felt surprised, but when he thought about it, a lone man and woman were on a deserted island. This one can be had. I don't know, forget about this first, let's see if there's a lighter first. Xinhao deliberately changed the topic. Actually, Xinhao didn't expect that Lin Susu would have such a big reaction. Could it be that the previous flavorfulness in the imperial capital was all superficial? Could it be that she was really a lady of the house? Thinking about this made Xinhao's blood intensify a bit and his heart beat faster. Not to mention, he really found a windproof lighter in this high-level waterproof luggage. Xinhao took out the lighter and didn't bother with the suitcase for the moment. Getting a pile of firewood, he immediately started the fire, and then handled the swordfish with skillful movements. Half of it was left behind, and it could still be eaten tomorrow. The rest of the general, directly on the fire, roasted. At this time Lin Susu squatted down and looked at the roasted fish on the fire with glowing eyes. Maybe she was really starving already. Come to think of it, how could she be hungry with her previous exquisite life? Xinhao just glanced at Lin Susu next to her, looking at him in his own loose suit. The waves were directly showing a big part of him. It was all because the suit was too big. Xinhao eyed it a few more times, and immediately felt a burst of dryness. "What are you thinking about? The fish is charred." Lin Susu's words were immediately waking up Xinhao. She didn't even look at him while she was talking, her eyes staring at the grilled fish tightly, then licking her mouth. A burnt smell filled the air. "Take this charred part and rip it apart and it's ready to eat." Xinhao took the already examined swordfish in his hand, divided half of it, and directly handed it to Lin Susu, who was already starving. Xin Hao himself also ate, he also didn't eat, and took a big bite of the grilled fish. With the limited conditions here, it was fortunate that this was a sea fish with some flavor of its own, otherwise it would be really hard to eat without salt. Looking at the way Lin Susu ate with gusto, which looks like the lord who is picky about what he eats in the imperial city. After this period of tossing and turning just now, Xin Hao looked towards the sky, watching the position of the sun. It was estimated that it would be dark in another hour or two. Xin Hao, who had finished eating the grilled fish, immediately was standing up. We have to set up a simple tent before it gets dark. Otherwise, this night will be very difficult. Xin Hao said as he looked at the sun and the sky. However, Lin Susu didn't react at all, eating the simple grilled fish very seriously. At this time, Lin Susu's eating appearance was simply not daring to look at. Where was she still eating in the imperial capital in the past, with that kind of exquisite movements? You eat first, I'll go inside the woods to see if there are any tree branch materials for pitching a tent. Saying that, Xin Hao was about to turn around and go. Don't! Lin Susu said as she ate the last bite of grilled fish in her hand. She looked around, it was endless, she was the only one here. She was still scared in her heart. It was normal for a girl on such a deserted island to be scared. Standing up, she followed behind Xin Hao. I want to go with you. Xin Hao turned his head to stare at where she was. The perspective was just right. It's okay, but you have to listen to my command, otherwise it's easy to get into trouble in such a primitive jungle. Where are your eyes looking? Stinking rascal. Isn't it owing a beating? Lin Susu, who had already eaten her fill, that lofty essence, was back again, and immediately roared loudly. Saying that, she directly gave Xin Hao a punch from behind. No, I'm looking where is not a big white rabbit, said Xin Hao, letting out a bad laugh. You. Lin Susu frowned shyly and punched again. But Xin Hao had already gone towards the front. It was getting late now. In 2 hours at most, it would be completely dark. In the darkness, that unknown danger of such a deserted island was completely immeasurable. However, it was not easy to find suitable materials to build a tent for 2 people. Fortunately, when Xin Hao was a special forces soldier, he had special training for some items. It was just good enough to work now. Lin Susu, you have to follow well, the deserted island here is dangerous. Xin Hao was kindly reminding. Stinking rascal, you are the most dangerous creature on this island. Poof. Even though Lin Susu said this with her mouth, she followed behind Xin Hao subconsciously. It's really hot and humid here. Without walking for a while, Xin Hao felt that he was showing signs of sweating on. Xin Hao took out his sharp short knife and clearly blocked some branches in front of him. Just when he saw a few suitable tree trunks in front of him, Xin Hao suddenly heard the sound of yelling from behind. Ah! Help! There's a python. Lin Susu was so scared by the thought that her face turned white and she stood there stupidly, not daring to move. Her eyes looked straight at the python in the grass next to her. Quickly, come this way. Xin Hao, who was a small distance away from Lin Susu, immediately was saying, and immediately ran over himself. Only when she heard Xin Hao's voice did Lin Susu tremblingly come this way, but she had already been scared to the point that her feet were shaking, coupled with the pair of high heels she was wearing. She just took a step and broke her foot, and directly flopped down. Ah! Lin Susu had already been scared silly. She saw that the python that was as thick as an adult's arm kept coming closer to her again, letting out ear-piercing screams. The ear-piercing screams didn't scare off the python, instead it accelerated its speed and came towards Lin Susu, who was on the ground. The python accelerated its speed, and the grass and trees around it directly fell down in unison. Xin Hao immediately held his sword in his backhand when he saw this. A healthy step leaped forward. Backhand is a knife. The python seemed to sense the danger, and even shifted horizontally, directly avoiding Xin Hao's knife. The python made a sound of "cc," and with the force of the horizontal shift, it directly dodged into the grass, and its tail swung towards Xin Hao. Xin Hao didn't resist it and directly dodged it. Then he directly picked up Lin Susu on the ground. Right at the moment when Xin Hao picked up Lin Susu immediately screamed. Xin Hao, what are you doing? If you don't want to be swallowed by the python, be quiet. Xin Hao at this time couldn't care so much. The python was hiding in the grass, there was no way to know when it would send out an attack. The enemy was in the dark, and it could run out and bite at any time. In order to run conveniently and have a wider view, Xin Hao was directly putting Lin Susu on top of his shoulder, and that pair of softness had just been pressed together with his face. Ah! You punk, rascal, asshole, put me down. Lin Susu, who was on Qin Hao's shoulder, immediately was struggling and yelling loudly. Actually, the more Lin Susu struggled on Qin Hao's shoulder, the more Qin Hao could feel Lin Susu soft at this moment. Qin Hao's contact surface with Lin Susu was even more, causing Qin Hao himself to be unable to resist. Snap. This was not the time to fool around. Qin Hao directly slapped Lin Susu's butt. If you want to die, you keep struggling. If you want to die, you go down. Qin Hao unceremoniously yelled loudly at Lin Susu. Lin Susu, who was yelled at by Qin Hao, immediately was quiet. She didn't want to die yet, she wanted to go back. Say, this is the second time I saved you today. Is there any reward? Qin Hao said with a smile while running. Lin Susu didn't say anything, but just gave him a blank look, which of course Qin Hao couldn't see. Due to Lin Susu's fooling around, Qin Hao didn't run far, and it was as if the python knew that Qin Hao and Lin Susu had a conflict. Taking advantage of the time when the two of them were messing around, it directly flew out from the grass next to it, and it wanted to take a bite of Qin Hao's neck. If Qin Hao was really going to be asked for his neck so easily, then his title of King of Special Forces would be in vain. Qin Hao had discovered the grass movement long ago, and he was waiting for the python to fly out, but with Lin Susu's fuss, Qin Hao didn't grasp the best time to strike. He backhanded a knife with his left hand, and because the timing was not the best, the knife did not touch the python, and his arm directly knocked the python away. While Lin Susu didn't continue to make a scene, Qin Hao was turning to Lin Susu. Exciting? Lin Susu watched the python fly past in front of her, so scared that she hugged Qin Hao tightly with both hands. A burst of tenderness spread all over Qin Hao's body. Qin Hao didn't procrastinate at this time, and was directly running towards an open place, so that the python had less places to hide. As long as the python wasn't hiding and put Lin Susu into a safe position, for such a python, Qin Hao could chop it up a dozen or so. With Qin Hao's tough physical quality, the python kept looking for opportunities in the grass, but it didn't even run as fast as Qin Hao. The python chased Qin Hao all the way, and Qin Hao himself, along the way, heard the sound of the bushes next to him hee-hawing, and knew that the python had already them seen as his food. Soon Qin Hao found an open flatland, and it was also especially big. That is, the python wanted to hide into the grass. Then don't come out, then don't go back. Qin Hao quickly walked to the center of the flatland, then gently put Lin Susu down. At that moment, the grass around made a clattering sound. Qin Hao knew that this was the python looking for an opportunity. Just when Qin Hao had just taken a step, Lin Susu suddenly hugged Qin Hao's leg. Don't go away, I'm a bit scared. Lin Susu said with a very weak voice. In fact, at this time, Lin Susu's foot was also broken, and there was a python waiting in the grass, so he was really afraid that Qin Hao would leave. Qin Hao turned around and squatted down at this time. It's fine if you don't leave, then what will you take to repay me? When I go back, I'll give you money, 100,000? 1 million? 5 million? Lin Susu immediately said. But these are not a bit useful now? The most important thing now is that one must live. Qin Hao said with a bad smile. After my feet get better, I'll wash and cook for you, serve tea and water, and rub your shoulders and pound your back all you want. On the borderline of death, Lin Susu lowered her posture as much as possible. Where was this still the look of that imperial female jewelry president? But I don't want any of these. Qin Hao slowly brought his face closer to Lin Susu. Then I only have. Lin Susu said timidly at this moment, then wrapped her hands around her legs and shrunk herself into a ball. Before Lin Susu finished her words, the python that had long been unable to restrain itself in the grass, directly bounced and flew from behind Lin Susu. The target of its attack was Lin Susu's neck. In fact, just now, Qin Hao turned to Lin Susu and also found the python moving in the grass behind Lin Susu. This time, the place Qin Hao chose was relatively empty, so even if the python flew over with the help of its powerful tail, it would still take a little bit of time. Seeing this excellent moment, Qin Hao naturally couldn't miss it. With his body lowered, his short sword gripped tightly in his hand, and his feet on the ground, the soil on the ground sunk down into a deep pit. Rushing out, Qin Hao was like a cannonball, extremely fast. Ka-ching! A crisp sound came from the ear. Lin Susu looked back, only to see that at this moment, Qin Hao was like a god of war, easily chopping off the python's head somehow. When Lin Susu and Weinruoyan went out to play before, they had never seen this side of Qin Hao. This was completely subverting the impression Qin Hao had left on her before. Looks like we have snake meat to eat. Qin Hao, who had returned victorious, suddenly smiled badly. Just now, it seems like you have words, and you haven't finished. What did you say you only have? At this time, Qin Hao purposely walked over to Lin Susu's front and squatted down. Stretching out a hand, he wanted to see if Lin Susu's foot was seriously broken or not. On this deserted island, a small problem that wasn't treated in time could lead to big problems. Hearing what Qin Hao said, Lin Susu immediately blushed, her hands immediately covering her face. Just when Qin Hao reached out to hold her broken foot, Lin Susu shivered. This phenomenon had been seen by Qin Hao several times already. Could it be that she was too mindful of her feelings? Ah! Don't you move, it hurts. Lin Susu first had a shudder, and then the scream of pain was also very nice. Let me see how your foot is doing. I'll help you connect it now, then find a little herb to reduce the inflammation, and you'll be fine. If you continue like this, it will be troublesome if it causes a fever. Qin Hao sat down on the ground and directly put Lin Susu's foot on his lap. Holding the foot with one hand and her ankle with the other, in a standard gesture, he directly fixed her broken foot. Ah! It hurts. Lin Susu let out a scream of pain. Alright, don't scream, how does it feel? Qin Hao held Lin Susu's white and soft foot at this time and asked. He. It's really almost good, it doesn't hurt at all when I move it. Lin Susu's foot moved on Qin Hao's leg and said happily. Well, that's for sure, my skills are great, let's go back now and prepare the tent. It has to be done before it gets dark. Qin Hao, who stood up, was directly stretching out his hands, wanting to pick up Lin Susu. What are you doing? Lin Susu said as she looked at Qin Hao's outstretched hands, wanting to hug herself, and her body immediately deviated back a little. Of course I'm hugging you, what do you think I'm going to do? Take advantage of you? Your foot is broken, it's best to recuperate, walking too much will be swollen, if the swelling doesn't go down your foot might be ruined. Qin Hao actually didn't mean to say that, mainly because of this deserted island, there is basically no medical condition. However, Lin Susu still insisted on not letting Qin Hao hold herself, exerted her other foot and stood up with her hand on the ground. Then she proudly raised her head to Qin Hao, indicating that she could do it. Just like that, Lin Susu limped towards the way back, but very slowly Qin Hao got some grass, made the python meat and brought it back. It was a rare food. Just as Qin Hao got this done, Lin Susu didn't go far. It was a little bit funny to look at her limping in a plus-size suit. Qin Hao directly was walking behind Lin Susu and did a princess hug from behind. Ah! Bastard, hooligan! Put me down, I can walk by myself. At this time, Lin Susu, a pair of white hands, kept hammering on Qin Hao's broad chest. All right. Stop it. I've saved your life twice, but still calling me like this, won't your conscience hurt? What if I take advantage of someone's danger? Have you thought about it? No matter what, I'm older than you, call me brother from now on. Qin Hao at this moment was immediately serious and solemn as he looked at Lin Susu in his arms and said. At this moment, Lin Susu actually really stopped, and Qin Hao himself didn't expect it. I was just over there where I found the python, there are some anti-inflammatory herbs and things for pitching a tent, go over there first. Qin Hao said as he looked at Lin Susu, who had become a bit more docile in his arms. Soon they arrived. Qin Hao first searched for a while, but surprisingly, he didn't find anything. Obviously just now, I saw that purple grass. How come it's gone? You sit down here first, I'll go put up that tent, otherwise you'll catch a cold if you don't freeze to death tonight. Qin Hao was ready to put Lin Susu on a big rock. No, I don't, I want to follow you. At this moment, Lin Susu hung on Qin Hao's neck like a sloth. Mainly, she was really scared by that scene just now. Qin Hao had no choice but to say, okay, I'll set up a simple tent, you wait for me here, don't move around. I'm right in front of your eyes, okay. At this moment, Lin Susu unconsciously started to rely on Qin Hao a bit. Only after hearing Qin Hao say this did she reluctantly nod her head. Qin Hao moved extremely fast, and with enough tenting materials, the tent was set up in 10 minutes. However, when he turned his head to look at Lin Susu, he found her by herself in the grass over there. What are you doing? Didn't I tell you not to move around? Qin Hao slowly walked over. I'm too bored sitting here, I saw that those flowers are very pretty, and I'm going to pick some. Lin Susu walked slowly, and from time to time, she even squatted on the ground to pick flowers. Just when Qin Hao was close to Lin Susu, he immediately was shouting, don't smell, don't put the pink flower in your hand, in front of your nose. But the time was already too late. Lin Susu took that pink flower and inhaled deeply at the tip of her nose. That pink flower was the ecstasy flower, which only appeared more often in the springtime, and was a natural love-blowing drug for animals. Under normal circumstances, these pollen, a little bit of it in the wind, its effect is just extremely strong. This Lin Susu directly is holding the flower in front of her nose and inhaled deeply, this amount. It was really big. At this moment, Xinhao saw Lin Susu, and Lin Susu's eyes started to get lost. Lin Susu turned around and saw Xinhao, and the mesmerized eyes started to winnow a bit. When she saw Xinhao, she said, "Why can't you smell it?" Saying that, she even walked towards Xinhao's side. This was just the beginning, and the pollen still only had a little paralyzing effect. So much so that when she just walked towards Xinhao, she didn't even cry out in pain. Quote, "Look how beautiful these flowers are." Quote, "What's going on? How come Xinhao has two of you?" Gradually the effects of the mesmerizing flowers began to show. Lin Susu's mesmerized eyes began to be lax. At this time, Lin Susu stretched out her own hand, wanting to grab the two-shadowed Xinhao as soon as she could. But she couldn't find it no matter what. Looking at Lin Susu, who was already almost unsteady, Xinhao held her fair and tender hand. The white and tender hand was silky smooth and soft in his hand, and at the same time, he also felt that her body temperature was starting to rise slowly. I don't know whether it was the effect of this bewitching flower, or Lin Susu's injured feet had no strength left. Right at the moment when Xinhao held her hand, the whole person also immediately went soft. Seeing this, Xinhao immediately reached out and wrapped his hand around the waist that was in a firm grip. If you don't hold it, it is simply a handful of fragrance. The moment he held Lin Susu's waist, the speed of Xinhao's blood flow immediately rose. The heart was accelerating very fast, bang 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 could be heard jumping to the sound, the whole person felt dry up. When Xinhao held Lin Susu's waist, Lin Susu even took the initiative to stick up. In the face of this exhaling breath like orchids, the number one beauty of the jewelry sector in the imperial capital, that with seductive eyebrows, is even more charming to the bone at this moment regardless of the man. As long as he looks at the Lin Susu from afar, he is the blood pulse expansion, crispy to the bone. Facing the Lin Susu at this moment, this charming appearance, white and tender skin, sending out a tantalizing breath at all times. Xinhao was the most tenacious of wills, but also tile at this moment. Just when Xinhao was ready to strike, Lin Susu even pushed Xinhao. "Brother, what are you doing?" At this moment, I don't know whether it was the last shyness of that young girl Lin Susu that stabilized her emotions, or the mesmerizing pollen that she had just inhaled hadn't fully taken effect yet. Even though Lin Susu had just pushed Xinhao, the tone in which she spoke had already changed, no longer the cold plate, condescending one from before. Instead, it had become affectionate and sweet, sounding very comfortable, and at this moment Xinhao's bones were crispy. Xinhao at this moment is already starting to gasp for air. Although he had been married for several years, he hadn't carried out it with Wang Ruoyun even once. Further forward, that's even less, the daily training of special forces in the past has already occupied Xinhao's time to the full, so that he got the title of this soldier king. Lin Susu pushed Xinhao, her body slightly leaning back. Xinhao naturally couldn't let Lin Susu leave at this moment. At this moment, the mesmerizing flower that Lin Susu had inhaled had completely taken effect, her tendons and veins began to protrude, her blood flow accelerated, and it felt like her entire body was about to explode. "Brother, I'm so uncomfortable, save me." At this moment Lin Susu's mouth did its best to take the initiative to go up. This made Xinhao, who was still making preparations, at a loss for a moment. In fact, being hit by the enchanted flower was also easy to treat in the imperial capital, just that on this deserted island, there was no such medical condition at all. Facing Lin Susu's initiative, Xinhao was very entangled in his mind at this moment, although his and Wang Ruoyun's agreement was coming soon, and the divorce of that was sooner or later. But as long as there is no divorce before, Xinhao is a married person. However, Lin Susu in front of him is like this, Xinhao is not right to save her. Saving her and feeling that there is something wrong, this time Xinhao, heart in a burst of apprehension. Lin Susu had inhaled the pollen of almost a whole flower. Such a large dose of pollen, even an adult elephant couldn't use so much. Time that was passing by second, the effect of the pollen of the mesmerizing flower gradually revealed itself. Lin Susu, who was held by Xinhao, twisted to on him for a while at this time. That cozy gentleness kept stimulating Xinhao's cerebral cortex. "Am I going to die? I'm really uncomfortable, can you help me?" Lin Susu, this was her hands actively encircling Xinhao's neck, murmuring softly in his ears. That gentle warm wind kept blowing over Xinhao's ear, and at this moment, Xinhao could already feel his blood vessels start to spurt. Being hugged like this by the number one beauty in the jewelry industry of the imperial capital, and also making soft whispers in his ear, anyone would have their blood spurting. Due to Lin Susu inhaling a large amount of ecstasy flower, at this moment, her entire body had begun to burn a little. Ah! I'm really hot. I'm so uncomfortable. Please save me. Lin Susu's own heatiness, she was directly taking off the jacket that Qin Hao had put on her. The whole person looked like she was directly pouncing on Qin Hao and started gnawing at him. Qin Hao immediately only felt that his mouth was blocked by something warm and soft at this moment. Lin Susu seemed to have found a point to vent her heat, and tightly hugged Qin Hao's face and nibbled. Qin Hao, who didn't have a bit of defense, was directly staring straight at Lin Susu, who was gnawing hard in front of him. A soft and hot thing was constantly stimulating Qin Hao. In spite of this, Qin Hao thought that he had an agreement with Wang Ruoyan and still had to stabilize himself, but would this harm Lin Susu? What should be the best choice in the end? Just when Qin Hao was still doing some battle of thoughts with himself, he saw Lin Susu's eyes as much as start to flood with blood. It was just an instant, and it hadn't occurred to him that Lin Susu's situation had become so bad. Obviously, at this moment, Lin Susu's subconscious mind was aware of her body's condition, and just gnawing at Qin Hao's face was no longer enough. After Qin Hao looked at the reddened blood in Lin Susu's eyes, his expression that was stunned. I didn't expect this medicine to work so fast, what should I do? At this time Qin Hao, there was a trace of struggle, he himself was not divorced yet. In the end, he still looked around, he wanted to find a way to help Lin Susu as soon as possible with the quickest perspective. A few big trees with thick branches and leaves not far away attracted Qin Hao's eyes. At this time, Qin Hao couldn't think anymore, and without thinking, he immediately was holding Lin Susu and rushed over with the fastest speed. Because the seawater under the big tree, the temperature was especially low. For Lin Susu's body temperature to drop, it was extremely effective. Lin Susu, who was put into the seawater, her body temperature immediately dropped a lot. Phew! After seeing Lin Susu's situation ease, Qin Hao immediately let out a long breath. Just now, Lin Susu's body temperature was already fast reaching a peak, and if it wasn't resolved quickly, it was highly likely that her blood vessels would burst. However, just when Qin Hao had just relaxed, Lin Susu's face turned ugly. Because the temperature of the seawater around her had risen a bit, and she had even thrown away her last piece of clothing. This made Qin Hao's blood swell as he watched. Silently looking at the non-stop rolling Lin Susu in the water, he swallowed his saliva. Lin Susu, who had entered into the seawater in the shade, was very comfortable. Directly in the seawater is free to flop up, like a fish that is about to dry up, into the water of the source of life. Swimming around in the water with his eyes closed, he kept moving towards the cooler places and feeling the temperature of the nearby seawater, Lin Susu had no problem for the time being. However, Qin Hao knew that this could only temporarily ease her situation. It was necessary to find a way to completely eliminate the overbearing medicinal properties in Lin Susu's body. Just where Lin Susu was swimming around seeking to lower her body temperature, that beautiful scenic view could evoke infinite reverie in a man. In the endless ocean of free swimming, Lin Susu is already using the full power one to the first time the excess energy consumption. However, the medicinal overbearing ecstasy flower, at this moment, seemed to have erupted with its final blow. The color of pain began to appear on Lin Susu's face. Originally, Qin Hao wanted to wait and see the situation, but he didn't realize that Lin Susu's medicinal properties had once again exploded. At this time, before Qin Hao could think of a way out, thunder in the cloudy sky sounded. Rumble. This sound seemed like a merciless dagger that stabbed over at this moment. Immediately after the sound of thunder, the sea breeze was a close follower. Crap! The sea wind and waves are coming. At this moment, Qin Hao looked at Lin Susu, who had already swum into the distance, and was immediately nervous. Originally, he wanted to let her continue to toss and turn in the sea, accelerating the consumption of the medicinal power in her body, but now it seemed that it wouldn't work. Just after Qin Hao's words fell, the sky immediately darkened, and the wind and waves on the sea ran over at a speed visible to the naked eye. The weather of the sea, it really changed at the drop of a hat. Just now the sunny sky, this moment is the dark clouds to avoid, the sea waves to attack. Lin Susu felt the fluctuation of the seawater, giving her a huge resistance. Not only did she not frown, but she was very happy. Ah! It's so comfortable. At this time, in the face of greater resistance, Lin Susu, her medicinal effects were consumed even faster. This way Lin Susu felt a rush of pleasure. She was comfortable like this, but the relentless wind and waves on the sea were solidly rushing over. A large wave was relentlessly rushing towards Lin Susu. At this time, Lin Susu, danger. Come back quickly. But there wasn't a single echo. Lin Susu was comfortably consuming the pharmacology at this moment. Qin Hao was directly a jerk, directly swimming and rushing towards Lin Susu. The huge wave turned up a meter high, as if it was like a whale opening its bloody mouth, wanting to swallow her in one bite. Xinhao, who jumped into the water, saw the big wave rushing over, and his nerves were all tensed up. He immediately just rushed over, as if he was like a motor in the water. His speed was extremely fast. At this time, Lin Susu was completely not feeling the slightest bit of danger, just consuming her excess energy non-stop. Xinhao's eyes micronized up, and that huge wave was only less than a meter away from Lin Susu. But Xinhao was still 2 meters away from Lin Susu. Save her was all Xinhao could think of at this moment. If this big wave really engulfed Lin Susu, Xinhao didn't really know where to find her. Xinhao's cerebral cortex was numb at this moment. He had to save Lin Susu before the big wave arrived, otherwise it would be a big trouble. Charge! Immediately, Xinhao was using all his strength and rushed up. He was competing with the big wave for speed. Boom! A large wave engulfed it. The speed of this descent was extremely fast. Right at the moment when the big wave fell, Xinhao arrived and grabbed at Lin Susu's hand. However, as if Lin Susu was unwilling anyone to stop her from consuming her energy, she directly broke free. Actually, Lin Susu's own force was not big, but her hand, which was really silky smooth, as if it was like a cunning loach, slipped away from Xinhao's hand in an instant. Time waited for no one. At this moment the relentless waves directly rushed down. It was like a sea beast that had long been hungry and thirsty, seeing a physical object within reach, biting down sharply. Bang! The huge impact was directly a heavy bombardment on Xinhao's back. SSSSS. Xinhao's very painful expression. The impact of this wave was a tall 100 pounds of power, directly hitting the human body. If not for Xinhao's former special forces trained physical quality, this blow would not have killed him, but would have left him half dead. But Xinhao was holding on steadily. This woman is really a big idiot. Shit. Damn it. Xinhao roared in pain. This one big wave directly washed Lin Susu out more than 10 meters away. Due to the instability of the waves, the medicine effect of Lin Susu at this moment was already decreasing, and her stamina was only starting to gradually become unavailable. Lin Susu, who was in the rough waves, seemed as if the drug effect had not yet passed. When Xinhao rushed to her side again, grabbed her and tried to head for the beach, Lin Susu started to struggle again, but that second wave of waves arrived again. Boom boom. The sound of the waves was approaching rapidly. This time, Xinhao didn't let Lin Susu break free again, and directly dragged her into the sea. With a dive, he dodged the waves that were rushing in again. But Lin Susu, who had dived into the sea, was still full of vigor, and the drug effect of that enchanted flower was really good. At the bottom of the sea, Xinhao had spent a lot of effort to put Lin Susu right on the beach. Even that infinite spring light of Lin Susu, but also do not have time to properly watch. It was also good that the drug effect of the mesmerizing flower had passed, otherwise it was estimated that Xinhao would still have to spend a certain amount of time. Ha 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 ha. Xinhao, who had gone ashore, breathed in the fresh air in a big gulp. Lin Susu, who was dragged ashore, was already tired and passed out at this moment. Xinhao, who was already exhausted, had no time to estimate other things at this moment, and directly carried Lin Susu to the tent. Lin Susu, who was put in the tent, was exposed in front of Xinhao at this moment. It was not good for Xinhao to be like this, but the conditions were limited, so there was no way. After covering Lin Susu, Xinhao could only turn his back to Lin Susu. Looking at the heavy rain outside, Xinhao immediately thought of a waterproof password box. Immediately, that box was inverted and took out all the things, and he purposely put that rubber ring aside and covered it with his clothes. Otherwise, if Lin Susu saw it, she would probably scold again, stinking rascal. After pouring it out, Xinhao put that password box outside the tent to catch the rainwater. On the deserted island, there was seawater all around, but it was not drinkable. Fresh water was still precious when there was no drinkable freshwater source found. After all this, Xinhao had a look at Lin Susu, a little sleepy. At this time, Xinhao looked at the rain outside, and for a while, his eyes got a little confused. Without realizing it, he fell asleep along with it. Since this simply pitched tent was indeed very small, it could only just allow 2 people to sleep flat on their backs. If either person wanted to sleep in a different way, then there might be a contact. Sure enough, without waiting for a while, Lin Susu rolled over and directly half of her body was pressed on Xinhao's body. Xinhao was also really tired. Even if Lin Susu's gentle body rolled over, he didn't feel it and still slept sweetly. Xinhao had also drifted from the sea to the top of this island, just some time earlier than Lin Susu. Initially, Xinhao spent a lot of effort to save Lin Susu, plus the battle with the python at the back, and some struggles in the sea before he saved Lin Susu. Originally, Qin Hao, who hadn't fully recovered after drifting in the sea for a night, had a huge consumption of physical strength after a series of big battles this sleep. Both Qin Hao and Lin Susu slept peacefully. Even though there was lightning and thunder outside the tent on the deserted island, it still didn't wake up the two sleeping people. It rained like this for the whole night. When the sun rose the next day, the piercing light shone on Lin Susu's face. After a night's rest, Lin Susu was already recovering well. When she opened her eyes for the first time, she saw her current situation. Ah! Immediately, she let out a scream, which was a high decibel scream that seemed like it could spread all over the deserted island. Pa! Qin Hao, you scum, rascal, shameless! I'm going to kill you! Lin Susu gave a slap to Qin Hao's face while screaming. Casually picking up the clothes that Qin Hao took out from inside the box last night, she put them on. Not only that, she also kicked the sleeping Qin Hao violently with her feet at this moment. She hated to have a knife in her hand. The tent, which was already very small, shook a few times under Lin Susu's violent movements. The water droplets on the tent fell to the ground at a faster speed. Luckily, Qin Hao's technique and choice of materials for building the tent were very good, and even after shaking a few times, not only did the rainwater not burrow in, but it also didn't fall apart. The sleeping Qin Hao was kicked by Lin Susu in pain, and immediately was rolled over to make an attack posture. Nuts, right? You! Before Qin Hao could finish his sentence, Lin Susu slapped him again. You what you? Get out immediately! Qin Hao's face was immediately ugly? If it wasn't for me last night, you would already be dead? Although Qin Hao wanted to explain things clearly at this time, but now in this state, it was probably not possible. After Qin Hao dropped the distance words, he directly walked out of the tent in a dashing manner, leaving Lin Susu as a majestic back. After walking out of the tent, Qin Hao didn't pay attention to Lin Susu, but went to drink the rainwater in the box. Watching Qin Hao walk out of the tent, Lin Susu slowly calmed down and started to recall what happened yesterday. In order to be able to relieve the effect of the medicine, she had swam happily in the sea, and it seemed that she had even encountered a wave. Which in the waves of this brave and invincible on the next their original is Qin Hao, otherwise they really died. Lin Susu, who thought of this, her body tightened, a burst of fear. And then there is nothing happened, just not wearing clothes, was looked at, the other is not different, the body is intact. At this time, Lin Susu had some guilt in her heart, it seemed that she had really wronged Qin Hao. After Lin Susu organized his own clothes, he came outside the tent. Looking at Qin Hao was busy, he was trying to roast the remaining half of that swordfish that once high and mighty female president, Lin Susu, who was in the way, was too embarrassed to open her mouth to apologize. Hey! Hey, hey! A big man will not be so petty. Lin Susu was in the way of face, did not have the good sense to speak directly, hey a few greetings, but Qin Hao did not pay attention to her, as if in anger. In Lin Susu's opinion, she had already felt guilty herself, put down her face, and was still ungrateful, and in a fit of anger, she didn't say anything. Ouch! Lin Susu, who wanted to stand up for a bit, didn't take a few steps and squatted down and screamed. Qin Hao didn't even need to look at it, he knew that it was Lin Susu's foot that was in pain where it was broken. Lin Susu was squatting on the ground at this time, with a painful look on her face, covering her ankle with her hand. Qin Hao was already busy getting the half fish left from yesterday at this time. Since it had rained all night, it was still very difficult to find dry firewood. However, it was not difficult at all for Qin Hao, who had rich experience in the jungle. In no time, Qin Hao found some usable firewood nearby and started to roast the fish. At this time, Lin Susu wanted to drink a little bit of water, but the water was a little bit far away from her. The stubborn and overbearing female president Lin Susu, at this time, stood up and limped for 2 steps and stopped, her feet were really painful. Qin Hao, who had already gotten some firewood to roast the fish, rattled the firewood to control the fire with one hand, and rotated the roasted fish with the other hand. Pay attention, you're breaking your foot, and overexerting yourself can swell it. But don't say I didn't tell you, looking for herbs in the deserted island, without me, you go to look for that can only depend on fate. Your feet are swollen, without medicine to reduce inflammation, it may be possible to waste away. Qin Hao had a breezy look on his face. Actually, for those words Lin Susu just said, identity, status? It was just that Qin Hao couldn't be willing to show it. If it wasn't for the agreement with the Wang family, Qin Hao's identity couldn't be exposed. Qin Hao was the owner of a company worth billions of dollars. Of course Qin Hao wouldn't expose it, and that would be against the clause in the agreement that his identity couldn't be exposed. The daughter of a jewelry tycoon, Lin Susu lived a princess-like life, or had she suffered such pain? Hearing Qin Hao's words, she was immediately shocked. She looked at her feet, not expecting it to be so serious. In the past, when Lin Susu was in the imperial capital, after she broke her foot, she had top doctors and medicines, and recovered in just a few days. But she had forgotten that the deserted island here was no longer that familiar imperial capital. At this moment Lin Susu especially wanted to go back. But right now she had absolutely no way to do so. But letting herself go and beg in a low voice, the trash Qin Hao, she naturally couldn't do it. When she thought of this, she suddenly remembered that Wang Ruoyan had told her that she would divorce the waste Qin Hao who wanted nothing. Suddenly Lin Susu's mind thought of a good way. If she gave her money and also give him a job, and then persuade Wang Ruoyan not to divorce him for the time being, so that he would become convinced. Lin Susu didn't believe that such a great temptation couldn't still tempt Qin Hao. Ahem. Qin Hao, I'll give you the chance if you help me get the medicine. I'll help you reconcile where Wang Ruoyan is, and give you the chance to perform so that she doesn't divorce you. Lin Susu at this time seemed as if she had a certainty of victory. Speaking with a calm demeanor, she judged that Qin Hao would definitely agree. Qin Hao and Wang Ruoyan getting married, that had brought a lot of benefits to the Qin family. The reason why the domineering female president was famous in the imperial capital was not only because of her jewelry tycoon father, but her own ability to handle things was also extremely strong. After Lin Susu finished speaking, there wasn't a single smile on her face, but her heart was already laughing in triumph before she turned her head to look at Qin Hao. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Half a minute had almost passed, but Qin Hao looked like he didn't hear what Lin Susu said. Qin Hao was getting this firewood all by himself, evenly coating the roasted fish with some herbs. The aroma of the roasted fish wafted to Lin Susu's face, but she didn't look happy at all. Lin Susu frowned. In her heart, she secretly said, could it be that the conditions given to him are not enough, and he is still greedy and wants something else? Thinking of this, Lin Susu immediately glanced at Qin Hao with contempt, cursing in her heart, sitting on the ground and raising the price, shameless. The domineering female president will not easily let Qin Hao play as he wishes. Is he still considering something else? Lin Susu knew at this time that she was begging for Qin Hao, and lowered her tone a few points. You want money, right? After Lin Susu said this, she saw that Qin Hao slightly moved. Lin Susu looked at Qin Hao with a really look. In fact, Qin Hao just didn't care about money when he heard it, that's all. Seeing that Qin Hao still didn't move, at this moment, Lin Susu was a bit anxious. You said, what exactly do you want? The tone of voice is already some pleading and a hint of crying, just Lin Susu held back, did not show it, the whole attitude is obviously softened. Lin Susu cleared her throat again and spoke loudly to hide her inner weakness. $10 million, $20 million, $30 million, you just have to ask. And it can also help you with your job. Aren't you always looked down upon by the Wang family because of your bad job? Go back and I'll give you a decent job. Lin Susu's company in the imperial capital, and his father's jewelry industry in the imperial capital, casually taking tens of millions of dollars to him, it was without batting an eye. She believed that all this money to a wasteful flunky, that he wouldn't be able to earn so much in a few lifetimes. She believed that this could always impress you. Qin Hao, who heard this, secretly laughed a little. Money? A job? Seeing Qin Hao's scornful smile, Lin Susu began to panic, and that pretentious essence she had just put on was exaggerated. Lin Susu, however, never expected that after she gave such a great temptation, Qin Hao was still unmoved. That scornful smile seemed as if he didn't even look at Lin Susu in the eyes. At this moment, she was really flustered, and that arrogant and domineering temper was directly extinguished. Coupled with the pain coming from her feet, Lin Susu's shell, which had just concealed her strength, suddenly broke, and she directly sobbed. On top of this deserted island, with no one to rely on, she was no longer any high and mighty princess. Qin Hao, can you please help me? I was the one who wronged you just now. This time Lin Susu said with a few sobs in her voice. Actually, Qin Hao glanced sideways and looked at Lin Susu with an expressionless face. Qin Hao himself didn't expect that the former domineering female president would be such a model. Of course, Qin Hao is also not the kind of small-minded man. Since Lin Susu has apologized, of course he will not see death. Although it was not to the point of death, in Lin Susu's case, it was still difficult for a person to live on a deserted island. Qin Hao took the already baked swordfish and walked over to Lin Susu's face and handed it over. It won't look good if you cry your face off. The fish is already baked, eat some first. Lin Susu saw Qin Hao walking past. His figure was so tall, giving people a very safe feeling. You stay here first, I will go down later to help you find herbs. Lin Susu took the grilled fish. A pair of eyes like autumn water looked at Qin Hao, and that complicated emotion used up her heart. Before he was ready to go to find herbs, Jinhao first organized the pile of fire. All around the tent was too wet, he had to find a way to get it dry. If he wanted to rely on the sun and the sky to dry the place out, he probably wouldn't be able to do it without a few days. Although this simple tent wasn't a permanent solution, at least now Jinhao and the others were going to live here. First, they took the burnt ashes and treated the area around the tent, and then put some wet firewood to dry it out. This way, they would have firewood to use when they came back, otherwise they would have to spend a lot of effort to find usable firewood. With the open fire here, the wild beasts in general would not dare to come here. You wait here until I return. I'll go out now to find herbs for you. The fire here, there is no need for you to move it. When you see that there is no firewood, you can just add some firewood. As long as there's a fire, ordinary wild beasts won't dare to come over. Jinhao gave some explanation. After all, such a young brocade tube, these are not necessarily will. Just when Jinhao turned ready to turn around to find herbs, Lin Susu reached out her hand and pulled Jinhao. That gentle touch was immediately what made Jinhao stop and turn his head to look at Lin Susu. What's wrong? I want to go with you. I'm scared if I stay here alone. What if the python appears again, or other wild beasts, poisonous insects? I'd better go with you. I don't want to be here alone. Lin Susu looked at Jinhao with those gentle eyes, still with a few pleading eyes. She kept looking at Jinhao closely, afraid that he would just go away, and that delicate and beautiful face was impossible to resist looking at. Looking at Jinhao got a little bit nervous, the blood flow naturally accelerated. It was really something special. But your feet, you really can't walk anymore. If you walk again, the situation might even worsen. Jinhao seriously looked at Lin Susu's pleading eyes and said, It's fine. I can stop walking. You say right. Lin Susu said, those eyes that could seduce people blinking at Jinhao. Then what do you want to do? Jinhao asked directly. Lin Susu was immediately smiling when she heard this. She knew that Jinhao was agreeing to this. Suddenly she blushed with a bit of shyness, then she lowered her head in embarrassment and said in a small voice, You can carry me on your back. But it's not too good. Without waiting for Jinhao to continue putting words into his mouth, Lin Susu immediately covered his mouth with her hand. After all, Jinhao was also a bit concerned about those previous mindings of Lin Susu, coupled with his own identity. Right now, Lin Susu only wanted her foot to get better sooner. As long as her feet got better, she would be restoring her freedom, and she wouldn't be begging so bitterly to others. An overbearing female president like her naturally wanted to get better sooner herself. I don't even mind, you, a big man wouldn't. Would you still care about this? Lin Susu said with a hint of a smile. This was also a small provocation for Lin Susu. Safety, that was also the most important, the python incident in the deserted island, but it left a great shadow in her heart. Of course Jinhao was not a twisted man, since others have said so. If he still dare not, it will seem a little that small family. Jinhao was just about to turn around to carry Lin Susu when he stopped. Now you're the one who asked me to carry her. Don't say that I'm taking advantage of you. When you go to look for herbs later, you have to listen to my command. Jinhao immediately was saying to Lin Susu. These Jinhao definitely had to take precautions in advance, otherwise, that flower thing before had almost killed 2 people. Not only that, it also caused a big misunderstanding. Alright, I'll listen to your arrangement. A big man is so nagging. Can we set off to look for herbs? I'll listen to your arrangement. Lin Susu immediately turned to Jinhao and said with a happy smile. In fact, at this time, Lin Susu already couldn't wait for her feet to get better earlier. Otherwise, her movements were too inconvenient, and she would still be limited by Jinhao in many things. Although Jinhao had already helped her a few times, but how could she, the domineering female president, easily become convinced? Looking at the smiling Lin Susu, whose gentle smile carried a few points of sunshine of its own, Jinhao nodded. At this moment Lin Susu smiled once again. It's true that beautiful women are all very charming when they smile. Jinhao looked at the smiling Lin Susu and secretly said in his heart. Then Jinhao walked to Lin Susu's front and slowly half-squatted down. Lin Susu, looking at Jinhao's broad shoulders, had an inexplicable emotion in her heart. As a woman, she had also thought about living on a man's broad and safe shoulder. It was just that in the imperial capital in the past, which of those men who surrounded her was not for her benefit? At this moment, Lin Susu, directly lying on Jinhao's back. Jinhao did not wear clothes. Lin Susu also only wear one, just that pair of direct zero-distance contact with Jinhao's back. That kind of gentle feeling. Suddenly Jinhao felt the feeling of hot blood surging. At this moment, he suddenly thought, if it is walking, or running up shaking, how would that zero-distance contact feel? Even Qin Hao himself didn't think about it. How could he suddenly think of all this going on? After Qin Hao carried Lin Susu on his back, his hands naturally grasped her thighs from behind, so as not to let her slide down from his back. At this moment, that soft, silky feeling, with Qin Hao's arm and back, zero distance contact, that feeling, there was something that made him want to stop. Let's go quickly. It will be dark if we don't leave again. Just lying on Qin Hao's shoulder, he started to urge. Qin Hao was also not nagging, and immediately agreed, okay. Before setting off, Qin Hao lifted Lin Susu up a bit with both hands to avoid her falling down. This time, Qin Hao carried Lin Susu on his back, and started to go to the deserted island to look for medicinal herbs. Above the unknown deserted island, there were unknown dangers, so Qin Hao carried Lin Susu on his back and advanced carefully. As Qin Hao took a few steps, he suddenly felt a pair of fair arms wrapped around his neck. When Qin Hao had just stood up and started walking, Lin Susu had already tightly wrapped her smooth arms around his neck. Qin Hao had never been involved with these women before, and even when he had merely touched her, she would throw tantrums. Now, she had actually wrapped herself around him. Lin Susu, you're the one who wrapped yourself around me. Don't complain later that I'm taking advantage of you, Qin Hao said during their search for medicinal herbs. They chatted to pass the time. At that moment, Lin Susu gave a cold smile and spoke with a hint of malice in her voice. Trying to take advantage of me? I'll strangle you to death. Lin Susu wrapped her arms around Qin Hao's neck merely to avoid slipping down further. After a few more casual exchanges, they reached the place where Lin Susu had picked the bewitching flower yesterday. Qin Hao had noticed that not far from the bewitching flower, there was a type of herb that could reduce the swelling from Lin Susu's sprained ankle and help her recover faster. Qin Hao spotted the herb he had seen before and headed straight for it. Look, those arrowhead herbs up ahead are what we need. Lin Susu, hearing this, immediately became excited. She kept patting Qin Hao's shoulder and said, let's hurry up and get them. At this moment, Lin Susu was so thrilled that she became animated on Qin Hao's back. The gentle pressure of her body against Qin Hao's back was quite uncomfortable for him. Qin Hao had no choice but to say, don't get too excited. The herbs won't run away. He quickened his pace. However, when they were just 1 meter away from the arrowhead herbs, Qin Hao stopped. He had noticed that there were bees on the flowers next to the herbs, specifically, wild venomous bees with significant lethality. Qin Hao looked up and saw, about 3 meters behind, a huge nest of these bees hidden in the branches of a large tree. These wild venomous bees were extremely sensitive and dangerous, so Qin Hao dared not advance further. He planned to wait for the bees to leave before approaching. But Lin Susu, not wanting to wait, was anxious to get the herbs. Qin Hao, let's go. It's just a few steps away, Lin Susu urged from Qin Hao's back. Qin Hao patted Lin Susu's thigh and said, don't rush. Let's wait until those bees are gone. They are very dangerous and aggressive. You can't even tell a good lie. How dangerous can a few bees be? Lin Susu retorted. If you won't go, I will, Lin Susu said as she struggled to get down from Qin Hao's back and move towards the herbs. Realizing Lin Susu was determined to act recklessly, Qin Hao said urgently, I'm not lying to you. Those are wild venomous bees. Qin Hao's experience as a special forces soldier taught him well about the dangers of the wild. Don't underestimate them. A dozen of these bees can kill a full-grown buffalo. But Lin Susu, not listening, forced her way out of Qin Hao's hold. Qin Hao felt her slide off him. As Lin Susu moved towards the herbs, Qin Hao grabbed her hand and pulled her back. Lin Susu's hand accidentally swatted some of the bees that were collecting nectar, causing one of them to fly away. Seeing this, Qin Hao's face turned pale. He shouted, we're in trouble. Run, it's dangerous. This was Qin Hao's only thought at the moment. He knew the danger of these venomous bees better than anyone. If they didn't run, they could die here. Qin Hao's judgment was indeed correct. The bees immediately began to sting them. What made Qin Hao's scalp tingle was that the previously quiet environment was suddenly filled with the buzzing sound of the bees. Without a second thought, Qin Hao grabbed Lin Susu and ran. With a dozen venomous bees being able to kill a full-grown buffalo, they wouldn't stand a chance if they were swarmed. Ah! What are you doing? I haven't even picked the herbs yet. Lin Susu struggled and shouted as Qin Hao carried her away. Losing the herbs she was about to get made Lin Susu unwilling, of course. Qin Hao shouted, did we not agree that you would listen to me? Those wild venomous bees can kill a full-grown buffalo with just a dozen of them. Look at that swarm behind us. Do you want to die or get the herbs? No matter how much Qin Hao explained, Lin Susu refused to believe him. She continued to struggle, trying to reach for the arrowhead herbs. When she turned her head and saw that the swarm of bees was indeed following them, and a wild rabbit that suddenly appeared was stung to death, Lin Susu's face turned dark. The rabbit had only hopped once before dying. Seeing this, Lin Susu's face went pale, and she immediately wrapped her arms tightly around Qin Hao's neck. She clung to him tightly, terrified of falling and ending up like the dead rabbit. Still struggling? Still not convinced? Qin Hao, running at full speed with Lin Susu, spoke coldly. At this point, Lin Susu was quiet, no longer speaking, and her body was slightly trembling. The swarm of venomous bees behind them was closing in quickly. If Qin Hao hadn't reacted so quickly and started running immediately, they would probably have been turned into a bee nest by now. Given the medical conditions on this deserted island, they would be facing a dead end. As Qin Hao ran with all his might, he was also thinking about how to escape this danger. At their current speed, they would soon be caught by the bees. If Qin Hao were running alone, he might find a way to fight back, but with his hands occupied, he was at a disadvantage. The swarm of bees was getting closer and closer. The buzzing sound of the bees was growing louder. Qin Hao, run faster, they're going to catch up. Lin Susu, clinging to Qin Hao with both hands and pressing against his chest, spoke in a panicked tone, her voice tinged with urgency. You still have the nerve to complain, always ignoring my warnings. Now look, we're in trouble. Qin Hao glanced back at the swarm of bees, assessing their distance. Although he could make an approximate judgment from the sound, seeing it with his own eyes was more reliable. Seeing the swarm, he was immediately drenched in cold sweat. Behind them was a dense swarm of venomous bees, numbering at least 1,000, and they were only about 2 meters away. At their current speed, they would be caught within half an hour. Qin Hao, they seem to be speeding up. Run faster, I don't want to die, Lin Susu said with a hint of tears in her voice, clinging to Qin Hao even tighter. At this moment, Qin Hao was too focused on finding a way to escape the dangerous situation to notice anything else. However, his momentary lapse in attention led him to trip over a medium-sized pebble, which caused him to stumble and almost fall. Ah! What's wrong? Lin Susu, startled by Qin Hao's stumble, screamed in alarm. The bees! The venomous bees are right behind us. They're coming. Lin Susu's face turned pale with fear, her voice trembling as she spoke. Clearly, she was petrified. The buzzing of the swarm seemed to ring like a death knell, growing louder and closer. Lin Susu clung tightly to Qin Hao, burying her face deeply in his chest, as if only in his embrace could she find any sense of security. In this moment of extreme tension, Qin Hao's mind was razor-sharp. He couldn't afford any mistakes now. He needed to come up with a plan to either escape or eliminate the swarm, otherwise, they would face a deadly attack from the bees, ending up like the wild rabbit Lin Susu had seen earlier, dead in an instant. Qin Hao scanned the surroundings, his mind racing. He had to use every advantage at his disposal, or the bees, which were now so close, would claim their lives. As he ran through the wild grass with Lin Susu, the jostling caused her soft body to press against his chest repeatedly. The sensation, combined with the life-threatening urgency, heightened Qin Hao's adrenaline and focus. The buzzing of the bees was now very close, and Qin Hao could almost feel the wind from their wings. It was as if the sound of death was right next to them, trying to drag them into the abyss. His heart pounded rapidly. Since leaving the special forces, this was the first time Qin Hao felt such an immediate threat of death. The sensation was all too familiar to him, though it was still intense. Feeling the old thrill of imminent danger, Qin Hao let out a primal scream, ah! In that moment, Qin Hao tapped into every ounce of his potential. He felt like he had returned to his days as a special forces soldier, drawing on an unprecedented strength. He felt as if he had shed the constraints that held him back, transforming into the formidable warrior he once was. The commanding aura of a battle-hardened soldier seemed to emanate from him, captivating Lin Susu, who was still in his arms. Previously trembling in fear, Lin Susu now found calmness in Qin Hao's presence. His aura of dominance provided her with a profound sense of safety, making her temporarily forget the danger of the bees behind them. Despite the comfort Qin Hao's presence brought, the threat from the swarm of bees was still very real, and they remained in grave danger. Lin Susu had never expected that the so-called waste son-in-law of the Wang family in the capital would be so remarkable. She was greatly astonished, realizing that she had grossly underestimated him. No, she had been blind. The truth was, Qin Hao had intentionally hidden his abilities due to an agreement. The moment he unleashed his full potential, his running speed increased significantly. In just a few minutes, he managed to create a relatively safe distance between themselves and the swarm of venomous bees. At this point, both Qin Hao and Lin Susu finally breathed a sigh of relief. So, she's really that capable and brave? Lin Susu murmured softly, looking at Qin Hao's rapid sprinting. Although her voice was barely audible, Qin Hao heard it and replied with a smirk, "Yeah, just now you realized? I've always been quite brave. There are many things you don't know about me." With that, Qin Hao raised an eyebrow at Lin Susu. Ah! Oops. This was the first thing that crossed Qin Hao's mind. A large tree trunk lay across their path, and he didn't notice it in time. He tripped over it, stumbling and almost falling. Seeing Qin Hao lurch towards the ground, Lin Susu, who had just regained her composure, was terrified and her face turned ashen. "Don't worry, my skills won't let me fall," Qin Hao said with a touch of pride. For an ordinary person, tripping over a large obstacle at such high speed would certainly result in a dramatic fall. But for a seasoned warrior like Qin Hao, it was different. The moment he hit the tree trunk, Qin Hao had already planned his next move. To avoid dropping Lin Susu, he performed a backflip and rolled forward. Using the momentum from the fall, he engaged his core and legs to execute the maneuver. He landed on his back, perfectly protecting Lin Susu. As Qin Hao executed the move, Lin Susu, while in mid-air, could truly feel his exceptional skills. In this critical moment, a new problem emerged. The challenge was that Qin Hao needed to protect Lin Susu while escaping from the bees. If not for this responsibility, Qin Hao could have used other methods to evade the swarm once again. Lin Susu was deeply moved by Qin Hao's abilities. Every woman wants a dependable shoulder to rely on. Unexpectedly, as Qin Hao performed the maneuver, Lin Susu tightly embraced him and kissed him. It was a sudden and unexpected move. Moreover, Lin Susu didn't care about the urgency of escaping. She clung to Qin Hao's neck and wrapped her legs around his waist, not intending to let go. At this moment, Qin Hao couldn't afford to stop or even slow down due to Lin Susu's actions. The swarm of bees, which had resumed their pursuit after the brief stumble, was now less than half a meter behind them. The recent tumble had disrupted Qin Hao's rhythm, and the bees were closing in fast. The deadly threat from the swarm would not show any mercy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Qin Hao felt the chilling breath of death once more. However, Lin Susu, holding him tightly, remained unshaken, as if she knew she was safe in his arms. Just as Qin Hao grit his teeth, ready to make a final desperate effort, he saw a glimmer of hope not far ahead. Qin Hao, now filled with hope, felt a surge of excitement. The shimmering surface of the lake ahead seemed to promise salvation. The unexpected stumble had truly caught him off guard, but now he saw a potential escape route. Without hesitation, Qin Hao took a giant leap and soared into the air above the lake. The swarm of venomous bees, not expecting him to accelerate at this critical moment, followed in hot pursuit. However, they were too late. As Qin Hao descended towards the lake, the bees, buzzing angrily, were only inches away from him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The dense swarm of bees appeared to be agitated as Qin Hao leapt into the air. Just as the bees were about to swarm him, Qin Hao and Lin Susu plunged into the clear lake. Splash! They fell into the water together, with the force of their impact propelling them downward. The swarm of bees, mindlessly following, also dived into the lake, but with such speed that most of them were left floating on the surface. Only a few bees, having narrowly missed the dive, lingered near the surface before eventually leaving in search of their prey. Underneath the water, the lake's bottom was a beautiful sight, but for Lin Susu, the situation was becoming dire. Despite the serene surroundings, she maintained the same position she had been in, struggling to adapt to the new environment. After a while, Qin Hao noticed only a few black dots of the remaining bees on the surface and deduced that either the bees had been dealt with or had departed. Qin Hao, capable of holding his breath longer than most due to his special underwater training, was in a better position. However, Lin Susu, not accustomed to such conditions, was beginning to show signs of distress. Her body was thrashing around, and she was expelling bubbles from her mouth, her face turning a deep red as she struggled to surface for air. Her desperate movements and the need for oxygen made it clear that she was in serious trouble. The bees were still guarding the surface, and emerging now would likely result in being attacked by the remaining swarm. Qin Hao knew he had to act fast. He couldn't let Lin Susu drown or risk her life by surfacing too soon. Drawing on his special training, he decided to help her breathe underwater temporarily. Realizing Lin Susu's condition was critical, with her face now contorted in panic, Qin Hao took the drastic step of providing her with air through mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Initially, Lin Susu was shocked and resisted, unable to accept the proximity of Qin Hao, the so-called waste son-in-law of the Wang family. Her identity as the daughter of a prominent jewelry magnate and a proud, untouchable CEO made the situation even more jarring. Despite her resistance, Qin Hao remained focused on keeping her alive. His training and determination were crucial in this life-or-death moment. Lin Susu struggled fiercely, but Qin Hao's stern gaze seemed to say, "If you don't want to die, cooperate." Seeing the black spots on the lake's surface, Lin Susu had no choice but to stop struggling for now. After all, nothing is more important than life. At that moment, under the lake, Lin Susu and Qin Hao were pressed together. Although Lin Susu was extremely unwilling, she had no choice but to accept it in order to survive. An ambiguous atmosphere spread through the lake's depths. Qin Hao held Lin Susu tightly to facilitate the life-saving breaths. The surrounding lake water was soft, and the warm, soft feeling from Qin Hao contrasted sharply with the cold water around them. At this point, the few bees on the lake's surface seemed to have lost patience and had left. Seeing this, Qin Hao immediately swam upwards. Due to the lake's depth, Qin Hao had to use his legs to push against the water, which took some effort during this time. While swimming up with Lin Susu in his arms, he experienced a new kind of satisfaction. It was the first time in years that Qin Hao felt such a sense of exhilaration while swimming. Whoosh! Splash! After some effort, they finally emerged. The moment they broke through the surface, the feeling of relief and comfort was indescribable. "The bees are gone, we're safe now," Qin Hao said, letting Lin Susu down. Initially, Lin Susu wanted to slap Qin Hao for his actions underwater, but he had saved her life, so perhaps her reaction was a bit excessive. Although she was drawn to Qin Hao's heroic performance earlier, being rescued involved a very direct and intimate kiss. Eventually, Lin Susu pushed Qin Hao away and coldly said, "Shameless." Qin Hao was not inclined to argue and pointedly said, "Are we going to pick those arrowhead plants or not? Do you want me to carry you, or will you walk? Think carefully." At this, Qin Hao said with a mocking smile, "Walk? Can I walk? I would have begged you before. Men aren't worth much." Lin Susu gritted her teeth, her face showing clear anger. She frowned and remained silent, cursing internally. When under someone else's roof, one must bow their head. Annoyed, Lin Susu stomped her foot and immediately winced in pain. At this moment, she was so angry that she forgot her foot hurt. Her stomp had triggered the pain again. In reality, Qin Hao wasn't a petty person, but Lin Susu's behavior had been quite irritating. Even clay figures have some temper. The atmosphere was now awkward. Lin Susu was used to being domineering and accustomed to people in the capital yielding to her. However, this man before her seemed quite different from the people she was used to. Thinking back to the recent danger, Qin Hao could have left her behind and saved himself, but he had risked his life to rescue her, which showed his desperation. How many people in the world would do that for her? Having realized this, Lin Susu was unsure how to speak to avoid further awkwardness. "Hey! Are you going to hold a grudge against a helpless woman? Let's go. We need to gather herbs before it gets dark." Lin Susu's tone softened, and she smiled as she slowly extended her arms. Here's the translation of the passage into English. Qin Hao wasn't a petty man. Without saying much, he simply carried Lin Susu on his back and headed towards the location of the medicinal herbs. He first glanced around, feeling an odd sense of unease about the area, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly why. This was a habit he developed during his time as a special forces soldier, so he paid extra attention to his surroundings. After confirming that there was no immediate danger, he began moving forward. Although most of the bees were dead, Qin Hao remained cautious and proceeded carefully. This time, they encountered no further danger and successfully collected the arrowhead herbs. Upon returning to their makeshift tent, Qin Hao furrowed his brow and stopped in his tracks, staring intently at the front of the tent. Footprints. These look like human footprints, Lin Susu said, intrigued by the tracks. She immediately got down from Qin Hao's back. Her billowing skirt acted like a parachute, allowing her to land safely. "Do you think they could be from people from the Emperor's cruise ship? Or maybe from someone my father sent to rescue us? Or perhaps from the island's natives?" Seeing the human-like footprints, Lin Susu was elated. She had been hoping for someone to come and take her back, yearning for this moment every second. After spotting the footprints, Lin Susu began to look around the tent, trying to see if the person or other creatures who made the tracks had left. Even so, Lin Susu only circled around Qin Hao, not daring to venture too far. She was well aware of the dangers on this deserted island. Hao, seeing her hopeful expression, genuinely didn't want to shatter her hopes. However, when they returned and saw the footprints, he immediately checked the markers he had left behind. He discovered that his markers had been disturbed. This indicated that not only had someone been here, but they had also stayed for a while. If it were just a passerby, the markers wouldn't have been touched. Even wild animals would not have disturbed his markers unless they had overturned the tent. The most troubling part was that the person who had disturbed his markers had actually tried to restore them. Unfortunately, they didn't have the skills that Hao had. Hao's special markers were designed for single use, a habit he developed from countless life-threatening situations as a special forces soldier. Looking at the markers, Hao said flatly, "The situation may not be as simple as you think." This statement left Lin Susu a bit dazed. She immediately shouted at Hao, "Are you really going to crush my hope with just a little bit left?" Fuming, Lin Susu stomped into the tent. Hearing this, Hao was baffled. "What did I say?" Ignoring Lin Susu, Hao went to collect some firewood nearby. "You stay here. I'll gather some firewood," Hao told Lin Susu inside the tent. Seeing that Lin Susu didn't respond, Hao assumed she was still upset and continued to gather wood. In reality, while Hao said he was gathering firewood, he was actually inspecting the surrounding area. The footprints in front of the tent and the disturbed markers made every abnormal sign in the vicinity concerning. He needed to thoroughly check the area. These habits were ingrained from his years as a special forces soldier and were crucial to his survival in numerous jungle missions. Hao first habitually checked the short knife on his leg, then began to thoroughly inspect the area around the tent. He carefully examined the grass, shrubs, and trees, finding no signs of disturbance or any anomalies. Even the bushes and branches showed no signs of being broken. After this thorough inspection, Hao found no irregularities nearby. This was the best possible outcome. He then set a few small traps around the area to alert him if anyone approached. With everything set, Hao returned to the front of the tent with the firewood and two oddly shaped stones he had collected. He tended to the fire, adding some dry wood and placing the prepared python meat on the spit to roast. After that, he cleaned the freshly collected arrowhead herbs and began to grind them on the peculiar stones. These herbs were meant to help with Lin Susu's still swollen feet. Soon, the aroma of the roasting snake meat filled the air. "The roast is ready, come out and eat," Hao called to Lin Susu. Earlier, while inspecting the area, he had also picked some spices and used processed sea salt. The scent was quite appealing. Lin Susu emerged upon smelling the delicious aroma, but her face still showed signs of unhappiness. Her shattered hope had left her feeling very distressed. Hao seemed to understand her feelings. "I understand how much you want to go back, but for now, you should focus on getting your foot healed." His words had the desired effect, and Lin Susu's expression softened as she stepped out of the tent. When she saw the herbs Hao had prepared, her anger dissipated significantly. "Come here, let me apply the medicine," Hao said, having finished preparing the arrowhead herbs. Lin Susu, acting like a well-behaved child, sat in front of him, following his instructions. "Will it hurt?" she asked nervously. "If it does hurt, I'll be gentle," Hao reassured her. Seeing Lin Susu so anxious, Hao couldn't help but smile a little. Was this really the domineering CEO Lin Susu he knew? He gently took Lin Susu's delicate, pale foot in his hands. The smoothness and fair skin, the perfect arch of her foot, Hao thought to himself that she was indeed a beauty from the capital city. Even her feet were charming. "I'm just applying the medicine, it won't hurt," Hao said as he carefully applied the prepared herbal paste to the slightly swollen area of her foot. Finally, he used a piece of white cloth to wrap around her foot, helping the medicine reduce the swelling more effectively. Throughout the process, Hao was focused and precise, and Lin Susu felt very comfortable. As Lin Susu watched the man in front of her, diligently applying the medicine, her initial nervousness gradually faded, replaced by an accelerated heartbeat. Her autumn water-like eyes gazed quietly at Hao at that moment. Lin Susu wasn't sure what she was feeling. "All done. After changing the medicine a few more times, your foot should be almost healed," Hao said, finishing the treatment and looking up at Lin Susu. Their eyes met for a brief moment. "Oh. Thank you," Lin Susu said, clearly flustered, and immediately looked away. Noticing her embarrassment, Hao smiled and said, "It's nothing. The meat is ready, let's eat." Lin Susu, still slightly embarrassed, glanced away and responded, The days passed quickly, and Lin Susu's foot had healed. During these days, Hao remained highly alert, paying close attention to any signs of movement around them. However, everything remained calm and uneventful. I need to get some fresh air. I've been cooped up in the tent for too long, Lin Susu said, feeling restless now that her foot was better. She decided to go outside for a walk. Be careful and don't go too far, Qin Hao advised kindly, aware of the strange footprints that posed an uncertain risk. Lin Susu didn't respond, merely waving her hand as she left, leaving Qin Hao with only her graceful silhouette. Qin Hao was now busy tidying up the tent, keeping a watchful eye on Lin Susu to avoid any mishaps. He had set up a simple shelter, but since they would be staying here for a while, he needed to make sure it was secure against the elements. Over the past few days, while patrolling the area, Qin Hao had gathered a variety of wild fruits and edible herbs to improve their diet. He had almost finished setting up the tent, cleared the surrounding weeds, and even roasted some fish. After a considerable amount of time had passed, Qin Hao began to feel uneasy. He hesitated to search for Lin Susu immediately, unsure whether he would disturb her or if she would be upset. Why don't I hear her humming anymore? Qin Hao's attention snapped back to alertness. Sitting by the fire, he strained to listen, but the familiar sound of Lin Susu's humming was absent. Without hesitation, Qin Hao sprang to his feet, his first thought being to rescue her. Despite Lin Susu's domineering attitude, she had other admirable qualities: her exquisite face, a waist that could be held in one hand, her fair skin, and a well-proportioned figure. The title of the most beautiful woman in the capital city was no exaggeration. Qin Hao habitually touched the short knife on his leg, seeking reassurance from its presence, and then darted off in the direction Lin Susu had taken. After following her trail for a while, he finally spotted her. Lin Susu was smiling, following the footprints on the ground, which she hoped might lead her back. Determined not to miss this chance, Lin Susu had decided to follow the footprints without informing Qin Hao. As soon as Qin Hao saw Lin Susu following the tracks, he rushed forward to stop her. "Where are you going?" Qin Hao grabbed her hand firmly and demanded. Lin Susu, now with her foot healed, was adamant about not letting Qin Hao interfere with her chance to find a way back. "Let go. This is none of your business. If you don't go back, then I still need to go back." Lin Susu's voice was icy as she tried to pull away from Qin Hao. "I understand how you feel, but until we know more about these footprints, we can't act recklessly," Qin Hao said. "There might be a danger to your life. And I've promised to take you back." Looking at the footprints, Qin Hao frowned. The tracks seemed densely packed, with some overlapping. If it were a rescue team, there should have been some noise earlier. By the time you take me back, it'll probably be too late. Don't think that just because you've helped me a few times, I'll listen to you. I just want to go back now. And watch your behavior, it's not proper for men and women to be pulling at each other. Lin Susu, her face flushed with anger, forcefully wrenched her hand from Qin Hao's grasp. Qin Hao was taken aback. This woman changes mood so quickly, even Sichuan opera face changing might not keep up with her. Before Qin Hao could finish his thought, he heard a piercing scream from Lin Susu. Lin Susu's scream instantly snapped Qin Hao to attention, his eyes narrowing. Before he could catch up, he saw Lin Susu running toward him, her face pale with fear. "There's a monster up ahead. Run!" Lin Susu shouted as she fled. Qin Hao spotted a creature with black fur trailing behind her. He frowned. Though he had encountered various wild animals in jungles, wilderness, and primitive forests, he had never seen such a black-furred beast. Even though he hadn't seen this particular creature before, it emanated a sense of danger. Qin Hao prepared to run. He had considered helping Lin Susu, given her recent injury, but remembering her previous dismissive attitude towards his advice, he decided against it at that moment. Lin Susu, seeing Qin Hao turning to leave, gritted her teeth and continued to run, regretful of her earlier dismissive comments. She couldn't believe that her refusal to listen had led to this peril. In her high status in the capital, she was used to being catered to, but here on this island, everything was different. The danger was real, and her thoughts irrationally fixated on Qin Hao. When Lin Susu first saw the black creature, she was terrified and her legs trembled. But seeing Qin Hao gave her a sense of safety, reminding her of the protection he had previously provided. With her injury, Lin Susu couldn't outrun the beast. After a few seconds, Qin Hao heard her cry for help. "Qin Hao, help me!" Lin Susu screamed, her hands reaching out toward him as she was being grabbed by the black-furred monster. Hearing her plea, Qin Hao's heart softened. He immediately spun around, drawing his short knife. With a powerful flick of his wrist, he hurled the blade with incredible speed toward the monster holding Lin Susu. The knife flew swiftly through the air with a whooshing sound, piercing the creature's forehead. The beast, caught off guard, fell lifelessly before it could even call for help. Woo woo! At that moment, Lin Susu, overwhelmed with fear, burst into tears and ran towards Qin Hao. She deeply regretted not heeding his advice. Qin Hao, Lin Susu began, but before she could finish, another black-furred monster sprang from the nearby bushes. Identical to the first, it grabbed Lin Susu and ran off. The footprints left by this new creature matched the ones in front of their tent. Ah! Ah! Help! Lin Susu cried out as she was lifted onto the monster's shoulder. She desperately tried to hit its back, but her efforts were futile against the creature's strength. In the chaotic, overgrown terrain, the black-furred monster moved swiftly as if it were on solid ground. Seeing this, Qin Hao rushed forward, his agile motion with the short knife stunning the black-furred creature lurking in the shadows. Qin Hao rushed out like a bullet, extremely fast. The black-haired monster carrying Lin Susu seemed to sense the danger behind him and looked back. Qin Hao's face was grim. In this place with many obstacles and messy weeds, he ran as fast as him, and even surpassed him a little. Qin Hao ran wildly, bringing gusts of wind, bending the weeds around him. Put her down immediately, I'll spare your life. Qin Hao shouted immediately. But the black monster had no intention of stopping. Qin Hao saw Lin Susu, who was about to cry, and immediately comforted her. It's okay, I'm here to save you. At this moment, Qin Hao's words sounded like the sound of nature to Lin Susu. Just now, Lin Susu saw that the black monster tore a jumping rabbit with his hands and ate it directly. She didn't know what would happen to her if she fell into the hands of these monsters with such cruel means. Qin Hao, I'm sorry. I really know I was wrong. I just want to go back so much. At this time, Lin Susu was carried by the black monster, crying bitterly. The black monster seemed to be dissatisfied with what Lin Susu said, and carried her hand and squeezed it tightly. Ah! At this time, Lin Susu screamed in pain. Qin Hao looked at the monster with black hair for a while. The distance between them was gradually narrowing, but the black monster carried Lin Susu and its speed was greatly reduced. Qin Hao did not expect that on this deserted island, the speed of this black monster was almost the same as his. Ah! Qin Hao suddenly accelerated and hit the black monster's back with a straight punch. After one punch, the black monster's back was sunken. The black monster screamed and was hit because of the loss of balance. Its speed slowed down. Seeing this, Qin Hao rushed forward and punched the monster on the head without saying anything. This punch knocked the monster down. The black monster threw Lin Susu aside, turned over with a ferocious black face, and punched directly. Facing the black monster's punch, Qin Hao had been prepared, but Qin Hao still didn't expect that it would punch so fast. The black monster's punch hit Qin Hao's face directly. Qin Hao turned his face sideways and a gust of wind passed by. Boxing. Qin Hao's first reaction at this moment was that the black monster used human boxing. But this was not the time to think about these. When Qin Hao turned his face sideways, the short knife in his right hand directly reached the monster's neck. Such a life-and-death battle used some killing moves. Of course, Qin Hao knew these very well, and these were what the Special Forces training required. But the black monster seemed to want to use up his last bit of strength to take Qin Hao's life. The hand that swung the punch directly swept horizontally, wanting to hurt Qin Hao. Qin Hao had thought of this move before, so he swung his body sideways and kicked the black monster hard. Then, with the help of the rebound force, he drew off the short knife with his right hand and kicked the black monster back repeatedly, keeping a safe distance from him. After Qin Hao pulled out his gun, the black monster immediately covered its neck with its hands. But its artery was punctured by Qin Hao, and the gushing black blood kept flowing down its hands. Awu! The ferocious black-haired monster suddenly made a strange cry. Its eyes were full of ferocity and anger, and at this moment it wanted to vent on Lin Susu. It turned around immediately, and without the burden of Lin Susu, its speed was very fast. It was really because of its extremely fast speed that the falling blood floated in the air for a circle, and it rushed towards Lin Susu. Before, in order to capture Lin Susu, their own companions had already died, and they had to capture Lin Susu. Even if they died, they had to drag someone down with them. Lin Susu, who was standing there and dared not move, was completely scared. Just when she saw the black monster, her spirit was already stretched to the extreme, no matter how domineering she was in the imperial capital before. Even if Lin Susu was walking sideways in the capital and making a big fuss, she didn't feel panic in such a situation. The only thing that could give her a little pressure was her mother's urging her to get married. For other things, she, a domineering president, didn't feel a bit of panic. Lin Susu was not an ordinary rich family, a spoiled woman. Those women who had never really seen the world showed their cowardice and incompetence when they encountered a little danger, and could only rely on their families for help. But Lin Susu was different. She completely borrowed her father's fame and built her company completely by her own ability. But at this time, Lin Susu's spirit had been scared and collapsed. When she really faced the unknown creatures and the threat of death, her face was already pale. The black monster covering her neck was only 2 meters away from Lin Susu. With the help of the fast running speed, the sole of the foot stepped on the ground, and the wasteland sank directly. However, the blood flow from the injured neck pulse was gushing out like a fountain due to its intense movement. Oh whoa! In the bloodshot eyes, there was a fierce killing intent, as if this grab was going to directly break Lin Susu's neck. Faced with this sudden attack, Lin Susu was frightened and her spirit collapsed. When she reacted and wanted to escape, it was too late. Seeing the black-haired monster that was already close at hand, Lin Susu retreated again and again. In a panic, her feet accidentally hit a big rock and fell backwards. When the black-haired monster saw Lin Susu falling, his fierce face was a little satisfied. It seemed to say, "I have gained a lot to have such a beautiful woman to accompany me." Lin Susu, who was pale with fear, looked at the black claws stretched out by the black monster with a face full of horror. She seemed to be scared silly, and she didn't even know how to shout to Qin Hao next to her. However, just as the black monster had a triumphant smile on his face, a sharp dagger suddenly appeared in front of it. At the same time, Qin Hao's tall figure appeared in front of Lin Susu, blocking the attack of the black monster. At this time, the black monster had no time to think about why Qin Hao, who was behind it, appeared in front of it and Lin Susu. Lin Susu, who fell to the ground, looked up at Qin Hao, who was standing in front of her to save her. Lin Susu was so scared in the face of danger that she didn't know how to dodge even when the black-haired monster rushed over. That is, when Lin Susu was in danger, the tall figure appeared in front of him once. In the previous Python incident and the poisonous bee incident, Qin Hao rescued her at every critical moment. Every time Qin Hao appeared, he seemed like a god of war, which fascinated Lin Susu. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that Qin Hao originally gave up Lin Susu and ran away by himself. But Qin Hao appeared in front of Lin Susu at the first time and saved her. When Lin Susu saw Qin Hao now, it was as if she saw the hope of her survival, and her face immediately eased. But that look was staring at Qin Hao all the time. On the surface, there was nothing wrong, but there were huge waves in her heart. Even if a person can save you once by coincidence. But Qin Hao risked his life many times and saved himself again and again. At this moment, Lin Susu saw Qin Hao fighting with the black-haired monster, and it was as if a string was plucked in her heart. Her eyes seemed to have changed when she looked at Qin Hao. Although she didn't know it herself, the slight smile on her face had betrayed her. It was already the end of the road, the end of her life. The black-haired monster wanted to use up his last strength to take Lin Susu to heaven. However, Qin Hao, who frightened the black-haired monster, appeared unexpectedly. "Fight, this is his final destination." The black-haired monster roared first. Its eyeballs were immediately covered with bloodshot, and the whole person seemed to have changed. The originally black hair began to grow surprisingly. The black-haired monster, who was originally ferocious, was now full of viciousness. In the blood-red eyes and the smelly mouth, the white teeth were seen. The black arm can be seen expanding with the naked eye, and the thick arm has explosive power. The black fist hit Qin Hao directly, and the fist wind whistled, and the strong wind blew with a foul smell. The speed of this punch was extremely fast. Qin Hao, who saw this punch, felt it was difficult and frowned. Squinting his eyes slightly, holding his short knife tightly in his right hand, the whole person showed a kind of combat readiness. At this time, Lin Susu saw the black-haired monster rushing over, frowning and covering his nose. Seeing Qin Hao blocking her, Lin Susu felt a warm sense of security. I saw Qin Hao holding the knife with one hand, squinting his eyes slightly, and the whole person's mental temperament changed subtly at this moment. Holding the broken Qin Hao with one hand, he took a step forward, as if he had merged with the sharp short knife, and pierced the air with one knife. This subtle change gave the enemy a sense of danger, but it was a sense of security for his own people. However, just when Qin Hao was about to come into contact with the black monster, a strange scene appeared. The black monster fell straight down, and its bloodshot eyes were full of reluctance and anger. I didn't expect it to suddenly increase its strength. It probably used to win by this method, but it ignored the broken artery in its neck. Qin Hao walked in front of the black hair monster, frowned and kicked the black hair monster and said, "Although this time, it was easy to solve this black hair, but I don't know if there are other black hair monsters." At this time, Qin Hao didn't think so much. He just turned around and saw Lin Susu looking at him seriously with full concentration. And that look made Qin Hao feel a little embarrassed. At this time, when Lin Susu saw Qin Hao looking back at her, she actually lowered her head slightly embarrassedly, and her face was a little shy. Lin Susu lowered her head, not knowing where to put her hands just now. Qin Hao appeared in front of her when she was between life and death, and saved her from the black-haired monster. Lin Susu lowered her head slightly, but her eyes tried to look up, but her heavy head couldn't let her look. But she wanted to see the brave man in front of her. At this moment, Lin Susu's heart was beating wildly, but when she thought of Qin Hao's identity, Lin Susu was embarrassed again. This Qin Hao used to be a famous waste in the imperial capital. How could he have such skills? Facing the previous Qin Hao, Lin Susu often mocked and laughed at him. Especially in front of Wang Ruoyun, she often laughed at Qin Hao. Thinking of what she had done to Qin Hao in the past, Lin Susu suddenly lowered her head again. It was as if she was a girl who had done something wrong, and she didn't dare to look Qin Hao in the eye. The complicated expression on her face made people feel a little strange. She never thought that Qin Hao, who was despised before, would be so amazing at this moment. Lin Susu's mind suddenly flooded with various scenes from the past. All these scenes were her many encounters in the imperial capital, but they were completely opposite to what she encountered on the deserted island. The more dangerous a person is, the easier it is to see the essence of some things. Just like everything Lin Susu encountered on this deserted island, she saw Qin Hao's bravery and invincibility, and gave her a sense of security. At this moment, Lin Susu's heart had a little dependence on Qin Hao. Maybe even she herself didn't know, but when she was in danger, the first person she thought of was Qin Hao. Just when Lin Susu had countless thoughts in her mind, Qin Hao came over. There was a bit of heaviness on his cold face, as if the danger here had not been eliminated at all. What are you in a daze? Go quickly, there may be other black-haired monsters here. Qin Hao frowned and said softly in a low voice, as if he was afraid of alarming the danger lurking around. Qin Hao stretched out a hand, but he didn't look at Lin Susu, but looked around with that sharp directness. This is a deserted island. The bushes and weeds of different heights can perfectly hide those black-haired monsters in the dark and launch a sneak attack on Qin Hao and Lin Susu. After hearing Qin Hao's words, Lin Susu finally reacted. Seeing Qin Hao's outstretched hand, she didn't know what to do for a moment. In Lin Susu's heart, she used to look down on this useless son-in-law Qin Hao. She also had a face-off with Qin Hao before, and her face was a little hot. But now on this deserted island, her original view was completely broken. What are you dawdling about? Do you want to die? If you want to live, get up and follow me. At this time, Qin Hao lost his patience because he felt that the weeds around him were moving. His face was a little ugly, and he shouted in a low voice. Lin Susu didn't dawdle at this time. She directly stretched out her hand and grasped Qin Hao's hand. Qin Hao only felt his hand softened and a little warm. At this time, without waiting for Lin Susu to react, he directly pulled Lin Susu over and hugged her with one hand. With a solemn look on his face, he looked around and had to find a favorable way to escape from this wasteland. Lin Susu, who was originally held by Qin Hao for a moment, felt nervous and unwilling. She didn't expect Qin Hao to hold her around his waist, and she immediately struggled. What are you going to do? Put me down. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you saved me. Lin Susu immediately screamed, with a complicated expression on her face, struggling constantly around Qin Hao's waist, and her delicate hands kept beating Qin Hao. The soft feeling, Qin Hao didn't have time to feel it at this moment. Don't move, there are still a few black-haired monsters hiding here. We must leave here immediately, otherwise it will be really troublesome. Qin Hao had a solemn expression on his face, looked around, and didn't forget to hold Lin Susu tightly in his hands. The wind rustled the tall grasses around Qin Hao and Lin Susu, and a faint, unpleasant odor wafted through the air. Despite Qin Hao's efforts, Lin Susu, who was held tightly around his waist, didn't seem to listen to him and kept struggling. Put me down, I can walk myself. You pervert, what are you going to do to me? Qin Hao frowned, feeling an inexplicable sense of danger as he was momentarily delayed by Lin Susu's shouting. The foul odor grew stronger again. Ignoring Lin Susu's protests, Qin Hao pushed off the ground with his foot, creating a small crater. He then dashed forward at high speed, the surrounding grass whipping against him. Ouch, that hurts. Qin Hao, put me down, my legs and feet hurt. Lin Susu continued to cry out and hit Qin Hao in frustration. The grass around them was pushed away as Qin Hao raced through, and the branches hitting Lin Susu's pale skin were indeed painful, but Qin Hao didn't have time to consider that. With a calm expression and sharp eyes focused on his escape route, he shifted Lin Susu to his back. This maneuver, however, was somewhat awkward as it required moving her entire body. Lin Susu, feeling the unusual and intimate contact, blushed deeply. She had never experienced such close physical contact with a man before. Flustered and her heart racing, Lin Susu shouted, "Xin Hao, you're being a pervert." "Ah! Put me down." Lin Susu bit into Qin Hao's shoulder and continued to struggle and hit his shoulders. At that moment, she seemed to forget the danger she had just faced. "Geez, so much for good intentions," Qin Hao muttered inwardly, feeling the sharp bite from Lin Susu. He had only put her on his back to prevent her from being cut by the sharp grass. Qin Hao ignored Lin Susu's complaints and focused on escaping the dense grass. Meanwhile, the black-furred monsters hiding among the chaotic grass had originally been approaching slowly. But upon realizing Qin Hao was aware of them and was fleeing, they emerged from their hiding places. Several of the black-furred monsters, similar to the one Qin Hao had killed earlier, appeared from the grass. Their black fur emitted a foul powder as they chased after Qin Hao, and their breath was filled with an awful stench. The grass they passed through turned pitch black from the powder. "Enough! If you don't want to die, stop resisting. Are you stupid? Can't you smell the stench around us? If I really wanted to be a pervert, do you think you'd still have a chance to struggle?" Qin Hao smacked Lin Susu's rear end with one hand and shouted coldly at her. Lin Susu was startled by his harsh tone. Her hand, which was raised to strike, froze in midair, unsure of whether to continue. Her expression became blank, and she fell silent, realizing that if Qin Hao had intended to harm her, her injury would have been the perfect opportunity. Lin Susu's resentment faded. She started to understand that Qin Hao was not the kind of despicable person she had feared. Although this didn't mean much, it reassured her that Qin Hao wasn't as malicious as she had thought. Lin Susu quieted down and stopped causing trouble. Qin Hao noticed the change in her behavior but had no time to dwell on it. The black-furred monsters were still hot on their trail. Qin Hao quickly reached the area where they had set up their tent, which contained a fire and other useful items. He knew that fire was a significant threat to fur-covered creatures, and it was his best option for dealing with the danger behind them. Lin Susu stopped struggling on Qin Hao's back, and Qin Hao's pace noticeably quickened. The rushing wind created by the passing leaves whipped past Lin Susu's ears. She turned her head to look behind her. However, as she glanced back, she saw the black-furred monsters rapidly closing in through the tangled grass. The monsters were making strange, menacing growls, goo goo goo. Seeing this, Lin Susu's expression changed drastically. Her initial complaints about Qin Hao quickly turned into urgent pleas. She tightened her grip around Qin Hao, her face filled with panic. She certainly didn't want to be caught by those foul-smelling monsters again. The memory of being captured sent a shiver down her spine. Trembling, she pressed herself firmly against Qin Hao's back, her face anxious. "Hurry, Qin Hao, run faster. They're getting closer. I don't want to be caught by them again." As Lin Susu spoke, she continued to flail her arms and legs in distress. Qin Hao, fully aware of the black-furred monster's speed, had no intention of slowing down. He had already experienced their speed firsthand. Hearing Lin Susu's urgent pleas, Qin Hao knew that the black-furred monsters were indeed closing in. His expression turned calm and indifferent. "Keep it up if you want. Why have you stopped complaining?" Without waiting for Lin Susu's reply, Qin Hao accelerated his pace. The black-furred monsters increased their speed as well, sensing the danger of Qin Hao carrying someone in his chosen direction. Qin Hao was heading towards the area where they had set up their tent, which contained some traps and a fire, something that fur-covered animals feared. One of the black-furred monsters emitted a strange sound, goo goo goo, followed by the rest of the monsters loudly howling, woo woo woo. As their voices faded, about 8 of the black-furred monsters sped up again, trying to capture Qin Hao and Lin Susu immediately. Their speed was so fast that in a short time, they had closed the distance to about 5 meters. The stench became overwhelming, making both Qin Hao and Lin Susu's faces grim. The danger signal and the foul atmosphere were stifling awe. "Qin Hao, they're right behind us. Hurry up!" Lin Susu, who had been calm on Qin Hao's back, became frantic as she saw a black claw reaching out towards her, trying to grab her. Yet Qin Hao's speed didn't increase. The black-furred monster's claw reached out again. Lin Susu, continually looking back, was on the verge of tears. Even though she was the most beautiful woman in the jewelry industry of the capital, her crying was still captivating. Her legs trembled uncontrollably, one hand gripping Qin Hao's neck tightly, while the other hand pounded frantically on his back. "Hurry, Qin Hao, hurry! We're about to be caught. I don't want to be grabbed by them." At this point, Lin Susu began to cry, her eyes brimming with tears. Xin Hao didn't look back, only tightening his hold on Lin Susu with both hands. He focused on the path ahead, noticing that his traps were not far off. While the traps wouldn't kill the black-furred monsters, they would effectively slow them down. However, one of the black-furred monsters seemed to anticipate Xin Hao's plan. With a furious roar, its eyes bloodshot, and its speed visibly increased. At this moment, its foul-smelling black claw was only a fist's distance away from Lin Susu. Lin Susu screamed in terror on Xin Hao's back. Lin Susu, now overwhelmed by fear and tears, realized how naive she had been earlier. Her previous actions had wasted precious time, and now they were paying the price. With a panicked expression, Lin Susu stopped looking back and threw herself fully onto Xin Hao's back, pressing down hard. She tried to lean forward as much as possible to increase the distance between herself and the black-furred monsters. As Xin Hao ran at top speed, he suddenly felt two soft masses pressing against his back. The warmth and softness in the midst of this intense situation felt oddly out of place. However, Xin Hao's focus remained sharp, as the stench around him grew stronger, indicating that the black-furred monsters were closing in, and it wasn't just one but a group. The stench in the air signified the threat of death. The black-furred monsters, sensing their prey was so close, became even more excited. They could not let Xin Hao and Lin Susu escape. Woo! The black-furred monster behind them suddenly grew more animated. Its previously expressionless black face now revealed a grotesque smile. Several more black-furred monsters followed, their claws reaching out greedily toward Lin Susu. The nearest one's claws were almost touching Lin Susu's clothes. At this point, Lin Susu clung desperately to Xin Hao, her previous concerns forgotten. She could feel the imminent danger right behind her, knocking at her back. The constant threat of death, looming so close, was a brutal test of one's willpower. Despite her previous domineering presence as a CEO, Lin Susu now seemed like a fragile, terrified woman. Through her tearful sobs, she cried out, "Xin Hao, hurry! I won't be so naive in the future." Her tears, hot and heavy, dripped onto Xin Hao's shoulder. The heat from her tears softened Xin Hao's irritation, melting it away. "Don't worry. We'll get out of this safely. Trust me." The way Xin Hao spoke at this moment was soothing, as if he were shielding Lin Susu from the storm. Hearing this, Lin Susu felt reassured, as if she had found a safe haven. She cried openly, her tears flowing freely. With her hands and legs gripping Xin Hao tightly, and her head resting firmly against his back, she found some solace in his presence. Just then, a black-furred monster close behind used its long claws to tear Lin Susu's white dress. "Woo, woo!" The tearing sound of the fabric elicited excited cries from the monsters behind, as if celebrating their impending capture of Xin Hao and Lin Susu. Despite the dire situation, Lin Susu surprisingly didn't scream but continued to silently weep on Xin Hao's back, her tears never ceasing amid the danger. Xin Hao finally spotted the traps he had set. Seeing them, he knew that they would be able to escape the immediate threat. "Our chance is coming. There are traps up ahead. Look for the red markers." Xin Hao knew Lin Susu was at her breaking point and needed hope. He tried to provide that hope. The excited black-furred monsters behind them were unaware that just ahead, traps were waiting to confront them. Xin Hao, carrying the fair and beautiful Lin Susu on his back, dashed desperately towards the marked trap area ahead. The stench of the black-furred monsters was overwhelming, and in this life-or-death situation, Xin Hao had no time to think about anything else. The black-furred beasts were closing in fast. "Woo, woo!" The black-furred monsters, seeing Xin Hao and Lin Susu so close, grew increasingly excited. Hearing their roars, Lin Susu tensed up, her hands clutching Xin Hao even tighter. For someone like Lin Susu, who was used to having everything under control and surrounded by bodyguards in the capital, this kind of life-threatening experience was unprecedented. Although she had faced danger before, her high status and personal security had shielded her from the direct threats. Now, faced with these black-furred monsters, the outcome if they were cornered would likely be a deadly struggle, with no hope of survival on this deserted island due to the lack of medicine. Just as it seemed they would be surrounded, a sudden whoosh broke through the air. Xin Hao, carrying Lin Susu, reached the marked trap area just in time. A massive tree trunk, as thick as an arm, flew through the air. The powerful impact pierced through the air. Boom! The tree hit the black-furred monsters with a muffled sound, sending several of them flying away. Woo woo woo! The black-furred monsters, only a step away from Xin Hao and Lin Susu, were flung back by the impact. At this moment, Xin Hao rushed to the fire he had prepared. The monsters behind them were initially slowed down by several traps. The unexpected branches, stones, and other obstacles had thrown them into disarray. When they saw the growing flames from the fire Qin Hao was stoking, they retreated rapidly, as if facing the scythe of death. Phew, we're finally safe. Get down. It's safe now. Seeing the black-furred monsters retreat, Qin Hao sighed in relief. However, Lin Susu, still on his back, made no move to get down, merely shifting her head slightly and blinking. Qin Hao, now half squatting by the fire, tended to the flames, making them burn even brighter. Lin Susu remained comfortably draped over his back, enjoying a sense of security she had never felt before. Whether it was the comfort of Qin Hao's makeshift cushion or the safety he provided, she didn't want to move. Resting her head on Qin Hao's shoulder, her eyes, like autumn water, gazed quietly at the man who had just saved her. Her arms, as white as jade, were wrapped tightly around his neck. Qin Hao, having stopped, was enveloped by Lin Susu's alluring scent. He could feel the softness of her white arms with just a slight turn. The warmth of her body against his back was intensely comforting. Lin Susu, it's really safe now. With the fire, they won't dare come close. Even if they do, the traps I set around are more than enough to deal with them. Get down. We still have other things to do. At this, Qin Hao gently patted Lin Susu's back. Reluctantly, she slid off his back and softly murmured, After just getting off Qin Hao's back, Lin Susu's face was flushed with embarrassment. Not only that, but Lin Susu also appeared a bit flustered, not knowing whether to stand or sit at this moment. The once proud and domineering female CEO now seemed like a shy and demure lady, a stark contrast to her previous self. Even her gaze towards Qin Hao had changed. The disdainful and condescending look had vanished, replaced by a gentle and tender expression. Not just others, even Qin Hao felt the difference. As he looked at the shy and beautiful Lin Susu from the capital's jewelry world, Qin Hao felt his blood begin to boil. This side of Lin Susu was something he had only seen after arriving on this deserted island. Previously, in the capital, he had never seen her like this, always the arrogant princess of the Lin family. After the intense battle they had just been through, Qin Hao now felt a bit restless. Sit down and rest for a moment. I'll get you some water to drink and find you a new set of clothes, Qin Hao said, trying to change the subject as he felt his heartbeat quicken. He then turned to get water and clothes for Lin Susu from the box, which still contained many pieces of clothing. After all, it was better to change the clothes that had been torn by the black-haired monsters to ensure there were no toxins or harmful substances. Lin Susu pushed her hair away from her face and tucked it behind her ears. As she sat down, she looked at Qin Hao's movements and, upon hearing his words, her previously calm demeanor suddenly turned anxious. She reached out and grabbed Qin Hao's hand. Don't go, I'm scared. Lin Susu's eyes, as clear as autumn water, looked up at Qin Hao, her gaze full of vulnerability. Her delicate and smooth hand tightly grasped Qin Hao's somewhat rough hand. At that moment, Qin Hao's heart skipped a beat. He turned to look at Lin Susu, who appeared both charming and pitiful, making Qin Hao's heart race even more. His blood seemed to boil, especially as her gaze from above offered an enticing view. Qin Hao swallowed hard, reminding himself that he had a wife with whom he had a commitment and that he must keep control of himself. It's okay. We're not in danger right now, Qin Hao said. I'm just going to get some clean water from this tent. After that, you should change your clothes. We can't be sure if the clothes torn by those black-haired monsters have toxins or other harmful substances. As Qin Hao gently moved his feet and squatted down slowly, he spoke to Lin Susu. Given the immense danger they had just faced, he needed to calm Lin Susu's emotions. But at this moment, Lin Susu's eyes remained fixed on Qin Hao, her hand still holding his, without any intention of letting go. The atmosphere between them felt a bit ambiguous, with the crackling of the fire adding to the mood. Qin Hao never expected that, from their initial meeting where she wanted to beat him up, things would change so completely. After facing such life-threatening danger, Lin Susu's attitude towards Qin Hao had begun to shift. Under the ambiguous atmosphere, the two of them looked at each other. Unconsciously, Lin Susu's face slowly turned red. It was unclear whether it was due to the nearby fire or some other reason. Bang. Just as the atmosphere was reaching its peak and the two were naturally drawing closer, suddenly, a spark flew past them. Both of them immediately straightened up, and Lin Susu still held Qin Hao's hand. Let's do this, I'll stay outside and keep watch while you change your clothes inside, Qin Hao said, not knowing why he suddenly suggested this. After all, Lin Susu was the most beautiful woman in the jewelry world of the capital, and the idea of her changing clothes inside while he guarded outside was something he would have never imagined before. Hearing Qin Hao's words, Lin Susu's face flushed with embarrassment. She tightly squeezed his hand as if to vent her frustration. After all, she was a girl changing clothes while Qin Hao, a man, stood outside. Given their current relationship, this situation felt quite awkward. "Humph, you're a pervert," Lin Susu said with a shy smile, finally showing some color on her face at this moment. Lin Susu spoke to Qin Hao with a gentle look, no longer the cold and contemptuous gaze from before but one filled with warmth and other emotions. Seeing Lin Susu joking and speaking, Qin Hao felt relieved. At least she was calming down and no longer as tense as before. This way, Qin Hao could more confidently check the situation with the black-haired monsters later. "Quickly go and change. Your clothes are already in tatters," Qin Hao said with a mischievous smile. He took Lin Susu's hand and led her towards the tent just a few steps behind them. Qin Hao followed mainly to ensure there were no other dangers and to reassure Lin Susu. Although he had checked the markers he made around the tent and found no problems, Lin Susu still clung to him tightly. As Lin Susu approached the tent, she hesitated to enter. She was genuinely afraid of the black-haired monsters and wondered, could there be any black-haired monsters inside? Seeing Lin Susu stop, Qin Hao took the initiative and entered the tent. Only then did Lin Susu release his hand. Watching Qin Hao enter the tent, Lin Susu felt a wave of emotions. She hadn't expected that the Qin Hao she once looked down on would now give her such a sense of security. What was happening to her? Could it be that Qin Hao was always this outstanding? Why didn't I notice before? If Qin Hao seemed so reliable and reassuring, why did Wang Ruoyan divorce him? What kind of person is Qin Hao really? At this moment, Lin Susu's mind was filled with countless thoughts. She pondered over the difference between the Qin Hao she knew in the capital and the one she saw on the deserted island. It was the same person, but why was there such a significant difference? Or had Qin Hao been hiding his true self before? Before Lin Susu could sort out these thoughts, Qin Hao had already come out of the tent. It's safe inside. Go ahead and change your clothes. I'll stay here and won't go far. Qin Hao's words brought Lin Susu back to the present. Though his words sounded a bit strange, they gave Lin Susu a great sense of security. Lin Susu, with a shy face, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and bent her slender waist to enter the tent to change. At this moment, Qin Hao sat back down by the fire. What exactly are these black-haired monsters? Are there any other creatures on this island? As Qin Hao pondered these questions, Lin Susu emerged from the tent in a new set of clothes. When she appeared, Qin Hao's eyes were glued to her, unable to look away from the beautiful woman for even a moment. What are you daydreaming about? Lin Susu teased as she approached. Qin Hao, feeling embarrassed, replied, No, nothing, it's just that you look really beautiful. Upon hearing this, Lin Susu tucked her hair and sat down shyly. Ahem. Qin Hao cleared his throat awkwardly. He immediately began fiddling with the fire, changing the subject. We noticed that the black-haired monsters are still nearby. I might need to go out and deal with them. Hearing this, Lin Susu suddenly became anxious. She quickly looked around in a panic and then at Qin Hao, asking, Then what should we do? The appearance of the black-haired monsters made Qin Hao anxious. If he were alone on the deserted island, he would have 100 ways to deal with these creatures. However, with Lin Susu around, ensuring her safety while also dealing with the monsters became much more challenging. After all, Lin Susu had never received any training, and her previous skills were useless against the black-haired monsters. We'll stay put for now and see if they come closer. I'll look for an opportunity to scout, Qin Hao said also. I think those black-haired monsters are quite troublesome and have a strong sense of revenge. While Qin Hao continued to add wood to the fire and kept an eye on the surroundings, he was uncertain whether the black-haired monsters would charge straight at them. As Qin Hao finished speaking, there was a rustling noise coming from the grass to the right rear. Upon hearing the noise, Lin Susu immediately moved closer to Qin Hao, gripping his arm tightly. She looked towards the right rear with a panicked expression. Qin Hao quickly grabbed a few large pieces of firewood from the fire and threw them with precision. Boom! Boom! Whoosh! Ugh! Ow! The grass in the right rear area immediately ignited, accompanied by the screams of the black-haired monsters. Boom! 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 Suddenly, a large fire erupted in the area where the noise had come from, and Qin Hao and Lin Susu turned to see two black-haired monsters running around in the grass, their bodies engulfed in flames. They even rolled on the ground, but the flames on their bodies showed no sign of extinguishing. While the black-haired monsters were frantically running around, they inadvertently triggered the traps Qin Hao had set. Stones appeared as if raining down on the monsters rolling on the ground, followed by a series of sharp blade traps. Although these traps might not be lethal, they would certainly ensure that the black-haired monsters would not survive. The black-haired monsters, observing from a distance, howled in frustration. Lin Susu clung tightly to Qin Hao's arm, pressing her body close to him. "It's okay, don't be afraid. They won't survive in my traps," Qin Hao said. "We need to stay alert. The remaining black-haired monsters might come back to retaliate. We need to ensure the firewood is sufficient. Let's gather some more." Qin Hao squinted as he observed the two black-haired monsters still triggering his traps, knowing they had no chance of survival. However, the black-haired monsters in the distance were watching them closely. As Lin Susu helped Qin Hao gather firewood, she looked at the two burning black-haired monsters and asked, "Why can't the fire on them go out?" Qin Hao glanced at the burning monsters and replied, "I added something to the firewood that poses a lethal threat to animals with fur." This skill was something Qin Hao had learned during his training in the wilderness. That's why he had rushed to the firewood pile with all his might earlier. With enough firewood gathered, Qin Hao and Lin Susu returned to the fire. "Tonight is going to be the most difficult night," Qin Hao said as he added wood to the fire. "We have to lure them all here and kill them." He knew that going out might not completely eliminate the black-haired monsters and could put Lin Susu in danger, so he decided to lure the monsters to their doom. Lin Susu, still feeling uneasy with the sun not yet fully set, looked at the grass blown by the wind. She moved closer to Qin Hao, snuggling up to him as if that would make her feel safer. Lin Susu, snuggled up to Qin Hao, suddenly looked up with a fearful expression, her eyes glistening with tears. "Are we going to die here? Qin Hao, I really want to go home right now. I miss my dad and my mom." "Whoa whoa." As Lin Susu spoke, she began to cry softly. She then curled up, hugging her knees tightly and resting her chin naturally on them. In the dimming light of the evening, the firelight cast a glow on Lin Susu's face, making her enchanting beauty seem to illuminate the darkness of the deserted island. Qin Hao looked at Lin Susu, unsure of how to comfort her. He simply patted her back gently. "We won't die. The ones who will die are the black-haired monsters. Don't worry. We will definitely make it back." Qin Hao then leaned down and whispered in Lin Susu's ear. After a moment of whispered words, Lin Susu, with tears still in her eyes, smiled and lightly hit Qin Hao as if to express her frustration. To calm Lin Susu's emotions, Qin Hao stayed by her side while remaining vigilant of the black-haired monsters hiding nearby. 3 days passed like this. Another pitch-black night fell, and the black-haired monsters that had been hiding not far away finally seized the opportunity when Qin Hao and Lin Susu began to doze off. After several days of high-intensity alertness, both Qin Hao and Lin Susu were starting to feel fatigued. Over the past few days, the black-haired monsters had been constantly attempting to ambush them, but Qin Hao's traps and the unextinguishable fire had neutralized every attempt. However, maintaining such high alertness for days on end had drained their spirits. In contrast, the black-haired monsters seemed to possess endless energy, continually lurking in the distance. At this point, Lin Susu had fallen asleep from exhaustion. Qin Hao gently placed her inside the tent, setting up a few more traps to ensure her safety. After completing his preparations, he set out, habitually checking his short knife. Just then, there was unusual movement in the grass to the left front of the fire. Qin Hao's icy eyes seemed to pierce through the grass as he quickly observed the situation. He then reversed his grip on the black, serrated short knife and dashed out like lightning. Whoosh, whoosh. In just a brief moment, the black-haired monster attempting to scout the traps was severed head from body. Under the cover of the night, Qin Hao's movements were so swift that the monster didn't have a chance to emit any warning sounds. As he severed the monster's neck, Qin Hao felt as if he had returned to his days as a special forces soldier in jungle warfare. In such perilous environments, he had survived through sheer skill and tenacity. After killing one black-haired monster, Qin Hao immediately set his sights on the remaining ones. In just a minute, he accurately located the remaining black-haired monsters. Hiding behind a tree large enough to embrace 3 people, Qin Hao peeked out to assess the situation. Following Qin Hao's line of sight, 6 black-haired monsters waited not far away, seemingly expecting a report from the monster Qin Hao had just killed. But they would never receive it, as the monster had been killed instantly by Qin Hao. Without any burdens, Qin Hao's agility and speed were exceptional, and he was very adept at such stealthy assassinations. Hiding behind the tree, Qin Hao grinned, his smile resembling that of a demon from hell. Holding the serrated black knife in reverse grip, he quietly moved forward, ready to unleash a bloody assault. After Qin Hao determined the positions of the black-haired monsters, he lowered his body as much as possible to avoid their sight. The night on the deserted island was as dark as ink, and only with the help of the stars and moonlight in the sky could he barely see clearly. Bang, puff. The wind and waves on the sea continued, and the sound of insects on the deserted island continued to ring. On such a night, Qin Hao, who had fought in the jungle, had experienced countless such nights and had developed the ability to see in the dark. Qin Hao, who moved forward with the help of the knight, slowly approached the black-haired monsters. At this time, Qin Hao moved without any sound, and the sound of his breathing and heartbeat was suppressed to the extreme. It was not difficult for Qin Hao to deal with several black-haired monsters alone. But if one of these black-haired monsters sneaked into Lin Susu's tent while he was fighting with others, things would be troublesome. At this time, Lin Susu was sleeping quietly beside the fire in the tent. The even breathing sound, up and down, makes people drool. In the past few days, Lin Susu, who had never stayed up late for a long time, was very tired after staying up late for several days, so she fell asleep. Just when Qin Hao was waiting for an opportunity in the dark night, one of the 5 black-haired monsters suddenly seemed to have discovered something unusual and slowly approached Qin Hao. The black-haired monster widened its eyes, poked its head out, and walked over. Qin Hao, who had been hiding in the bushes, saw the black-haired monster coming over and clenched the short knife with black ridges in his hand. He had to kill it with one blow, otherwise it would probably alarm the other 4. At this time, the black-haired monster was only 5 meters away from Qin Hao. 4 meters. 3 meters. 2 meters. 1 meter. When the black-haired monster was only 1 meter away from Qin Hao, when he was about to attack, he suddenly heard the cries of the other 4 black-haired monsters. The black-haired monster, which was still moving forward, suddenly stopped, then turned around and made strange noises towards the monsters. At this moment, Qin Hao knew that his chance had come. Action! Qin Hao bent over and jumped out like a frog in the dark night. Swish! Qin Hao cut off the black-haired monster's head at a very fast speed. Due to the speed, the black-haired monster, which had been killed, still kept turning around. The black-haired monster in this state did not arouse the suspicion of the other 4 monsters at all, and they were still waiting in boredom. But Qin Hao was different. He knew that it was only a matter of time before the black-haired monster fell, and the black-haired monsters would soon find out. With only 4 monsters, Qin Hao judged that he could quickly deal with 2 of them, and the last 2 would not be a big problem. The moment Qin Hao landed, he immediately rushed over quickly. In the dark night, with the cover of the sound of the waves, the black-haired monsters had no idea that Qin Hao was holding the knife of death and rushing towards them. Bang! Just a moment after Qin Hao rushed out, the black-haired monster he killed had already fallen to the ground. The sound of falling to the ground immediately awakened the other black-haired monsters. Awa, awa. The 4 black-haired monsters immediately made strange noises. However, while they were making strange noises, Qin Hao had already killed them from behind. The black-haired monsters, who were alert, felt the breath of danger, and instantly turned their hands, and swung the dark palm directly. Damn, these black-haired monsters react so quickly. Qin Hao cursed secretly at this moment. It was precisely because the reactions of these black-haired monsters were sensitive enough that they must all be killed tonight. Before Qin Hao landed, the 4 black-haired monsters had already pounced on him. The 4 black-haired monsters exuded a strong, foul odor that was carried by the wind towards Qin Hao. In this moment, Qin Hao had a close-up view of these creatures for the first time. Their appearance was strange, neither fully human nor entirely monkey-like. They were completely black, but under the moonlight, a faint glow emanated from them, accompanied by a hint of mist. This phenomenon astonished Qin Hao. What kind of creatures were these? What kind of deserted island was this? Questions swirled in Qin Hao's mind, but he had no time to ponder them now. The 4 black-haired monsters lunged at him. In a dire situation, Qin Hao immediately leaned back, using the ground's force to propel himself upward. As his feet left the ground, he kicked forcefully at the attacking monsters. The recoil from his kick sent him sliding backward through the air. The black-haired monster struck by his kick stumbled backward, but the remaining 2 were not hit. Arf! The remaining 2 monsters charged at him, their dark claws aiming to tear through Qin Hao's chest. Their speed was incredible, and the sound of their claws slicing through the air was deafening. The 2 monsters came from either side, seizing the opportunity. At this moment, Qin Hao was airborne and had no points of contact. Arf, arf! The black-haired monsters seemed to be making triumphant and victorious sounds. However, they had underestimated Qin Hao. With a deft movement, he drew his serrated black knife and slashed backward mid-air. Using the strength of his waist, Qin Hao carved a perfect arc in the air, killing 1 monster with a single stroke. Another monster struck Qin Hao with a powerful blow. Boom! The massive impact sent Qin Hao flying. Ugh! The black-haired monsters emitted anguished cries and went berserk, jumping around wildly and beating their chests as if in great sorrow. Thrown by the blow, Qin Hao tumbled forward and collided with a tree, finally coming to a stop. Cough, cough. I didn't expect these black-haired monsters to be so powerful, Qin Hao muttered. They seem to have emotions. Leaning against the tree, Qin Hao had blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, creating a stark contrast under the moonlight. The already enraged black-haired monsters now detected the smell of blood. Their remaining 3 sets of eyes turned blood red. Even their movements changed, one of them suddenly sprinted off in the opposite direction. Damn it, is it going after Lin Susu? Qin Hao's first reaction was alarm. If that was the case, it would be problematic. Qin Hao took a decisive step forward and faced the attacking black-haired monsters head-on. Stab! The short knife penetrated the neck of one of the monsters with a clear sound bang. As Qin Hao struck with his knife, his other hand was busy too, delivering a blow that sent another black-haired monster reeling backward. Seeing that one of the monsters had already fled, Qin Hao was anxious. He needed to end the fight quickly. He kicked out and then swiftly withdrew his short knife, taking down the black-haired monster he had just kicked. With the 2 remaining monsters dealt with, Qin Hao realized that the one which had run away had been at it for a while. The speed of these monsters was comparable to his own, and the distance to the tent by the fire was not very far. Panic set in as a bad premonition gripped him. He immediately began to chase after the fleeing monster. The fire beside the tent was burning, and the firewood in the fire was crackling. Lin Susu in the tent had been staying up late these days, and she was mentally exhausted, so she slept very deeply at this moment. Voila voila. The black-haired monster kept running in the grass, making a harsh sound at this time. The black-haired monster seemed to know that Lin Susu was in the tent. It rushed to this direction with all its strength. When this black-haired monster saw Qin Hao killing his companion, it seemed to know that it was not Qin Hao's opponent, but it must get Lin Susu's meat. So it gave up fighting with Qin Hao and rushed directly to Lin Susu's tent. Woo woo! The black-haired monster made a low roar, with red eyes and extremely fast speed. When the black-haired monster saw Lin Susu sleeping in the tent, it immediately became energetic. Its judgment was not wrong. Just when Qin Hao was still fighting with the other 2 black-haired monsters, this black-haired monster had already reached the outside of the tent. Ah! Help! Qin Hao, help! The piercing screams immediately spread across the deserted island, and Lin Susu kept calling for help. Qin Hao, who had just dealt with the black-haired monster, was rushing over quickly at this moment. Qin Hao's face was as cold as frost, as if a layer of ice was spread on his face. Lin Susu, don't be afraid, I will definitely save you. At this time, Qin Hao said in his heart that as a man, if he couldn't even protect a woman, he would not be worthy of being a man. Qin Hao was like a cheetah running fast at this moment, his speed was extremely fast. However, at this moment, the black-haired monster had already bypassed the fire, picked up Lin Susu and ran away. On this deserted island was the home of the black-haired monster, and it immediately chose the best way to escape. But the black-haired monster forgot the trap set by Qin Hao, and a sudden bow and arrow came directly to its face. But the black-haired monster seemed not to see it and took the arrow with one hand. Help! Put me down, you monster! You know who I am. If you don't put me down, I'll let my father kill all of you monsters. Lin Susu shouted in panic. At this time, Lin Susu was struggling constantly. Although the black-haired monster emitted a foul smell, she did not cover her mouth and nose. Perhaps at this moment, she was so nervous that she forgot about the smell. At the moment when Lin Susu was picked up by the black-haired monster and rushed out of the tent, Lin Susu had already collapsed. The previous black-haired monster had left her with a huge psychological shadow. Qin Hao, where are you? Come and save me. Qin Hao, Qin Hao. At this time, in addition to struggling desperately, Lin Susu kept shouting Qin Hao's name in her heart. At this moment, Lin Susu had nothing else to rely on. If there was anything, it was only Qin Hao. The black-haired monster ran fast, occasionally looking at Lin Susu in his arms, drooling non-stop. The pain of losing his companions disappeared completely at this moment. It seemed that after getting Lin Susu, it would not care even if it sacrificed more companions. Qin Hao hurried back to the tent, and saw the trap on the side was triggered, and followed without stopping. Even in the dark, it did not affect Qin Hao's speed at all. Qin Hao also chased in the direction of Lin Susu's voice. Awoo, awoo. The black-haired monster, holding Lin Susu and fleeing, suddenly let out an excited howl. It seemed to be showing off to Qin Hao, flaunting its prize while belittling him as a failure. Lin Susu, hearing the monster's strange cry, immediately covered her ears, her face contorted with extreme distress. With tears streaming down her face, she struggled fiercely, initially threatening the monster and, seeing that it was ineffective, then pleading desperately. However, the black-haired monster remained indifferent, merely drooling as it glanced at Lin Susu. The sight of the monster's slobbering made Lin Susu feel nauseous. She wished she could jump into a bath and scrub away the stench for 3 days and nights. Hearing the monster's sounds, Jinhao's brow furrowed. Although he couldn't understand the meaning of the monster's cries, such noises were clearly not a good sign. From his observations, Jinhao knew these black-haired monsters were intelligent and not just mindless beasts. The monster's howls exposed its location, allowing Jinhao to follow the sound. Although he sensed there might be some trickery or danger involved, he pressed on with determination to rescue Lin Susu. As he chased the sound, Jinhao's speed increased, and soon he saw a black silhouette carrying a person in white clothes. It was indeed the black-haired monster abducting Lin Susu. Jinhao, hurry up. Jinhao, come save me. Lin Susu was on the brink of collapse, her mind and eyes solely focused on Jinhao. Seeing him in pursuit reignited her hope. She knew Jinhao's capabilities well. He had previously saved her from dangers like the python, the venomous bees, and other black-haired monsters. The fleeing black-haired monster noticed Lin Susu's agitation, seemingly aware that Jinhao was catching up. In Lin Susu's moment of distraction, the monster's mouth curled into an evil smile, as if it was plotting something. Its gaze shifted toward a small hillside not far ahead, and the smile became even more pronounced. Lin Susu was surprised to see that, unlike before when the monster would drool at the mere sight of her, it was now surprisingly dry-mouthed. She sensed something was off but had no time to ponder further as the monster turned its gaze back to Jinhao. It gave him a contemptuous look, as if to say, "Come and get me if you can. If you catch me, I'll give her back." The monster left Jinhao with a meaningful smile, though its dark appearance made the expression hard to fully discern. Jinhao, once a top special forces soldier, was not accustomed to being dismissed in this manner. A mere black-haired monster was nothing compared to the numerous challenges he had faced, including those not even recorded in textbooks. Despite the mocking, Jinhao was determined. He recognized the significance of the monster's actions and knew he had to follow it to the hillside to rescue Lin Susu. Suddenly, Lin Susu felt the black-haired monster accelerating, and she realized that Jinhao was falling further behind. Panic-stricken, she felt utterly unsafe. In her frantic state, she beat the monster repeatedly and struggled, shouting, "Put me down! Put me down! Jinhao, hurry and save me! I don't want to die, Woo woo!" Seeing that Jinhao couldn't keep up with the monster, Lin Susu began to cry in desperation. The domineering CEO facade she usually maintained was gone, replaced by sheer terror. When faced with life and death, the will to survive overwhelmed everything else. At that moment, Jinhao recalled the times he had saved his comrades. When he was unable to save one who was right in front of him, the thought spurred him on, and his speed increased dramatically. The wind whistled past his ears, bending the grass around him. Seeing Jinhao closing in, Lin Susu's tearful face lit up with a smile. A sudden warmth filled her heart, an unspoken reliance on Jinhao growing stronger by the moment, something even she didn't fully realize. The black-haired monster seemed to sense Jinhao's approach and ran even harder. As they continued to chase each other in the dark, the distance to the small hillside ahead grew shorter. The closer they got to the hillside, the more uneasy Jinhao felt. Sure enough, within a few minutes, the black-haired monster took advantage of the terrain and darted into the hillside. The rugged path became increasingly difficult for Jinhao, but the monster moved as if unaffected. For Jinhao, however, the uneven terrain and dense tree branches made progress challenging. He was concerned about the possibility of encountering more monsters, knowing that his only weapon was a short knife. If a large group of black-haired monsters appeared, Jinhao could only ensure his own safety, with no guarantee of rescuing Lin Susu. The atmosphere grew more tense as Jinhao's anxiety spread, shadows deepening around him. At that moment, a branch snapped ahead, signaling an opportunity. The black-haired monster nearly stumbled. Seizing the chance, Jinhao grabbed a sturdy branch and, with the precision of a skilled marksman, hurled it at the monster. Phew! The branch struck the monster's neck perfectly. The black-haired monster's face contorted with rage, and it began to howl loudly. Ah woo! Ah woo! Ah woo! Ah woo! The howls grew louder, and the monster showed no sign of stopping. Its eerie cry seemed to be drawing attention from something in the vicinity, and it rushed toward a dark spot distinct from its surroundings. Although Jinhao didn't know the monster's intentions, his instincts warned him that it couldn't be good. Lin Susu, seeing the wounded monster, began to struggle violently. Jinhao took the opportunity to catch up and remove the branch that had pierced the monster. Thud! The black-haired monster fell in front of the dark area. Lin Susu immediately got up and hid behind Xin Hao. Before they could fully escape the perilous situation, voices came from afar. This time, we've definitely got ourselves a black-haired one. Ha ha. When Xin Hao and Lin Susu heard the voices of humans approaching, both of them were startled. They hadn't expected to encounter other people on this deserted island. Xin Hao, it sounds like there are people ahead, Lin Susu said, her face lighting up with excitement. She grabbed Xin Hao's arm and urged him urgently, let's go check it out and see if they're survivors like us, maybe they know how to get back. Lin Susu's previous fear was replaced by nervousness and excitement. She was tired of life on the island, no proper hygiene, no beautiful clothes, and minimal food. Any chance of returning home was one she wanted to seize. However, Xin Hao's expression grew more serious. The possibility of encountering other humans did not bring him relief but heightened his concern. The current situation left them with no clear means of escape, and in a place devoid of civilized order, many things could be unpredictable. Let's hide and assess the situation first, Xin Hao said, pointing in the direction of the voices with a grave expression. It's risky to meet these people before we know if they're safe. Before Xin Hao could finish, Lin Susu, once full of enthusiasm, was now frozen in place, as if someone had thrown cold water on her. She grabbed Xin Hao's arms with desperation and shouted, Xin Hao, I want to go back. Let's at least see if they have a way to get us back. If not, we can leave immediately. I know you're worried about our safety, but what if they do have a way back? They might not be bad people and might not harm us. At that moment, the voices grew louder, and from their conversation, Xin Hao discerned some troubling remarks. Zhang Xiao, how do you find that Li family girl? Zhang Xiao, if we get back, you'd better fulfill your promise. Don't worry. As long as you follow me, there will be rewards for you. Hearing these increasingly disturbing voices, Xin Hao quickly grabbed Lin Susu, trying to pull her back. Let's go. We need to leave now. But as Xin Hao took a step back, Lin Susu stood her ground, refusing to move. Her face was a mix of unwillingness and discomfort, her once beautiful features now twisted with distress. In her mind, Lin Susu thought, he must not want me to go back and is just making excuses. Is there something he wants? Money? Status? But he dismissed those before. Is it because I didn't meet his expectations? Xin Hao was completely unaware of Lin Susu's internal struggles. If he had known, he would have let her go freely without hesitation. If his motivation had been purely financial, he wouldn't have repeatedly risked his life to save her. Despite Xin Hao's attempts to persuade her, Lin Susu remained stubbornly rooted to the spot, unwilling to leave. Just then, the group of people who had been speaking approached. When they saw Lin Susu, the most beautiful woman from the capital's jewelry world, their eyes widened in awe. Are they survivors from that shipwreck? Xin Hao's vigilance heightened, and he squinted at the approaching figures. I didn't expect that there is such a beautiful woman like a fairy on this deserted island. I am not seeing things. Am I dreaming? Is this a fairy descending to Earth? When the group of people saw Lin Susu, they were all drooling. Everyone's eyes were shining as they looked at Lin Susu, wishing they could pounce on her immediately. After seeing this, Lin Susu also felt those unfriendly eyes, and for a moment she was dodging behind Xin Hao. She didn't expect that there would be such a group of people. They looked like two different people from the Lin Susu who was particularly determined to stay. In fact, Lin Susu was very disappointed at this time. She originally wanted to see if it was someone on the Emperor. As long as you meet someone whose status is not too bad, you should have a chance to go back. The worst-case scenario is to meet an acquaintance and ask him how to go back. But when she saw the big and strong men in front of her, her hope was shattered. After seeing this situation, Xin Hao immediately turned around and left. He held Lin Susu's hand with one hand and held his black-ribbed short knife with the other hand. Xin Hao's face was very calm at this moment, because these people were vulnerable in his eyes. Just when Xin Hao and Lin Susu turned around and left, an angry roar suddenly came from behind them. Stop! You want to leave like this without our consent? Swish! A wooden arrow was directly inserted beside Xin Hao. At this time, a man with a scar on his face waved a big stick in one hand, raised his head and squinted at Xin Hao and the others and said contemptuously, Yes, you want to leave like this? This beauty is ours. Ha ha ha. At this time, a man with a pointed mouth and monkey cheek suddenly said loudly, and that wretched smile seemed to have won Lin Susu's heart. Even what he was going to do to Lin Susu later, he had already gone through his mind several times. Faced with a beautiful woman who looked like a fairy, how could they let her go so easily? Several people immediately bypassed the trap they set up, quickly ran to Qin Hao and Lin Susu, and blocked their way. Get out if you don't want to die. At this time, Qin Hao immediately roared. The hand holding the dagger was ready to attack at any time. At such a moment, it was absolutely impossible to take it lightly. You. What are you going to do? Seeing that the big and strong man suddenly surrounded her, Lin Susu was also frightened by such emotions. At this moment, Lin Susu began to regret not listening to Qin Hao's words. Boy, you can leave if you want to, but leave this girl behind. Before I change my mind, you'd better behave yourself, otherwise. The scarred man shouted at this time. I, scarred brother, killed 3 tigers and a giant crocodile on this deserted island. You bastard, you better know your place. Otherwise, the women will be left behind and the men will be killed. Ha ha ha. The burly men proudly told the heroic deeds of the scarred man in front of Qin Hao and Lin Susu. After they finished speaking, the one with a pointed face and monkey cheeks stretched out his hand to pull Lin Susu over. Bang! Qin Hao kicked him without saying a word. The man with the pointed chin and monkey cheeks did not expect Qin Hao to dare to attack in front of them. When Qin Hao kicked him, he was completely unprepared, mainly because he saw that Lin Susu was too beautiful, and his wild mood surpassed everything. Ah! Puff! The man with the pointed chin and monkey cheeks was kicked away by Qin Hao, and he screamed in the air, spitting out a mouthful of black blood, floating in the air. Such a situation directly shocked the others present. They did not expect this person to be so brave, and he was a martial artist. What's wrong with a martial artist? A person only has a pair of fists, but they have 4 or 5 people. These people were stunned for a while, and then they roared, Boy, you dared to hit my brother, you are looking for death. Everyone come together. The scarred man looked very ugly, and he shouted immediately. At this moment, the other people picked up wooden sticks as thick as their arms and rushed up. Go ahead, kill this man, and the woman will be ours. Maybe after Master Zhang enjoys them, he will give us a few women. Ha ha ha. They were all very angry. The man who was kicked away was their brother. At this time, they found a perfect excuse, so they had more reason to fight with more people in front of the beautiful Lin Susu. Don't fight. It was just a misunderstanding. We are the survivors of the shipwreck on the Emperor. My father is the richest jeweler in the capital. At this moment, Lin Susu saw that the situation was not good. She looked panicked and kept waving her hands, trying to stop these people. But how could these people listen to her at this time? On this deserted island, it was already amazing to be able to survive. If they wanted to go back, they could only think about it now. Especially the scarred man. At this moment, he was thinking about how to hit Qin Hao from behind. The scarred man shouted loudly and waved the stick in his hand frequently, but he didn't come forward. Only the 4 little minions were stupid enough to come forward. Qin Hao saw this situation and smiled evilly. You guys are just a bunch of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Qin Hao just pulled Lin Susu and easily avoided the siege of several people. When he broke through the siege, he directly stabbed a bald man's arm with a backhand. Qin Hao dodged the attacks of several people with ease. Not only that, she also pulled Lin Susu firmly behind her and protected her very well. Lin Susu was frightened when she saw the wooden sticks coming, and then every time she was cleverly pulled by Qin Hao, she could easily avoid the attack. During the gap of dodging the attack, Lin Susu suddenly looked at Qin Hao in front of her. At this moment, Qin Hao seemed to have turned into a hero, saving himself from attacks again and again. Just when Qin Hao thought he had perfectly dodged all the attacks, the scarred man behind him suddenly appeared in mid-air, and the big wooden stick in his hand fell directly from the sky. Holding the stick tightly in both hands, he smashed it down fiercely from a high altitude. The scarred man suddenly attacked Qin Hao, looking smug, thinking he could succeed. Ah! Qin Hao, behind you! Lin Susu also reacted at this time, but it was too late. The stick was almost reaching Qin Hao's head. But Qin Hao didn't even turn his head. He directly held the knife with his backhand and easily blocked the scarred man's stick. No, impossible. Just now I was looking for a perfect opportunity to sneak attack. Do you have eyes behind you? No. No. At this time, the scarred man was shocked, his eyes were almost popping out, and he couldn't believe what he saw. Stop it, you actually attacked Miss Lin Susu, damn it. At this time, a sudden voice came from the direction where the scarred man had just appeared. A sudden voice came, and the scarred man and several other people all stopped. Then a man in trousers and a white shirt appeared. The man had a square face, thick black hair and eyebrows, and a pair of peach blossom eyes. The moment he appeared, his eyes did not pass over Lin Susu immediately. Are you all deaf? She is Miss Lin Susu of the Lin family of the Imperial Capital Jeweler. What did I tell you before I came out? If you meet someone on the Emperor, you must treat them well. Is it the way to treat guests to meet with knives and sticks? Pa! The square-faced man who had just walked out at this time slapped the scarred man in the face. He looked like a big brother, and then kicked several younger brothers one by one. He also scolded them one by one, and then strode to Lin Susu. The few people who were beaten and scolded lowered their heads and said nothing. Miss Lin, I'm glad to see you here. The square-faced man was very respectful in front of Lin Susu. The situation in the field suddenly changed, which made Lin Susu, who had been in a state of shock, stunned. Then he looked at the man in front of him, and seemed to think for a while in his head. You seem to be. Zhang. Lin Susu kept thinking in her mind at this time, but when she was in the imperial capital, she met upper-class people, and she only had a slight impression of the man in front of her. Yes, I am Zhang Liangfeng Wine Industry, which is my family's company. Zhang Liangfeng smiled and immediately helped Lin Susu recall Zhang Liangfeng's family is in the wine industry, but his family is only second-rate and third-rate in the imperial capital's wine industry. It has always been impossible to get ahead, and his family has tried every possible way, but still no breakthrough. Just when everyone had tried their best, their family decided to use marriage. So Zhang Liangfeng set his sights on Lin Susu. Lin Susu's family is the number one in the imperial capital's jewelry industry, and their head is from a first-class family. And the chief director of the Lin family's jewelry industry has only one daughter, Lin Susu, so there are many people who covet Lin Susu. When she was in the imperial capital, Lin Susu was basically too lazy to meet people like Zhang Liangfeng. But the situation at this time is completely different from when she was in the imperial capital. Oh. So you are Zhang Liangfeng. I remember that your family is in the wine industry. Lin Susu seemed to remember something. Zhang Liangfeng had approached her many times before, but was rejected. How did he get on the emperor? Is the emperor strictly controlled? Isn't it said that only people from first-class families can participate? At this time, Lin Susu suddenly had a question in her mind. Before Lin Susu continued to think, Zhang Liangfeng wanted to move forward and get closer to Qin Hao and Lin Susu. Wait, don't come over. If you have anything to say, just say it directly. Qin Hao shouted immediately at this time. After all, it was the first time he met this man and he didn't know his background at all. Even if he could tell Lin Susu about his family, on this deserted island, people's hearts really couldn't stand the test. Not only that, Qin Hao also found that Zhang Liangfeng seemed to come out with these people and deliberately waited on the side of the mountain. If these people succeeded, he would naturally be happy to come out to clean up the mess. If not, like now, seeing something that is beneficial to him, he would find an opportunity to be a hero. First, he would appear generous, second, he would appear capable, and third, he could show his charm in front of Lin Susu. How could Qin Hao let such a scheming person get close to him? Zhang Liangfeng was momentarily stunned by Qin Hao's words, but quickly a smile spread across his face. He was not at all angry with Qin Hao's reprimand, instead, he greeted him with a friendly demeanor. Although Zhang Liangfeng did not know who Qin Hao was, the fact that Lin Susu was willing to hide behind him indicated her trust in Qin Hao. Otherwise, Lin Susu would not have allowed Qin Hao to hold her hand and willingly stay behind him. This brother, it's all a misunderstanding, Zhang Liangfeng said with a smile. It's all because of the incompetence of my subordinates. You wouldn't hold that against us, would you? I know Miss Lin from the capital, we are acquainted, Zhang Liangfeng continued, still smiling at Qin Hao as he walked over to the scar-faced man in his group. His tone suddenly became loud and severe. Hurry up and apologize to Miss Lin and this brother. Or do you not want to be punished? After his shout, the few subordinates lowered their heads and came to apologize to Qin Hao and Lin Susu. Miss Lin, I'm sorry. We didn't recognize your status. Brother, sorry, we were reckless just now. Qin Hao observed their forced apologies, noticing that, although their words did not reveal their true feelings, their expressions betrayed them. After the apologies, the scar-faced man and his companions had fierce, vengeful looks on their faces, wishing they could tear Qin Hao apart. The scar-faced man was also from the Imperial Cruise, but he was a service staff member. Though he was a service staff, he had previously been a small-time model and was selected for his skills. After the shipwreck, they encountered Zhang Liangfeng, who offered them generous conditions, leading them to join his group. Otherwise, people with some skills would not have taken Zhang Liangfeng's orders. Clearly, all this had not escaped Qin Hao's notice. Hee brother, see, they've apologized, let's not be so formal, Zhang Liangfeng said, still maintaining his refined smile. Surviving on this deserted island is quite challenging. I know there are some strange creatures here. We have many brothers, and we can help with whatever needs to be done. At this point, Zhang Liangfeng remained calm and spoke to Qin Hao in a composed manner. After hearing Zhang Liangfeng's words, Lin Susu seemed to want to say something but remained silent, looking at Qin Hao with a hopeful expression. After all that had happened, Lin Susu had started to rely on Qin Hao. Had it not been for him, she would have already died several times. So at this moment, she trusted Qin Hao completely. However, Qin Hao's face remained calm, though inside he was in turmoil. Zhang Liangfeng's brief comments were already warnings to Qin Hao to be more accommodating. The first comment was an apology to save face, the second warned of the dangers of the island and questioned their survival, and the third directly implied that they were numerous and that defying them would not end well. Apologies have been made. There's no need for you to worry about anything else. Can we leave now? Qin Hao said calmly, his sharp eyes fixed on Zhang Liangfeng. Zhang Liangfeng's smile gradually stiffened at Qin Hao's words. He hadn't expected Qin Hao to be so difficult to deal with, completely unyielding. Qin Hao did not wait for Zhang Liangfeng to respond and directly pulled Lin Susu away. Zhang Liangfeng watched Lin Susu leave in front of him, his heart bleeding. This island was a perfect opportunity to get closer to Lin Susu. How could he give up so easily? Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind, and he raised his hand to his mouth and shouted, Miss Lin, I have a way to get back. If you want to return, you can always come find me. Lin Susu's body seemed to be struck by an electric shock upon hearing this. She paused, her body trembling. Chapter 52, Just Let Them Go? Lin Susu suddenly grabbed Qin Hao's arm, looking at him with hopeful eyes. Her eyes, like flowing water, seemed to speak directly to him. She looked at him with a face full of excitement. At this moment, Lin Susu herself did not understand why she had become so dependent on Qin Hao. Had she heard Zhang Liangfeng's offer to return when she first arrived on the island, she would have followed him without a second thought. But now, after experiencing these things with Qin Hao, she completely trusted his judgment. Qin Hao, hearing Zhang Liangfeng's words, knew that the darkness concealed the murderous intent in his eyes. Zhang Liangfeng's way back was a masterful piece of manipulation that preyed on the survivors' hopes. Qin Hao looked at Lin Susu, momentarily unsure of what to say. At this point, no matter what Qin Hao said, it would seem pale in comparison to the promise of returning. Qin Hao's sharp gaze pierced through the darkness toward Zhang Liangfeng. Not far away, Zhang Liangfeng seemed to sense Qin Hao's piercing stare and his entire demeanor tensed. Zhang Liangfeng responded with a mocking look, I'm just taking Lin Susu. What can you do about it? Let me tell you, Lin Susu is mine. At this moment, Zhang Liangfeng began to plot how to cultivate a relationship with Lin Susu and consummate their engagement. Once back in the capital, with Lin Susu's connection, his family and business would likely join the ranks of the top families. He also had a high chance of becoming the future chairman of the Zhang family's business. Qin Hao gave Zhang Liangfeng a look, don't get too complacent. He then turned to Lin Susu and said, let's go back for now. It's hard to gauge people's hearts on a first meeting. If they really have a way to get back, I would be willing to follow. With that, Qin Hao pulled Lin Susu away. But at that moment, Lin Susu, hearing the one thing she wanted most, felt as though her legs were weighed down with lead, walking very slowly. In fact, Qin Hao knew that there was no way to return from this deserted island. If there really was a way back, why would they have set traps and hunted instead of preparing to leave? Zhang Liangfeng's comments about the dangerous creatures and their numerous people did not add up if there was a real way to escape. This logic was entirely flawed. Qin Hao knew this, but Lin Susu, in her naivety, did not. Even if Qin Hao tried to explain, Lin Susu would not be able to comprehend. At this moment, she only wanted to return as soon as possible. Trust me once, will you? They really have issues. It's not that I don't want you to return. On this deserted island. Before Qin Hao could finish, Lin Susu pulled her hand away and ran towards their tent, crying. Qin Hao stood still, his body turned sideways, casting a cold, piercing gaze at Zhang Liangfeng. Zhang Liangfeng, however, remained where he was, still wearing his original smile. Young Master Zhang, are you just letting them go? Should we chase them? No need. She'll come back on her own. Zhang Liangfeng smiled calmly as he watched Lin Susu run farther away. He knew that Lin Susu, desperate to return, would eventually come back to find him. Chapter 53, Come Back With Me. Xin Hao quickly pulled Lin Susu back. All the way, Lin Susu showed great reluctance, even walking with evident effort. Her face was sulky, clearly angry. At this moment, Lin Susu's mind kept echoing Zhang Liangfeng's words, "Can go back." Soon, they returned to the vicinity of the tent. The fire was still burning, just like yesterday. But Lin Susu, in a state of fury, did not utter a word and her face was long and glum. Upon returning, she directly headed towards the tent but encountered a piece of firewood blocking her way. She kicked the firewood forcefully, sending it into the fire. With a loud bang, the well-burning flames were disturbed. Seeing Lin Susu's current state, Xin Hao's heart sank, realizing, this is bad. Lin Susu's mind was already occupied by Zhang Liangfeng's words. Even though she had returned, it was only a matter of time before she would leave again. After tidying up the fire, Xin Hao looked at Lin Susu sulking inside the tent. He decided to head to the beach to see if there were any gifts from the sea left by the receding tide. Regardless of the situation, he needed to maintain his energy to deal with the complex circumstances. At the beach, Xin Hao collected octopuses, shells, lobsters, and more. After an hour of work, he had gathered quite a bit and strung the seafood together with a rope. After a simple preparation, he started grilling them by the fire. With their limited conditions, grilling was the only option as the seafood cooked. The enticing aroma of the sea mixed with salt and some spices floated through the air. Lin Susu, dinner is ready. Come out and have some. Xin Hao set the grilled seafood aside, but Lin Susu, still in the tent, did not make a sound. In the past, the smell would have had her drooling with anticipation. Xin Hao realized Lin Susu was clearly angry. He bit into a lobster and said, "If you don't eat something, you won't have the strength to run back after such a long distance. If you can't run back, you'll miss your chance to go home." Xin Hao ate the grilled lobster nonchalantly, glancing towards the tent now and then. As he guessed, Lin Susu's mind was occupied solely with the thought of going back. Her desire to return was not wrong, but Zhang Liangfeng was the real problem. Even if Xin Hao explained everything to her, she wouldn't listen at this moment. Finally, Lin Susu emerged from the tent, her face lacking its usual smile, replaced by a flat expression. Wearing a long dress, she tidied her hair gracefully, then sat down and began eating the octopus and lobster Xin Hao had prepared. As she ate, Lin Susu thought, the taste is really good, and Xin Hao is a nice person. If there was no hope of going back, living here with you wouldn't be a problem. But now that there's a chance to return, I still want to go back. Suddenly, Lin Susu's eyes widened, and she turned to Xin Hao, saying, "Come with me. Let's go back together." "I can." She didn't finish her sentence but blushed and continued eating the grilled lobster. Chapter 54, She's Here. Lin Susu ate the lobster gracefully, not even looking at Xin Hao. Hearing her words, Xin Hao, who was eating grilled fish, was startled and got a fish bone stuck in his throat. Ah! Choked. Choking. Xin Hao looked distressed and in pain. He tried to use his fingers to dislodge it but couldn't, so he got up to get some water. He hadn't expected Lin Susu to suddenly say such things. It was completely out of the blue. He swallowed the fish without chewing it properly, which led to the bone getting stuck in his throat. "What's wrong? Don't you want to go back?" Lin Susu heard the strange noises and looked up at Xin Hao. Seeing his pained expression, she immediately stood up and went over to him. "Are you okay?" Seeing Xin Hao's pained face, Lin Susu asked urgently. Initially, Lin Susu thought her words had upset Xin Hao, but upon seeing his condition, she realized he was choking on a fishbone. At this moment, Xin Hao didn't pay attention to Lin Susu and drank water to alleviate the situation. Gurgle. Gurgle. After a few gulps of water, Xin Hao finally managed to dislodge the fishbone. "Whether you want to go back or not, I do want to go back. What I said just now was from the heart. What you decide to do is up to you." After confirming that Xin Hao was okay, Lin Susu clapped her hands and went back to the tent. Remaining silent, Xin Hao sat quietly by the fire, staring at the flames. What did she mean by that? Does she want? Xin Hao shook his head, suddenly thinking of Wang Ruoyun. He was surprised that Wang Ruoyun's image appeared in his mind. The night on the deserted island was very quiet. Xin Hao eventually fell asleep by the fire without realizing it. The next morning, Xin Hao was awakened by the sunlight. As soon as he woke up, he saw a note on the ground. "Xin Hao, I cannot convince my inner thoughts. I want to go back. I'm going to find Zhang Liangfeng and the others. If you want to go back with me, come find me. Seeing the brief note, Xin Hao immediately woke up fully, his drowsy eyes wide open. This foolish woman, she just won't listen. That Zhang Liangfeng has an obvious problem. To go or not to go? This was the dilemma Xin Hao faced. Looking at the tent where Lin Susu had left, he noticed that she had neatly folded his clothes. Inside there was also a medicinal herb, the same one Lin Susu had used when she sprained her ankle. After seeing this, Xin Hao quickly gathered his things and went to find Lin Susu. Lin Susu had arrived alone at the place Zhang Liangfeng and his group had indicated. Zhang Xiao, as you predicted, that woman came. The sharp-faced man said excitedly to Zhang Liangfeng. Zhang Liangfeng smiled slightly and asked, how many people came? Did any man come? Zhang Liangfeng's expression darkened. For him, Xin Hao was the one who truly posed a threat. I didn't see any man, only the beautiful girl, the sharp-faced man said, rubbing his hands excitedly and leering. Hearing this, Zhang Liangfeng's smile widened even more. Chapter 55, The Foolish Woman. Zhang Xiao, the woman is already up the mountain. Should we go get her? Yeah. What if she changes her mind on the way back? The people around were discussing animatedly. However, Zhang Liangfeng remained unusually calm and said, it's fine. She'll find her way here. He then went to his room to change into clean clothes and tidy himself up. Zhang Liangfeng said this because he was confident in understanding Lin Susu's heart. His goal now was to hold Lin Susu firmly in his grasp. On this deserted island, it was Zhang Liangfeng's last chance to secure Lin Susu. Otherwise, if they returned to the capital, he might never have another opportunity. As Zhang Liangfeng had anticipated, Lin Susu endured a rough journey through the mountain, nearly falling several times. Fortunately, having lived on the island for some time, she was prepared for such terrain. Miss Lin, you've arrived. Sorry for not meeting you earlier. I should have gone up the mountain to meet you. At this moment, Zhang Liangfeng, dressed in a clean shirt and trousers, with his hair neatly styled, looked very presentable. Lin Susu arrived at the place where Zhang Liangfeng and his group were staying and observed the thatched huts, fences, and distant water supply with curiosity. It was evident that this wasn't something that could be quickly assembled. The place you live in is quite nice. Did you build it yourself? Lin Susu asked, astonished. From the shipwreck until now, it had only been a few days. Yet, these thatched huts clearly were not hastily constructed. Zhang Liangfeng immediately instructed, these people will be Miss Lin's assistants from now on. Do you understand? Several women emerged from the thatched huts. Although they couldn't match Lin Susu's beauty, they were all quite attractive. Lin Susu was surprised to see them. Zhang Liangfeng then approached Lin Susu and made a polite gesture. Miss Lin, let me briefly introduce you to the situation here. After the shipwreck, we ended up here by accident. The huts and other things were built by us. However, it's not entirely peaceful. We've had to fend off black monkeys several times. Fortunately, we have enough weapons and personnel to drive them away each time. Zhang Liangfeng took Lin Susu on a tour around the thatched huts, explaining the environment and situation in detail. He even covered their daily food arrangements and hunting methods. He meticulously explained everything except for one thing, how Zhang Liangfeng planned to take Lin Susu back to the capital. Overwhelmed by the influx of new information and the novel surroundings, Lin Susu was momentarily distracted and forgot her original purpose for coming. Zhang Liangfeng arranged for their assistants to cook and then said, You, go and give Miss Lin a bath. She must have sweated a lot after all that mountain climbing. The three women came over and led Lin Susu to the back. Standing on the mountaintop, Xin Hao watched everything silently. This foolish woman, she's so easily brainwashed. Xin Hao sighed with a wry smile, then began walking down the mountain towards the thatched huts. Chapter 56, The Three Women. At this moment, Lin Susu felt no resistance, as if Zhang Liangfeng's words had a magical effect on her. She followed his instructions without question. She was led to the back, to a special area prepared for women to bathe. In reality, the three women were also passengers on the imperial ship. They were small-time models, and they had spent some money hoping to find a rich husband aboard the ship. To their dismay, not only did they not achieve their goal, but they were also trapped on this deserted island. Under Zhang Liangfeng's coercion and enticement, these models had no choice but to comply. Thus, they became Zhang Liangfeng's bedmates. The women were naive enough to believe that Zhang Liangfeng would take them away and even give them a status. Miss Lin, I see that young Master Zhang is very polite to you. You must be someone he knew before, right? One of the women, who had a beauty mole between her brows, asked with a smile. The other two women had less pleasant expressions. We met once before. I came here because he said he had a way to get us back. Lin Susu deduced the meaning of their words and clarified that she wasn't there to compete with them for Zhang Liangfeng. Upon hearing this, the other two women immediately perked up. Young Master Zhang also promised to take us away. As Lin Susu chatted with them, she moved towards the bathing area. Then why haven't you left yet? It's been over 10 days on this island. If there was a way to leave, we should have been able to leave by now, Lin Susu suddenly asked. The three women fell silent when she asked this question. Then, one of the women glanced furtively outside, checked to ensure no one was around, and looked at the other two women. We don't know either. Young Master Zhang keeps saying he can get us out, but we've never seen him take any action in here. He's the one who calls the shots. We've asked him several times and even got beaten for it. We have no way out. As a weak woman, I can't survive here on my own. As she spoke, her eyes kept darting outside, fearing that someone might overhear. How can this be? He told me he had a way to take me back. I have to go find him now. At this point, Lin Susu, still in the bath, immediately wanted to stand up. But she was held down by the three women. No, if you go out like this, young Master Zhang will definitely suspect that we told you something. At that time, we'll be in trouble. As they spoke, the three women looked aggrieved, almost on the verge of tears. At this moment, Lin Susu was anxious and didn't know what to do. If she didn't go out and clarify things, she would have failed Qinhao, who had advised her. But seeing the distress of the three women, Lin Susu, being a woman herself, completely understood their feelings. To ease their emotions, Lin Susu suddenly asked, "What are your names?" The woman with the beauty mole between her brows said, "My name is Zhang Mimi." The woman with an oval face and willow eyebrows said, "I'm Lu Qingqing." The last woman with phoenix eyes said, "I'm Su Danfeng." Su Danfeng then said, "The Blackford monkeys here come at regular intervals. We have to rely on them. Ah. We also want to go back. Even going back to be a small-time model would be better than living here." At this moment, the women looked dejected. Lin Susu stood up from the bath, her pure white skin and stunning figure enough to make any man's nose bleed. She peeked around to make sure no one was around and said, "Don't worry. If he doesn't take us back, there's someone else who will. Trust me." Chapter 57, A Conspiracy? Miss Lin, your meal is ready. Please come out and eat after you finish bathing. I'll be waiting outside, came Zhang Liangfeng's voice from outside the thatched hut. Upon hearing Zhang Liangfeng's voice, the three women who were helping Lin Susu bathe were momentarily stunned and then immediately closed their mouths tightly, not saying another word. Lin Susu was quite surprised by this reaction. When she had met Zhang Liangfeng in the capital, she didn't find him particularly intimidating, despite what had happened that night. But the fear displayed by these three women was palpable. Lin Susu quickly returned to the large wooden tub for bathing and said, "All right, you go first. I'll come out in a moment." At this point, Lu Qingqing looked at Lin Susu with an expression of hesitation. "Do you have something to tell me?" Lin Susu asked Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing turned her head again, stretching her neck to look outside, and after confirming that no one was around, she whispered, "Please don't mention what we just talked about, I beg you." After putting on her clothes, Lin Susu patted the shoulders of the three women and nodded, "We are all women." "I understand." At this moment, Lin Susu, dressed in a green long skirt, exuded a graceful and refreshing aura, her beauty overshadowing the three women. Lin Susu gracefully walked out. As Lin Susu approached Zhang Liangfeng, he stared at her, unable to blink. The other scar-faced men stood there stunned, drooling. Suddenly, one of them began to bleed from his nose. "What are you all doing here? Weren't we just talking about eating?" Lin Susu said, slightly embarrassed, as she adjusted her hair. "Eating." "Eating," Zhang Liangfeng said awkwardly, his face showing a hint of embarrassment. Lin Susu looked at the simple meal on the table, which included rice. "Rice on this deserted island?" Lin Susu said in surprise. At this moment, Zhang Liangfeng and Lin Susu sat down at the table to eat. During the meal, Zhang Liangfeng began speaking. "Someone has been here before, and I'm not talking about the survivors of the recent shipwreck, but people who came before them. Although I don't know what these people were here for, given the current situation, it seems that the Imperial ship might be part of a conspiracy." As Zhang Liangfeng spoke while eating, he was not intimidated by Lin Susu's imposing demeanor. Upon hearing this, Lin Susu suddenly stopped, looking at Zhang Liangfeng with a puzzled expression. Not only was Lin Susu stunned, but Qin Hao, who was hiding in the shadows, was also taken aback by this revelation. Conspiracy? Zhang Liangfeng, are you exaggerating? There are influential people on the Imperial ship. How could they be so easily deceived? Lin Susu didn't believe Zhang Liangfeng's words and directly rebutted him. At this moment, she seemed to have reverted to her domineering self from the capital Humph. Believe it or not, it's up to you. You can see for yourself how the plants here are unusually large. The animals and beasts here are exceptionally robust, and even monsters never seen before have appeared. Zhang Liangfeng continued eating while speaking, not at all intimidated by Lin Susu's demeanor. As Zhang Liangfeng spoke, Lin Susu suddenly remembered the previous encounters with the python, venomous bees, and the black-furred monsters. Her heart sank with a thud. Could it be true? As she thought about this, she was so lost in thought that she let the rice in her bowl fall to the ground. Seeing Lin Susu like this, Zhang Liangfeng knew he had hit a nerve. A smirk of satisfaction appeared on his face, which was fully visible to Qin Hao hiding in the shadows. Chapter 58. Damn, did young Master Zhang succeed again? Zhang Liangfeng wanted to show himself aggressively at this moment. Now that no one else was present, it was a great opportunity for him to show himself in front of Lin Susu. In this way, it would be easy to take down Lin Susu. But he didn't know that just when Lin Susu was taking a shower, the three women had said to Lin Susu that Lin Susu would not pay any attention to him at all. Now Lin Susu tried to calm herself down and find a chance to ask them how to go back without exposing the content of the conversation with the three women. I have seen some of what you said, but it doesn't mean anything. Since it is a deserted island, it is normal for it to be more primitive. Is that so? At this time, Lin Susu restored the negotiation skills of the former president. Well, I understand what you said, but do you know what happened to the black-haired monkey? Take a look at the set of pictures in the thatched house. At this time, Zhang Liangfeng put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hand, and walked to the back of the thatched house, where there was a set of photos. Lin Susu turned around and looked over. When she saw the set of photos, she was immediately stunned. Bang! The bowl and chopsticks in her hand fell directly to the ground. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This is obviously a deserted island, I don't believe this. At this time, Lin Susu immediately ran out of the thatched house and came outside. She saw the sky and weeds outside the fence, as well as the mountains in the distance. After seeing Lin Susu running out, Zhang Liangfeng took this opportunity and immediately followed her out. He stood directly beside Lin Susu, very close to her. Qin Hao frowned. This Zhang Liangfeng's means were really high. Suddenly, Lin Susu became irritable. No, I want to go back. I can't stay here any longer. Lin Susu was very irritable at this moment. She kept holding her head with both hands, shaking her head from side to side, and shouting loudly. She turned around immediately. Her eyes, which were originally as bright as autumn water, had lost their luster and were dim. Didn't you say you could take me back? Let's go back now. At this moment, Lin Susu's tone changed, and she became very excited. Lin Susu, who was full of goddess style just now, did not look like a goddess at all at this moment. Zhang Liangfeng saw Lin Susu starting to go crazy, and laughed secretly in his heart. Sure enough, this trick works well. I didn't expect that the trick used to deal with those three stupid women. As long as I add some stuff to you, I can take you down. It seems that my plan is successful. As long as I work harder, I may be able to take you down today. Thinking of this, Zhang Liangfeng's face flashed with a trace of worry. Thinking of Qin Hao, he immediately decided to take this opportunity to take down Lin Susu. Zhang Liangfeng held Lin Susu's shoulders with both hands, then looked into her eyes and said, "Don't be excited, I know you want to go back. I will definitely take you back, don't worry. Believe me." Lin Susu was excited and saw Zhang Liangfeng holding her shoulders, and she immediately struggled and shouted loudly, "Let me go." When he heard Lin Susu's shout, the scarred man slapped his thighs heavily. Damn, did Zhang Xiao succeed again? Just when Zhang Liangfeng wanted to continue, an abrupt voice came out. She asked you to let go? Didn't you hear it? Chapter 59. Are you calling me? After hearing this voice, Lin Susu broke free from Zhang Liangfeng's hands with both hands, and then her eyes began to look for the sound. Qin Hao, I know you are here, come out quickly. At this time, Lin Susu was no longer irritable, as if she could feel at ease with Qin Hao around. At this time, Zhang Liangfeng's expression changed immediately. When Lin Susu was caught off guard, he hooked Lin Susu's neck with one hand and then kept retreating. The direction of retreat was exactly where Scar and the others were. Lin Susu, who was being dragged back, began to panic at this moment, and even her shoes fell off. Zhang Liangfeng, let me go. Let me go, or I will go back and remove your Zhang family from the imperial capital. Qin Hao. At this time, Lin Susu, in this critical moment, she didn't know why she called out Qin Hao's name directly. In fact, this was because she had become dependent on Qin Hao deep in her heart. Brothers, take your weapons. As soon as that man named Qin Hao shows up, just kill him. As long as you kill him, each person will be rewarded 1 million directly. Whoever inflicts the fatal injury will get an extra 1 million. Zhang Liangfeng was very angry at this moment. His plan was about to succeed, but it was ruined by this man named Qin Hao. Zhang Liangfeng naturally hated him, and at this moment he completely exposed his true nature. After hearing Zhang Liangfeng's reward, the scarred man behind him was excited. Before, they couldn't beat Qin Hao in the mountains because their weapons were not good enough. But now they have earth guns, bows and arrows, and machetes in their hands, which are very beneficial to them. Okay, Zhang Xiao. Brothers, take your weapons. The scarred man immediately became excited. However, at this time, Lin Susu suddenly shouted loudly, Zhang Liangfeng, you are murdering, you are committing a crime. I tell you, let me go now, I will forgive you, otherwise after I go back, your family will definitely be removed from the imperial capital. Lin Susu was also shocked when she saw the things that the scarred man and his men picked up. Originally, they hid in the corner, looking for an opportunity to go out and help Lin Susu. After all, Lin Susu said that there was someone who could definitely take them back, and they also wanted to follow Lin Susu back. The three of them just stood up, but when they saw the situation outside, the three women hid in the corner and trembled again, and they didn't dare to go out. The previous scenes appeared in front of them, and each of them had hot tears in their eyes. They didn't know whether the people who came to Lin Susu this time could beat those local robbers, bows and arrows, and the machetes. At this moment, Zhang Liangfeng had taken the initiative, and then held Lin Susu tightly, not letting her have a chance to run away. Because Zhang Liangfeng's arms were too tight, Lin Susu's neck was already a little red. Qin Hao, come out. If you have the guts, come out. If you don't have the guts, get out of here. I'm going to make Lin Susu my woman now. Ha ha. However, before Zhang Liangfeng could laugh, a figure fell from the sky, as if a god of war had descended. A sharp short knife with black ridges was directly against Zhang Liangfeng's neck. Not only that, Qin Hao directly let the short knife enter his neck an inch, and the smell of blood spread directly. Are you calling me? I'm here, you can let me go. At this time, Qin Hao said calmly to Zhang Liangfeng. Chapter 60, a fight to the death? Qin Hao, who fell from the sky, said domineeringly, making Zhang Liangfeng, who was still shouting just now, suddenly silent. Just now, the scarred man and several other people surrounded Zhang Liangfeng and Lin Susu directly in the middle of them. In this way, no matter which angle Qin Hao rushed over from, they would have someone to find him. Even if someone was injured, they could still hold Qin Hao back with the hostage Lin Susu in their hands. But they never expected that Qin Hao would actually fly down from the thatched roof more than 3 meters high. This was far beyond their imagination. It was good enough not to fall to death or be disabled after jumping from such a high place, but Qin Hao not only did not get hurt at all when he flew down, but also landed right behind Zhang Liangfeng. This surprised everyone present. The first person to feel Qin Hao's dangerous aura was Zhang Liangfeng. After all, his neck had already started bleeding, and he didn't dare to move at all. Although he hooked his arm around Lin Susu's neck, he couldn't resist the knife on his neck. The moment Lin Susu heard Qin Hao's voice, she was relieved. Immediately came out of her panic, she knew she was safe now. I don't know why, but her eyes suddenly became wet. The three women hiding in the corner opened their mouths wide and stared in amazement when they saw Qin Hao falling from the sky. Everyone was very surprised. They seemed to see the god of war descending from the thatched roof more than 3 meters high to the back of Zhang Liangfeng. This was something that only the heroes in their minds could do, but Qin Hao in front of them did it at this moment. They believed what Lin Susu told them just now, there is a person who can take them back. At this time, they also guessed that it should be this Qin Hao. Qin Hao's heroic moment just now has been firmly imprinted in their hearts, and they are now paying attention to the situation outside all the time. Boy, you'd better let go of Zhang Xiao, otherwise the guy in my hand has no eyes. Let go quickly? The scarred man roared viciously on the side. Now he didn't dare to act rashly. If Zhang Liangfeng really died, all the conditions Zhang Liangfeng promised before would be gone. In this way, he is like a fool. He has been a younger brother of Zhang Liangfeng for so long. He is at a great loss. Are you threatening me? Try to move one? At this time, the short knife in Qin Hao's hand moved. The blood on Zhang Liangfeng's neck was more than before. Soon his white collar was stained red. Stop, who told you to do it? You idiots, back off. Zhang Liangfeng saw the short knife under his neck and the blood that kept flowing out, and he roared for a while. Even so, he did not let go of Lin Susu. He was also a person who feared death, otherwise he would not have pulled Lin Susu over as a hostage as soon as he heard Qin Hao's voice. Others, after Zhang Liangfeng felt Qin Hao behind him, he also tried to move to see if there was a chance to escape. However, he was disappointed, because he just wanted to move, but he felt like there was a mountain behind him, and he couldn't move at all. After being yelled at by Zhang Liangfeng, the scarred man and several other people looked at each other, and then took a step back. Qin Hao, if you let me go, I will let Lin Susu go. Otherwise, we will fight to the death, and I can't die in your hands at most. At this moment, Zhang Liangfeng knew that he had to fight to the death to have a chance. His arms tightened again, and Lin Susu began to have difficulty breathing. Qin Hao frowned when he saw this. He was really afraid that Zhang Liangfeng would fight to the death. But Qin Hao, who has always been single, still has this confidence that his hand speed can be faster than Zhang Liangfeng. But at this time, Lin Susu said weakly, He knows a way to go back. Don't kill him first. Lin Susu's words dispelled Qin Hao's plan to kill Zhang Liangfeng directly. When Zhang Liangfeng heard this, he immediately said loudly, Yes, I know a way to go back. Chapter 61, It's Okay Now. Zhang Liangfeng seemed to have grasped at a lifeline and began shouting loudly, repeating his words continuously. At this moment, Zhang Liangfeng appeared nervous and terrified, with only a hint of despondency in his eyes, but no trace of fear. It was as if he was holding a talisman of survival, knowing that Qin Hao and his group would not kill him because he still had some value. Release Lin Susu immediately, Qin Hao, holding a black patterned short knife, said coldly as Qin Hao spoke. His hand trembled slightly. All right, big brother, don't move, I'll let her go. If I let her go, you must also let me go. Zhang Liangfeng had already loosened his grip on Lin Susu, who was coughing heavily due to being strangled. Qin Hao hesitated for a moment. If you let her go, I will naturally let you go. Also, tell them to drop whatever they're holding. Hurry up. Qin Hao squinted at the scarred man and the others. Didn't you hear? Quickly drop your stuff. At this point, Zhang Liangfeng was completely certain that Qin Hao would not harm him, so he was no longer afraid. His goal now was to stabilize the situation and then look for an opportunity. As long as he was alive, there would be a chance. Suddenly, he thought of an idea. Young Master Zhang, this. The scarred man and the others looked somewhat displeased. At this moment, Zhang Liangfeng shouted at the scarred man, Idiot, hurry up and drop it. Do you want me to die? If I die, the promises I made to you will turn into nothing. Clang. Crash. The scarred man and the others threw their weapons aside. Qin Hao released Zhang Liangfeng and immediately stepped on the clay gun, breaking it into two pieces. Lin Susu immediately ran to Qin Hao, grabbing his hand and silently looking at him. I knew you would come. Seeing Lin Susu's beautiful and charming face, Qin Hao said nothing but smiled. The silent Lin Susu, upon seeing Qin Hao's smile, inexplicably felt happy and threw herself into his arms, hugging him tightly. At that moment, Qin Hao was also stunned. What's going on? The number one beauty of the capital's jewelry world is actually throwing herself into my arms. Feeling the soft warmth, Qin Hao momentarily felt it was unreal. However, the sensation of Lin Susu pressed against him was so gentle and comfortable that it made his blood boil, especially since he could feel that Lin Susu was quite full in the right places. Even someone with Qin Hao's steadfast nature found it a bit overwhelming. At this moment, Qin Hao calmed himself and gently touched her head, saying, It's okay now. The simple phrase, It's okay now, warmed Lin Susu's heart deeply. At that moment, Lin Susu hugged Qin Hao even tighter and buried her head in his chest. Seeing this, Zhang Liangfeng clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white, grinding his teeth in frustration. The goddess he had almost secured was suddenly disrupted by Qin Hao. At this moment, he swore to himself, I must find a chance to get rid of this troublemaker. Zhang Liangfeng began to scheme, and after a while, he relaxed his fists, a sinister smile spreading across his face. He had a plan. Chapter 62, 3 Women Jealous of Lin Susu. The scarred man and the others at the scene looked at Lin Susu throwing herself into Qin Hao's arms, their expressions murderous. Each of them clenched their fists tightly, and they didn't even touch Lin Susu. Qin Hao had actually managed to make Lin Susu throw herself into his arms, and these brutes were so envious they could hardly contain themselves, wishing they could kill Qin Hao. However, that was not all. 3 women, who had been hiding in the corner, emerged from the house and seemed to head straight towards Qin Hao. Thus, the scarred man and the others followed the 3 women's movements with their eyes. "Miss Lin, you promised us that you would take us out. You haven't forgotten, have you? Miss Lin, is this the person you said would take you out? He is so brave, sunny, and extraordinary." At this moment, Lu Qingqing and the others had already determined from the previous scene that Zhang Liangfeng was no match for Qin Hao. Considering their current situation, it seemed more reliable to stick with Lin Susu. The 3 women walked up to Qin Hao and the others, each of them feeling envious of Lin Susu. "You're really fortunate to have such a protective man by your side. If someone loves me like that, I'd be willing to die on this deserted island," Zhang Mini said with an envious expression, looking at Qin Hao and Lin Susu. After hearing this, Lin Susu seemed to be jolted and immediately pulled away from Qin Hao's embrace. No, he's not my man. We just happened to meet on this deserted island. He saved me." Lin Susu's face turned red as she spoke, lowering her head and pushing her stray hair behind her ear. If it weren't for Zhang Mimi's comment, Lin Susu wouldn't have remembered that Qin Hao was married and felt that her current situation was quite inappropriate. "I know you're embarrassed. We understand. We won't mention it." Zhang Mimi saw Lin Susu's embarrassment and immediately smiled. It would have been better if Zhang Mimi had said nothing, but now Lin Susu was even more anxious. She immediately wanted to argue back. At this moment, Qin Hao suddenly patted Lin Susu on the shoulder and said to the 3 women, "I'm really not her man. You've misunderstood. Also, you are survivors of a shipwreck. Do you want to go back? How many shipwreck survivors are still on this island?" Qin Hao knew that continuing to dwell on the previous topic would lead to endless trouble. He directly changed the subject. Zhang Liangfeng, who had not expected that not only had he failed to obtain Lin Susu, but also the women who had followed him had gone to Qin Hao, was extremely angry. If he had a gun at this moment, he would have shot Qin Hao without hesitation. The scarred man and the others stared at Qin Hao and his group in disbelief. Zhang Liangfeng had previously promised the scarred man that he would give him a woman in the future, but given the current situation, it seemed impossible now. All this was because of the person in front of him, Qin Hao. Zhang Liangfeng had initially calmed himself down, but now all the women were gathered around Qin Hao, and it seemed that these 3 women would follow Qin Hao as well. This made it impossible for Zhang Liangfeng to calm his emotions. His face turned red with anger, but he still had to maintain a smile to avoid letting Qin Hao see through his plan. Zhang Liangfeng walked over and said to Qin Hao, "Why don't I tell you everything I know about this place?" Chapter 63, To go back, you must go to that mountain. Surrounded by women, Qin Hao, after hearing Zhang Liangfeng's words, first comforted the women's emotions one by one before stepping out of the crowd of women. Seeing this, Zhang Liangfeng's anger was palpable, his finger joints turning white from clenching. However, he knew he was no match for Qin Hao. Even with the addition of the scarred man and others, they were still no match for Qin Hao. He had learned this clearly the night before when hiding in the dark. The scarred man and others couldn't even withstand a single move from Qin Hao. Even with Zhang Liangfeng, they still couldn't handle Qin Hao. Furthermore, Zhang Liangfeng wanted to rely on Lin Susu to return to the capital and help his family. Originally, Zhang Liangfeng's plan was progressing perfectly, but Qin Hao had disrupted it. At this moment, Qin Hao approached Zhang Liangfeng and asked, "So, what's the situation on the deserted island now?" Seeing Qin Hao walk over step by step, Lin Susu and the 3 women followed behind. "Let's go inside and talk." Without looking back, Zhang Liangfeng directly walked into the thatched hut. The thatched hut was sparsely furnished, with only an old table and a few chairs. "I don't know what this is about," Zhang Liangfeng said as he looked at the distant mountains. "But I know this deserted island is not really deserted. It's just that we haven't reached the core areas." Hearing this, Qin Hao, who was sitting nearby, looked confused. "Speak plainly." Zhang Liangfeng continued, undeterred. "When I first boarded the Emperor's ship, I heard them discussing some experiments on the island. Actually, those who could board the Emperor's ship were all people of status, which was not surprising. What was strange was that they mentioned not knowing how many people on this cruise would pass the tests. When I heard this, I didn't think much of it. After all, it's common for experts and professors to board the emperor's ship from the capital, so I didn't think much of it. But after the shipwreck and coming to this island, I found it unusually different. At this point, Qin Hao suddenly asked, "What exactly are these experiments?" Zhang Liangfeng shook his head and remained silent. "What are those black-haired creatures?" Lin Susu suddenly asked. This was also something Qin Hao wanted to know. Zhang Liangfeng stood up and walked outside the thatched hut, looking at a nearby mountain and said, "They are not monsters. They are failed products of experiments. They are black-haired apes. The only difference between them and us is that their intelligence and language skills are inferior. Otherwise, they are just like us. Jealousy, hatred, revenge, and so on. Despite the seemingly peaceful nature of this island, it is actually very dangerous." Upon hearing this, the three women seemed to recall something and began to tremble. They all reached out and grabbed Qin Hao's shoulders, causing him to jump in surprise. Qin Hao turned around, astonished to see the three women trembling, and asked in shock, "What's wrong with you?" We're fine. Young Master Qin, can you take us away from here right now? We really don't want to stay on this island any longer." The three women spoke in unison. This made Qin Hao frown. Although he didn't know what had happened to them, he could be sure it was not something good. "Then let's talk about how we can get back," Qin Hao said, looking at Zhang Liangfeng. Zhang Liangfeng returned to his previous seat and pointed to a mountain opposite. "To go back, we must go to that mountain. They will have a way." Chapter 64, The Yellowed Note. When everyone heard the words "you can go back," it was as if they had been injected with adrenaline. They all rushed out of the thatched hut and looked towards the mountain on the opposite side. Lin Susu was the first and the fastest. As soon as she exited the hut, she ran straight to the edge of the fence and kept gazing into the distance. At that moment, she desperately wished she could leap over in one step and find a way back. Following closely were Lu Qingqing and the other three women, and finally, the scar-faced men. Each of them was eager to return. The women, in particular, had had enough of life on this deserted island. Especially Lin Susu, who was once the princess of the Lin family, accustomed to luxurious clothes, fine food, and a life of opulence with grand vehicles and dazzling places. But on this deserted island? She had no clothes she liked and lived in a simple tent. Suddenly, Lin Susu cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted loudly at the mountain in front of her, "I want to go back." Meanwhile, Qin Hao, who had been sitting inside the thatched hut without moving, glanced at the group outside. Then he turned to Zhang Liangfeng and asked, "I don't think it's as simple as it seems, is it? If it were, you would have probably returned long ago, wouldn't you agree?" Zhang Liangfeng, who had been calmly sitting in a chair, now had a smile on his face. He kept clapping his hands in praise. Talking to a smart person is really not tiring. Indeed, it seems there's no difficulty from a surface view, but the dangers are hidden in the dark. I've been there a few times before, and each time was a failure, so... Zhang Liangfeng didn't continue but raised his hands slightly above his shoulders with an awkward expression. He wasn't lying, but he hadn't fully disclosed the dangers along the way. What he wanted was to send Qin Hao and the others down that path. If they managed to get through, he would be happy to return. If not, he would certainly find an opportunity to eliminate Qin Hao on that path. That way, the other women would be much easier to handle. Just as Zhang Liangfeng was feeling pleased, Qin Hao suddenly asked, "How can I trust what you say? In other words, how can I be sure that what you're saying is a way to get back and not just a dangerous place?" Qin Hao looked at Zhang Liangfeng with a sharp, focused gaze. He was trying to judge whether Zhang Liangfeng was lying based on his speech and facial expressions. This skill was something they had special training for in the special forces. At this moment, Zhang Liangfeng was not the slightest bit flustered. In fact, he was somewhat pleased that Qin Hao was asking. The more he asked, the more it showed that he cared about the matter, increasing his chances of going over to the other side. Without saying a word, Zhang Liangfeng stood up, turned, and went to a room to get a wooden box, which he handed to Qin Hao. Qin Hao did not reach out for it but watched Zhang Liangfeng. Zhang Liangfeng placed the box on the table. "Inside is the answer you seek." Qin Hao took the box, which was surprisingly light, as if it contained nothing. He opened it to find a yellowed note inside. When Qin Hao read the line on the note, he was momentarily stunned. "If you want to go back, go to the mountain on the other side." Chapter 65, We Depart Now. When Qin Hao saw the yellowed note, he felt conflicted. Was the note genuine? The only way to find out was to go to the mountain. Seeing Lin Susu's eager expression outside, Xin Hao really didn't want to tell her that Zhang Liangfeng was relying on this note to determine that there was a way back. Put it away. We're leaving now. Xin Hao stood up and walked out immediately. When Lin Susu saw Xin Hao coming out, she ran up to him with excitement and asked, "When are we going?" After finishing her question, Lin Susu looked at Xin Hao with hopeful eyes, silently wishing, "Let's leave now, let's leave now." Seeing Lin Susu's eager expression, Xin Hao held back his own thoughts and said, "We're leaving now." Upon hearing this, Lin Susu jumped with joy and waved her hands excitedly. Suddenly, she leaned in and kissed Xin Hao on the cheek. This move shocked Xin Hao, as he had not expected Lin Susu to do such a thing. This made Zhang Liangfeng, who was nearby, feel uncomfortable but unable to express his frustration. It also caused the scar-faced men to be envious. For a goddess-like woman like Lin Susu to kiss him was enough to give them goosebumps. At that moment, Lu Qingqing and the other three women also approached, looking at Xin Hao with hope. Seeing this, Xin Hao said no more and simply said, "Let's go together." Thank you." After saying this, the three women each took turns hugging Xin Hao. At this moment, Xin Hao once again felt the warmth of these women. Just a moment ago, the scar-faced men had managed to contain their emotions, but seeing this scene, they were filled with anger and began cursing. Damn, this is ridiculous. Has every woman been taken by him? They're all revolving around him. Zhang Liangfeng's face fell, and he began to lead the way. He now just wanted to quickly understand Xin Hao and regain his position among the women. Regardless of the means, he would use every trick to get what he wanted. Seeing the scar-faced men following Zhang Liangfeng ahead, Xin Hao immediately pulled Lin Susu along and followed, with Lu Qingqing and the other three women trailing behind. As Zhang Liangfeng walked, he muttered, "Xin Hao, there are several dangerous places ahead. Let's see how capable you are." At this moment, Zhang Liangfeng glanced ahead with a slight smile on his lips. Suddenly, he seemed to care and turned to shout to the people behind, "Be careful while walking. The path ahead might be a bit difficult." As Zhang Liangfeng turned to speak, he glanced at the scar-faced men. They immediately understood his meaning. Though they did not speak or nod, their eyes exchanged a silent communication. The other three women, who had been following Xin Hao, said, "Has he discovered human nature?" He. Behind Zhang Liangfeng, there was a chorus of laughter. Walking in front, Zhang Liangfeng felt itchy with anticipation. In his heart, he thought, "Kid, ahead is a large swamp. Let's see how you handle it." Chapter 66, You've Fallen into the Swamp. Xin Hao, who had been following from behind, was constantly observing the surroundings and Zhang Liangfeng ahead. The path Zhang Liangfeng was leading them down was covered in barren grass and some bushes. There were no tall trees, and the entire area was desolate. The weather on the deserted island was good, with blue skies and white clouds, but not a single bird was seen. Unknowingly, they had been walking in this deserted place for about an hour. At the beginning, the women were okay, but after walking for too long, they became uncomfortable from the dense grass, and their expressions turned grim. They grew increasingly irritable and started to get agitated. Xin Hao looked again at the mountain ahead and didn't see any problems with the path Zhang Liangfeng was leading them on. How much longer? At this moment, Lu Qingqing, who had become somewhat tired, asked. Xin Hao looked ahead again. "I'm not sure. From the looks of it, it shouldn't be too far." In fact, Xin Hao himself didn't know how much longer they would need to walk. He said this to comfort them. As they continued walking, Zhang Liangfeng was closely followed by the scar-faced men, splitting into two groups. The path is getting harder and harder to walk. At this moment, Lin Susu said with a distressed face, "Why is the path getting more difficult?" Xin Hao noticed that Zhang Liangfeng and the scar-faced men were moving faster and faster. Just as Xin Hao was about to think it over, a voice from ahead suddenly called out, "You at the back, hurry up. We must reach the small hill before dark. Otherwise, there will be many unknown creatures at night. Hurry up." Hearing this, Xin Hao immediately looked up and followed the sound. He saw Zhang Liangfeng getting further and further away, and Xin Hao felt a sense of danger. They had been following Zhang Liangfeng's path, but somehow, they had lost track of it. When Xin Hao glanced over, he found that the scar-faced men were tightly following Zhang Liangfeng. The women, hearing Zhang Liangfeng's words, immediately became anxious. The thought of creatures appearing at night made their faces turn pale with fear. "Xin Hao, let's hurry." Lin Susu urged. At this moment, Xin Hao felt something strange. Zhang Liangfeng had given a warning once before, and after that, the scar-faced men had joined him. What was the purpose of this second warning? Before Qin Hao could figure it out, a scream rang out. Ah! What's happening? I can't move. At this moment, Lin Susu suddenly cried out in panic. The other three women immediately said, Miss Lin, what's wrong? We'll come help you. At this moment, Qin Hao realized why Zhang Liangfeng had suddenly given the warning. It was to create panic among the women around Qin Hao because panicked women are easily caught off guard. They had been walking all this time, and the ground had been feeling soft under their feet. With Zhang Liangfeng's urging, they became flustered. Don't move, relax. You've fallen into a swamp, Qin Hao said with a cold expression. Swamps were no joke, they could swallow a person whole. Chapter 67 All Trapped. Miss Lin, we'll come to help you. At this time, Lu Qingqing and the other three shouted immediately they were about to run over, but when they moved, their feet sank directly. Ah! What's going on? Help! Before Qin Hao could speak, these women were already rushing over in a hurry. What a stupid woman! Always making trouble. Qin Hao cursed angrily. Qin Hao did not stop, but looked around. At this time, Qin Hao was holding a wooden stick and exploring around, trying to confirm the surroundings. Qin Hao, what should we do? My feet have been swallowed up. Lin Susu looked at Qin Hao in panic and said anxiously. And from the look of her, she began to struggle to stand up. But the more she struggled, the faster she sank. Lin Susu, I told you not to move. If you want to die, keep moving. There is also a swamp under my feet. Let me think of a way. At this time, Qin Hao faced Lin Susu and roared. This is not the time to joke. Let's call Zhang Liangfeng to help. Lin Susu said as if she had thought of a way and saw hope. He disappeared a long time ago. It was his urging that made you forget what was under your feet in a panic. Otherwise, in the swamp, you can find it in advance and not get stuck. Now we may be surrounded by swamps. Qin Hao said bluntly, because their situation is very dangerous now. If there is no way to get up, they will be swallowed up by the swamp in one night at most. No. Where are you, Zhang Liangfeng? We are trapped in the swamp, come and help us. I will definitely repay you for the favor I owe you when I return to the capital. At this time, Lin Susu shouted loudly. Because she needed to use force to shout, the swamp had already reached her knees. Lin Susu shouted Zhang Liangfeng in the wilderness, but there was no echo. Okay, let's save our energy. Qin Hao suddenly shouted at this time. Lin Susu looked at Qin Hao with innocent eyes, and tears were about to come out of her eyes. Qin Hao, Lin Susu blinked and started crying. At this time, Qin Hao touched Lin Susu's head. It's okay, as long as you don't mess around, I will definitely find a way to rescue you. It's not that there is no way to get out of the swamp, it just takes some time and patience. So you must not be nervous, can't move, and relax your whole body. Listen to my command. Qin Hao looked into Lin Susu's eyes and said. Lin Susu said softly. At this time, Qin Hao also turned his head and said to the three women, you are the same. The three of them also answered obediently. When Qin Hao looked at Lu Qingqing and the other two women, he found that Lu Qingqing's sinking speed was obviously much slower than the other two. He immediately thrust the long wooden stick in his hand and kept probing around Lu Qingqing's feet. Qin Hao wanted to see if there was a hard block or stone on Lu Qingqing's footsteps. Sure enough, he found a big stone on Lu Qingqing's footsteps, and he immediately smiled. There is a way. But just when Qin Hao found a way, he saw the scarred man coming over. As soon as he saw the twitching scar on his face and the evil smile, Qin Hao knew that nothing good would happen. Chapter 68 Little Punk. Hey, how does this swamp feel, kid? This is a large area of swamps. Only our young Master Zhang knows which places are passable. Fortunately, we followed young Master Zhang to avoid disaster. Ha ha. Brat, today is your death. The scarred man laughed sarcastically, and then took out a long stick from behind. Go to hell. Brat, these women are all ours. Ha! The scarred man said, holding the long stick tightly in both hands and waving it at Qin Hao. The sound of breaking wind in the air passed by whoosh, and the only weeds around were directly interrupted. Scar, with your ability, you dare to show off in front of me? Qin Hao said with a smile on his face. At this time, Qin Hao was not only not panicked, but also very happy. Just now he was still worrying about how to rescue Lin Susu and the three women from this swamp. When Qin Hao saw the long stick in the scarred man's hand, he had an idea. At this time, the scarred man's stick was already swinging over. It was only an arm's length away from Qin Hao. Qin Hao exerted force with his legs, twisted his waist, did a perfect side flip, and then exerted force with his feet, and rushed over in an instant. This series of actions, which Qin Hao completed smoothly, made Lin Susu and Lu Qingqing, the three women, dazed. Everyone looked at Qin Hao with a little heat. Qin Hao rushed out in an instant, holding his old partner's black-ribbed short knife in his hand. How do you want to die? Just when the scarred man was waving the big stick in the air, Qin Hao had already held the short knife against his neck. The scarred man, who originally thought he had one, never thought that Qin Hao, who was already trapped in the swamp, would have such great ability at this time. Damn, young Master Sang's information is wrong. Those stupid women are indeed trapped in the swamp. But this Qin Hao, I don't know why he is so cunning that he didn't fall into the trap. At this moment, the scarred man had a very ugly face, cursing Zhang Liangfeng and hating Qin Hao in his heart. But he didn't dare to show it on his face, with a look of horror. Don't kill me. I was also instructed by someone. The scarred man, who had killed the tiger on the deserted island, never thought that he had fallen into Qin Hao's hands twice. But at this time, he was like a little scoundrel, begging Qin Hao constantly. Seeing the scarred man in front of him, Qin Hao's eyes turned around. This can't go on. I don't know if there is any danger behind. Puff. Ah. At this time, the scarred man screamed like a pig being slaughtered. On this quiet deserted island, it immediately spread throughout the swamp. It's bad, Scar must have missed. Zhang Liangfeng stood patiently in the distance, looking in the direction where the scream came from. At this time, the man next to Zhang Liangfeng, who had always wanted to show off his sharp face and monkey cheeks, suddenly said, "Young Master Zhang, didn't you say that there are still dangers behind? We still have many opportunities." Zhang Liangfeng seemed to think of the dangerous journey behind, and comforted himself in his heart that he would definitely kill Qin Hao later. "I won't kill you, but remember, if you go against us, you will not have a good end. And go back and tell Zhang Liangfeng to be less calculating, maybe he can still go back alive, otherwise, he will be fertilizer for this deserted island." Qin Hao wiped the blood on the dagger, staring at the scarred man with cold eyes, and said the scarred man covered his own tendons cut by Qin Hao, and ran away immediately with a painful expression on his face. The route he ran was very strange. Chapter 69. There are crocodiles. The reason why Qin Hao did not directly solve the scarred man was that he let him escape directly. At this time, Qin Hao immediately picked up the money. The long stick that the scarred man had just picked up stood directly where the scarred man had just stood. Sure enough, there are places in this swamp that can be passed. Qin Hao stood here and felt the hard ground under his feet. Lin Susu, hold the stick, follow my strength, and slowly get up. Remember, you must not panic or mess around. At this time, Qin Hao had already handed over the long stick. Lin Susu looked at Qin Hao with a gentle face and said him softly. Lu Qingqing and the other three looked at Qin Hao with great desire at this time, and their eyes were almost looking through Qin Hao. The faces of the three women saw Qin Hao being the first to rescue Lin Susu, and their faces were full of envy. At this time, each of them secretly said in their hearts, "If there is a man who is so good to me, I am willing to do anything for him. If Qin Hao is so good to me, I am willing to do whatever he wants me to do." At this time, they thought about it and their faces blushed. Qin Hao didn't have time to look at them at this time. "Qin Hao, why do I feel that the suction force under the swamp is getting stronger and stronger?" The swamp has already passed Lin Susu's waist. When she was pulled up, she felt the suction force getting stronger. At this time, Qin Hao immediately slowed down his speed. It's mainly because countless small bubbles in the silt in the swamp have broken, and the silt is superimposed, so the suction force has also increased. "Don't worry, my current speed will slowly increase, and you will be able to come out soon." Qin Hao gave Lin Susu a reassuring look to reassure her. Lin Susu glanced at Qin Hao and nodded. At this time, Lu Qingqing, who was still in the swamp, suddenly said, "Qin Hao, why did you let go of the scarred man who wanted to harm you just now?" She also hated the scarred man very much. When she followed Zhang Liangfeng before, the scarred man harassed her a lot. Qin Hao slowly pulled Lin Susu and said calmly, "We don't know how far the road ahead is, and how many dangers there are. If we fall out now, our danger will increase invisibly." When he said this, Lin Susu had been rescued. Qin Hao used the same method to directly put the stick in front of Zhang Mimi, who was the deepest in the swamp. The swamp was already higher than her chest. Lu Qingqing nodded after hearing this. She was about to ask Qin Hao, "Why did you cut the tendons on his hand?" Xin Hao said directly, I cut the tendons on the scarred man's hand to weaken his fighting power and give them a warning. At this time, Xin Hao had successfully rescued Zhang Mimi and Su Danfeng. Just when Xin Hao handed the long stick to Lu Qingqing, Lin Susu suddenly said, Xin Hao, there seems to be something moving there. At this time, the people who had reached a safe place looked in the direction of Lin Susu's finger. Sure enough, there is something. Su Danfeng said immediately. Quick, grab the stick, quick. Only Xin Hao suddenly shouted anxiously at this time. What's going on? Before Lu Qingqing finished asking. This time, Xin Hao shouted directly, hurry up and grab it, there is a crocodile behind you. The crocodile is the king of the swamp, and this is its territory. The most important thing is that this crocodile is different from the ones I have seen before, and its body is abnormally large. Chapter 70. The crocodile rushed over. After hearing what Xin Hao said, the first person to feel panic was Lu Qingqing, who was still in the swamp. And the women around Xin Hao who were covered in mud were also very panicked. Qingqing, hurry up, stick. Xin Hao, hurry up, please make sure to get her up. At this time, these women were right next to Xin Hao's ears, and they were anxious and panicked, and they had already lost their composure. Originally, Lu Qingqing didn't fall too deep, just to her waist. But when she heard that there was a crocodile behind her, she immediately panicked. Looking at the stick that Xin Hao handed over in front of her, she couldn't catch it. The panicked Lu Qingqing had lost her direction and began to twist constantly, and her hands were even more panicked to grab Xin Hao's stick. The more she panicked, the more panicked she became. Lu Qingqing, who was very calm just now, was shaking her hands to grab the stick at this time. Lu Qingqing, look at me, don't worry about the back. Look at me. Look at the stick in my hand, don't panic. Xin Hao saw that the crocodile behind Lu Qingqing seemed to have not fully woken up yet, and he roared angrily. Lu Qingqing, who was frightened by Xin Hao, calmed down surprisingly. But her hands were still shaking. That was the short time she was so panicked. The swamp that just touched her waist had already touched her chest. Quick, grab my stick with both hands. Xin Hao saw that Lu Qingqing had calmed down a lot, and his voice immediately became soft, but a little hurried. Xin Hao didn't know when the crocodile would rush back, and what he could do now was to rescue Lu Qingqing from the swamp as soon as possible. Qingqing, come on, don't panic, we are all here. Qingqing, look at me, don't think about the back. At this time, several women around Xin Hao kept cheering Lu Qingqing up and distracting her attention. As expected, after Lu Qingqing's emotions stabilized, she immediately grasped Xin Hao's stick. Lin Susu was also extremely nervous at this time. She held the crocodile tightly with one white hand, which was shaking constantly, and kept watching Lu Qingqing in the swamp and the crocodile behind her. Hurry up, hold it firmly. I'll pull you up now. Xin Hao immediately said anxiously. Lu Qingqing in the swamp didn't say anything. She was already trying her best to stop her hands from shaking. She nodded to Xin Hao. Xin Hao saw that Lu Qingqing had already grasped the stick firmly, and immediately started to pull it up. He now had to rescue Lu Qingqing in the shortest time because no one knew when the crocodile, which was only 1 meter away from Lu Qingqing, would come over. The crocodile at this distance could bite Lu Qingqing in just a few seconds. It can be said that the current situation is very dangerous. At this time, Lu Qingqing seemed to be taking meat out of the crocodile's mouth. If Xin Hao and his men were a little slower, Lu Qingqing would have been bitten in two by the crocodile. Fortunately, Lu Qingqing was calm, and Xin Hao pulled her up steadily. As long as her legs were still in the swamp, she would be fine. Originally, everything was going very smoothly, but suddenly Zhang Mimi covered her mouth and screamed, "The crocodile is coming." As soon as these words came out, Lu Qingqing was so scared that she almost pulled Xin Hao down. Fuck! Xin Hao couldn't help but swear at this time. Originally, it was almost okay, but these situations became more dangerous. Just now, we just needed to rescue the people and leave quickly, but now the crocodile has rushed over. If Xin Hao leaves, Lu Qingqing will definitely be bitten to death by the crocodile. It seems that we can only get rid of this crocodile. Xin Hao looked at Zhang Mimi with murderous eyes. Chapter 71. Let's pull Lu Qingqing up. Zhang Mimi, who was frightened by Xin Hao's murderous eyes, took 2 steps back before she could stabilize herself. Then she looked innocent. I really didn't mean it. I just. Woo woo. Zhang Mimi was just kindly reminding, and she didn't expect that it would make the current situation more dangerous. Xin Hao directly handed the hand to Lin Susu on the side. You pull Lu Qingqing up now, I'll go to restrain the crocodile. Lin Susu and the other 3 women in panic looked at Xin Hao at the same time, and each of them raised a gentle smile on their faces. Especially Lu Qingqing, who was still in the swamp. At this moment her eyes looking at Qin Hao had changed. Now her expression seemed to be looking at her own man. It was also at this moment that she thought of what happened between her and Zhang Xiao before, and Zhang Liangfeng didn't treat her as a human being at all. But the man in front of him was not only tall and sunny, but also gave people a sense of security. It made people feel like they wanted to lean on him. Qin Hao walked around Lin Susu and the others, picked up the stick he had just thrown on the ground, and walked to the front of Lin Susu and the others. "Beast!" Qin Hao shouted, then grabbed the mud in the swamp and threw it directly on the crocodile's head. Such an action did not attract the crocodile's attention at all, and its interest was still on Lu Qingqing. "Oh no, this crocodile has thick skin and flesh, and the mud is completely useless." Qin Hao's brows were tightly locked at this time. If this was the ground, he would jump up without hesitation and directly pull out his sharp black dagger to kill the crocodile, but this is a swamp, and Qin Hao is also very afraid. "Once I get stuck in it, can I rely on those stupid women?" Bang! Qin Hao looked at the crocodile that continued to move forward, and directly picked up the wooden stick in his hand and hit it hard. Crack! The stick in Qin Hao's hand was directly broken into two pieces, but the crocodile did not stop at all. It seemed that this broken stick was not enough to tickle him. Seeing the crocodile getting closer and closer, Lin Susu panicked. "Qin Hao, you just need to hold it back for a while, and we can rescue Lu Qingqing soon." Qin Hao turned his head to look at Lin Susu and the others. At this time, Lu Qingqing's thigh had already come out of the mud in the swamp. Ha! At this moment, Qin Hao took a deep breath, because what he was going to do next was to risk his life. I saw Qin Hao's legs in a half-squat position, his calves exerted force, and his sole stepped hard on the ground. Qin Hao's whole body flew into the air, crossed the swamp mud in front of him, and landed steadily on the back of the big crocodile. The moment Qin Hao landed on the crocodile's back, the crocodile immediately became irritable, and the whole body kept twisting. Every time the crocodile twisted violently, Qin Hao almost fell into the swamp. Lin Susu was shocked when she saw this scene. She never thought that Qin Hao would dare to rush directly to the crocodile. There were swamps all around, and the crocodile's skin was particularly thick, so it was difficult to cause fatal damage to it. "Let's pull Lu Qingqing quickly, Qin Hao is buying us precious time." At this moment, Lin Susu was not panicking at all, and she commanded steadily, and her eyes were different when she looked at Qin Hao. Chapter 72 Bloody Mouth. Qin Hao, who had already jumped onto the crocodile, pressed his hands on the rough crocodile. The crocodile kept flipping, and a strong fishy smell came from all around. Clang! The short knife in Qin Hao's hand was very sharp, but he could only penetrate 1 inch into the crocodile with one knife after another, and it was difficult to penetrate further. "No wonder, you are the king of this swamp, this knife can't pierce your skin." Plus this swamp, the crocodile's unique advantage is that it is in its territory, it is the king. In fact, it is the crocodile's unique feet that allow it to move freely in the swamp without getting stuck. Lin Susu and the others over there are already speeding up. However, the scarred man who had already run to Zhang Liangfeng was slapped by Zhang Liangfeng. "Useless thing, they are all trapped in the swamp, you can't kill them, what's the point of keeping you?" Zhang Liangfeng said, and directly drew out the long knife from his waist and put it directly on the scarred man's neck. The scarred man who had just experienced death never thought that he would encounter a wolf again after he had just escaped from the tiger's mouth. "Young Master Zhang, you can't blame me. It's mainly because Qin Hao ambushed me." At this time, the scarred man made up a story to cover up his defeat. The other men also shouted, "Stop it, young Master Zhang. Scar has been following you." Zhang Liangfeng was just pretending to be nice in front of these people, he didn't really want to do it. "I'll let you go today, but remember, this time it was your mistake. You must make up for it next time." Zhang Liangfeng collected his long knife. Zhang Liangfeng's eyes narrowed into a slit, looking in the direction of Qin Hao and the others. The crocodile at this moment seemed to know that the person on its back could not be twisted off. It started to circle in place again, and the mud around it was constantly stirred. At this time, Qin Hao felt more and more that the crocodile's strength was getting stronger, and he was getting more and more on its back. Suddenly, the crocodile bent over and threw Qin Hao high into the air. At this moment, the crocodile immediately found a way, twisted its body, opened its bloody mouth, waited for Qin Hao to fall in, and then bit him in two. Several women in the distance were completely stunned and frightened when they saw this scene. They stood there motionless, and even forgot to continue pulling Lu Qingqing. If Qin Hao really fell like this, he would undoubtedly become food in the crocodile's mouth. No! Watching Qin Hao's fall, Lin Susu seemed to have lost her backbone and cried out directly. The other women also screamed. At this moment, Qin Hao's situation was very dangerous, and Qin Hao himself knew it. Just when he was bounced up by the crocodile, he slapped the crocodile hard, so that he could bounce higher, so that he would have more time to prepare. Qin Hao in the air was not panicked at all, and pulled off his belt very quickly. Then he used the strength of his waist in the air to force himself to roll behind the crocodile and fall. At the moment Qin Hao fell, Qin Hao quickly put his belt on the crocodile with a huge mouth, and then pulled it hard. The crocodile, which had its mouth wide open just now had it completely closed. The women breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Qin Hao was fine. But before they could calm down, they became nervous again. The crocodile, with its mouth wrapped in a belt, began to roll over in death in the swamp. Chapter 73. Go to Zhang Liangfeng to settle accounts. Death roll is a very effective attack method for crocodiles. The bite force of crocodiles is very strong. Once bitten by it, it will basically tear the food apart and swallow it before opening its mouth. When encountering food that cannot be torn apart by its own bite force, the crocodile will start the death roll. The body of the crocodile will start to circle continuously. At this time, the crocodile has already started to turn continuously in the swamp. At this time, Qin Hao tightly grasped the belt on the crocodile's mouth. He was stirred up in the swamp by the crocodile's rolling. Lin Susu and Lu Qingqing, the three women, saw Qin Hao fighting with the crocodile at this time, and their hearts were tightened, and they clenched their hands. Especially Lin Susu, walking all the way on this deserted island, every time she encountered danger, she relied on Qin Hao's help to get through it. But at this moment, she saw Qin Hao in danger, but she couldn't help at all. He doesn't seem to panic at all. Lu Qingqing, who had been rescued, suddenly said curiously. Her words immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of others, and they looked at Lu Qingqing with contempt. After being swept by everyone's eyes, Lu Qingqing muttered a few words and stopped talking. Qin Hao held the knife in one hand and the belt in the other hand to ensure that he would not be thrown away by the crocodile's powerful force. At this moment, in the swamp, a crocodile kept swinging a black thing. The crocodile never expected that this situation would happen today. This swamp is its territory. Even the black-haired monkeys that came here before were eaten by the crocodile. But today, the crocodile met Qin Hao. If it didn't show up, it could live for a while. Now it has fallen into Qin Hao's hands, and only death is waiting for it. When the crocodile kept rolling, Qin Hao had already mastered the crocodile's rolling rhythm. Puff! Qin Hao's knife fell, and a dazzling light was aimed directly at the crocodile's eyes and pierced fiercely. Qin Hao had tried many times before, but the crocodile's skin was too thick, and the sharp dagger could only penetrate an inch, and could not cause substantial damage to the crocodile. But the eyes are different. The eyes are the most vulnerable part of the crocodile, but because the eyes are too small, you must be very precise, otherwise there may be no second chance if you fail. Lin Susu and the other women who were far away saw Qin Hao holding up the dagger in his hand at this moment, and their hearts were thumping wildly. Qin Hao's dagger pierced into the crocodile's eyes and kept stirring it a few times. After ensuring that the crocodile was dead, Qin Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Is the crocodile dead? Lu Qingqing suddenly asked in doubt at this time. Qin Hao, who was standing in the swamp in the distance, nodded. Yes, it's dead. Qin Hao, you are so awesome. Qin Hao, you are so brave. The women kept praising Qin Hao, and Qin Hao just smiled simply. Lin Susu didn't say anything at this moment, but looked at Qin Hao with a bright smile on his face. In her heart, she became more dependent on Qin Hao. When Qin Hao lifted up the crocodile and was about to go back, he suddenly found himself stuck in the swamp. Then Qin Hao looked at the women who had been praising him and said embarrassedly, I seem to be stuck. He. We'll pull you out. The women laughed and pulled Qin Hao out. Qin Hao, who was pulled up, smiled and said, let's go. Let's settle accounts with Zhang Liangfeng. We can't let him off easily this time. Chapter 74. Impossible. Qin Hao took the processed crocodile meat and went on the road with several women to find Zhang Liangfeng, who was leading the way. Originally, Qin Hao didn't want to deal with Zhang Liangfeng, but Zhang Liangfeng schemed and framed him again and again. Even Qin Hao, who was so good-tempered, was angry. Qin Hao had let him go before, but he didn't expect Zhang Liangfeng to go even further to harm them, which made Qin Hao unbearable. Do you think Zhang Liangfeng has already run away? Or has he reached the other side and colluded with those who want to go back? Or will they ambush us in front? At this time, Lu Qingqing and Qin Hao asked on the way while carrying the crocodile meat with the long sticks that had just saved them. After hearing this, the other women also nodded continuously. This Zhang Liangfeng said before that he knew a way to go back. He wouldn't really run away. I think he might be ambushing in front. As the saying goes, 3 women make a play. Now there are 4 women here, talking all the way. Completely forgetting the mud on her body, and not saying that she felt uncomfortable. Young Master Zhang, they haven't come back for so long, should we go and have a look? If it's true as you said, they met the king of the swamp, the crocodile, their chances of survival are very small. At this time, Hosan, with a pointed face and a monkey cheek, showed off in front of Zhang Liangfeng with a wretched smile. The scarred man on the side looked at Hosan coldly. Before, Zhang Liangfeng always valued the scarred man because he was strong and the best fighter among the group. But now the tendons in his right hand have been broken, and his strength has naturally dropped by half. Zhang Liangfeng's attitude towards him has also changed greatly. They haven't come yet, either they are still in the swamp, or they have really been eaten by the crocodile. There is still a chance to get out in the swamp. If they meet the crocodile, Zhang Liangfeng thought of this and suddenly stood up. Only Qin Hao was gone, and those women were his. Just when he was about to call these people to go and have a look together, suddenly, a man and 4 women appeared in the distance. What's going on? It's a low probability event if you can survive after encountering a crocodile? Why haven't they died yet? And they seem to be carrying SH. Zhang Liangfeng looked closely and saw that Qin Hao and Lu Qingqing were carrying a crocodile. Zhang Liangfeng, who was smiling just now, immediately turned cold, and a bad premonition crept into his heart. However, at this time, Hosan didn't see Qin Hao and the others coming, and he bent down slightly and whispered, "Young Master Zhang, are we going to go over there?" "Pa! Are you going to go over there to welcome them back in triumph now?" Zhang Liangfeng slapped Hosan directly, and roared in anger. Hosan was stunned by the slap, covered his face with his hands, and then slowly turned around to look back. Damn, they're coming. And they're carrying a crocodile. Hosan's eyes almost popped out when he saw this scene. He couldn't believe that Qin Hao could kill the Swamp King in the swamp. No, it's impossible. Hosan covered his red face and said in a low voice. Not to mention Hosan's disbelief, Zhang Liangfeng, Scar and several others also couldn't believe it. Everyone was stunned and shocked, as if they saw the sun rising in the west. Zhang Liangfeng, should we settle our accounts now? Qin Hao said as he walked over slowly, carrying a crocodile. Chapter 75. Wang Ruoyun is in front. Zhang Liangfeng didn't react for a while when he saw Qin Hao and the others carrying a crocodile. But Qin Hao's words immediately woke up the stunned Zhang Liangfeng. At this moment, Zhang Liangfeng had a complicated expression on his face, angry, shocked, and unwilling. But he had to swallow all of this silently. Then he put on a fake smile. "You are so awesome, you killed all the crocodiles. It seems we have crocodile meat to eat. By the way, there is a small river not far ahead. You are covered in mud, go and wash it first." Pa. Without waiting for Zhang Liangfeng to continue, Qin Hao took a step forward at an extremely fast speed and rushed directly in front of Zhang Liangfeng and slapped him twice. Puff. Zhang Liangfeng spat out a mouthful of black blood. Even though Zhang Liangfeng was ready, he didn't expect Qin Hao to be so strong. Before Qin Hao waited for Zhang Liangfeng, who was beaten back, to stop, a black short knife was placed on Zhang Liangfeng's neck. "Boy, are you tired of living? Dare to trick us?" Stab. The black short knife went in an inch directly. The bright red blood flowed directly along Zhang Liangfeng's neck, and the place on his shirt that was already stained was wet with blood again. No, I didn't. I just walked too fast. I asked Scar to see if you need any help. Just now Scar came back and didn't say you were in trouble." At this time, Zhang Liangfeng was already scared. He could only blame himself for not being as good as Qin Hao, otherwise, it wouldn't be Qin Hao showing off to a few women. As Zhang Liangfeng said this, he slapped the scarred man next to him. He immediately shouted, "You bastard, you dare to spread the news. Hosan, beat this Scar to death for me." At this moment, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Zhang Liangfeng was trying to divert the blame. After hearing this, Hosan was still stunned, looking at a loss. "Do you want me to do it myself?" Zhang Liangfeng shouted at Hosan. "Oh." At this time, Hosan Kai reacted and dragged the scarred man away. "No, Zhang Xiao, you just..." Pa. Zhang Liangfeng didn't wait for Scar to finish his words and slapped him again. "Do you still want to quibble? Zhang Liangfeng, why don't you let Scar finish his words? I think you are guilty." Lu Qingqing and the 3 women talked to each other. "Enough, Zhang Liangfeng, I don't want to watch you acting anymore. I will walk the road ahead by myself, and you will stay here forever." Xin Hao said, and the short knife in his hand immediately entered Zhang Liangfeng's neck. Wang Ruoyun is in front. The short knife just moved, and Xin Hao stopped immediately after hearing Wang Ruoyun's name. Then, without speaking, he paused for 3 seconds. Xin Hao's knife continued to move. I also know that she has participated in the mission of the previous company. If you can't complete the mission, you can only die. When he heard this, Xin Hao put away the short knife and slapped Zhang Liangfeng 7 or 8 meters away. You'd better finish the things one by one today. Otherwise, you will end up like this straw. Xin Hao cut the weeds next to him with a knife. When they heard Wang Ruoyun's name, Xin Hao and Lin Susu were shocked. Xin Hao and Wang Ruoyun are husband and wife. Although they are going to divorce, they have not divorced yet. Lin Susu and Wang Ruoyun are best friends, and now Lin Susu finds that she has fallen in love with Xin Hao, and her dependence on him is getting stronger and stronger. Chapter 76. Are the people on the opposite mountain talking? Zhang Liangfeng climbed up from 7 or 8 meters away and looked at Xin Hao with murderous intent, but he was no match for Xin Hao. Wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, Zhang Liangfeng directly tore off a piece of shirt from his shirt, and then pressed his neck to stop it from bleeding. Zhang Liangfeng used to bully people whether in the imperial capital or on this deserted island, but no one had ever beaten him like this. If it were in the imperial capital, Xin Hao, you would have died 100 times. Zhang Liangfeng, who covered his neck, did not dare to show his dissatisfaction. He was afraid that Xin Hao would come over and kill him with a knife if he was not pleased. The scarred man on the side saw this and laughed sarcastically in his heart. Aren't you very arrogant? There are times when you are afraid? Ho San and several other people were stunned at this moment. They didn't know what to do. They stood next to the scarred man like sculptures. Lu Qingqing and the other 3 women, seeing Xin Hao's invincible appearance, each of them has already regarded Xin Hao as their male god in their hearts. At this moment, even if Xin Hao made excessive demands on them, they were willing. They were willing to die to be with such a brave and invincible man. Suddenly, Lin Susu said, "Let's go wash off the mud on our bodies first. If we go there like this and see." Lin Susu didn't continue. Xin Hao knew what Lin Susu was going to say next. She was going to talk about Wang Ruoyun. Xin Hao just looked up at Zhang Liangfeng, a cold look, which shocked Zhang Liangfeng. A gust of wind blew, and Zhang Liangfeng felt cold all over. Even the blood flowing from his neck felt cold. Follow this path, climb over the small hill behind the 2 big trees in front, and there is a small river behind. Cross the river and walk for about half an hour to reach the foot of the opposite mountain. At this time, Zhang Liangfeng told everything. I have been there before, but there are complicated traps there, and I can't get through. Zhang Liangfeng didn't dare to hide anything at this moment. Although he wanted to kill Xin Hao now, he didn't have the strength to do so. He could only take it one step at a time, otherwise Xin Hao's short knife would not open his eyes. Then let's go. This body of mud is so smelly, I didn't pay much attention to it just now. Several women started chattering again. Xin Hao threw the crocodile he had killed directly to the scarred man. They were very tactful and directly carried the big crocodile and followed Xin Hao and his group. Now Zhang Liangfeng is already honest and leads the way in front of Xin Hao and his group along the way. Only those women talked a little. Scar, Ho San and several other men all looked at Xin Hao with admiration. Not only his skills, but also the women around him. Before, Zhang Liangfeng had used all means to force these women to follow him, but they all failed. But Xin Hao in front of him, I don't know what magic he has. Easily suppressed the arrogant Zhang Liangfeng, and the women seemed very happy to follow him. The breeze blew, and the leaves of the 2 big trees on the hillside rustled. Sure enough, after crossing the hillside, there was a small river in front. Let's go upstream to wash, you are not allowed to peek. Lu Qingqing pulled the other women and left upstream. At this moment, Lin Susu looked back at Xin Hao. Xin Hao didn't say anything, just nodded at her. After they left, Xin Hao also went to wash himself, and asked Scar and Zhang Liangfeng to deal with the crocodile and eat roasted crocodile meat. Just when Xin Hao was about to wash, he vaguely heard other people's voices. Is it the opposite mountain? Are people talking before going back? Xin Hao asked himself in a low voice. Chapter 77. A green hat? Xin Hao came to the stream and wanted to listen carefully, but the voice had disappeared. What's going on? Is it an illusion? Impossible. Xin Hao thought it was an illusion that he wanted to go back. While Xin Hao was washing the mud on his body in the river, he paid attention to the mountain opposite the stream. From a distance, the peak was already towering into the clouds, with layers of mountains, and the circle of clouds on the hillside looked very ethereal. Soon Qin Hao had finished washing. Since he had no clothes, he could only take the wet clothes to the fire to dry them. The scarred man was very perceptive. When he saw that Qin Hao brought wet clothes, he immediately set up a simple bracket with a wooden stick next to the fire, so that it would be convenient to dry the wet clothes at this time. The scarred man looked at Qin Hao with a diligent face, and Qin Hao glanced at him a few times. The scarred man kept smiling. It will dry faster if it is hung like this. This is all Zhang Xiao's order. Qin Hao nodded. He didn't expect that he had broken his tendons before, but he was still so diligent. In fact, the scarred man valued Qin Hao's strength and spoke very artistically, bringing Zhang Liangfeng with him. But at this moment Zhang Liangfeng wanted to get angry with the scarred man. In this case, he could only smile and say, "It should be done, it should be done." After saying that, he glared at the scarred man fiercely. The other few people had just processed the crocodile meat and started to roast it on the fire. After all this was done, Qin Hao looked at the opposite mountain, and then asked Zhang Liangfeng, "I don't want to say anything else. Just one question, how do you know Wang Ruoyun is on the opposite side?" Because Zhang Liangfeng said that he didn't go to the opposite mountain. If Wang Ruoyun was on the opposite side, how did he know? Qin Hao had not asked this question in front of Lin Susu and the others before, mainly because he was afraid of causing panic. Whether Zhang Liangfeng said it was true or false, this news must be related to whether he could go back. Qin Hao sat by the fire, his sharp eyes, like a sharp knife, piercing straight into Zhang Liangfeng's heart. Zhang Liangfeng felt that Qin Hao had a sense of mystery. Seeing Qin Hao's eyes, he seemed to fall into a bottomless abyss. He trembled all over and recovered immediately, but he was sweating all over. He immediately answered, "This question is simple. They came to see me." When he heard this, Qin Hao's eyes narrowed slightly and continued to look at Zhang Liangfeng. Zhang Liangfeng didn't dare to look at Qin Hao's eyes. He picked up a wooden stick next to him and fiddled with the firewood in the fire in front of him. I don't know what she wanted to do with me, or what her purpose was. She just asked me some questions about coming to the island, and then she left. Before she left, she told me that if I wanted to go back, I should go to the mountain opposite. Zhang Liangfeng picked up the flaming stick in her hand and pointed at the mountain opposite. And she also said, "If you meet a man named Qin Hao, tell him not to come to this mountain." Then she left with a man in a suit. When he heard this, Qin Hao, who had been expressionless, suddenly twitched his eyes. "What do you mean, don't come to this mountain? Are you afraid that I will see something? Which man?" Although Qin Hao and Wang Ruoyun were going to divorce, they had not yet completed the formalities. If there was really a green crown on her head, any man would not be able to bear it. Bang! Qin Hao punched the ground, and a deep pit appeared on the ground. "What's wrong?" Several women who had already washed and came back suddenly heard the sound of Qin Hao hitting the ground and asked. Chapter 78. To get the answer, we must go up the mountain. The women who had already washed themselves came over. "Nothing, have you finished washing?" At this time, Qin Hao looked at the fire in front of him and did not look at the women behind him. However, the others were different. Everyone looked at the women who came over. They also had no clothes to change. After washing, they could only wear wet clothes. Under the effect of wet clothes, the perfect figures of the four women were fully displayed at this moment, especially with Lin Susu's face that turned everyone upside down. It made Hosan's nose bleed directly. "What are you looking at, a group of perverts? All of you go away, let's dry the clothes and come back." At this moment, Lu Qingqing saw the man's expression and immediately shouted loudly. When she saw that Qin Hao did not turn around to look at her, she had an indescribable feeling in her heart, and she smiled naturally when she saw Qin Hao's face. This is a manifestation of liking someone very much. Maybe even she herself didn't know that she had fallen in love with Qin Hao. Zhang Liangfeng clenched his fists tightly. He wanted to rush over directly. These women had been taken down by him before. Soon he could. Humph. Zhang Liangfeng growled and turned away. The other people also walked away. A fire was lit nearby to roast crocodile meat. Even though they were already a distance away from the group of women, Scar, Hosan and the others were watching from time to time. "Hosan, you have a nosebleed for your little achievement," Scar Man said with a smile. Hosan first snorted, then said, "You were staring at me just now." At this moment, Zhang Liangfeng didn't know what he was thinking. From time to time, he looked at the opposite mountain and Qin Hao. He was thinking about how to make Qin Hao hit him with one shot. Some people here have started to tell some jokes. On the other side, Qin Hao looked at the women in front of him. They were all wearing clothes made of spinning materials, but they were still wet by the water. This visual feeling is extraordinary. Under such a strong stimulation, Xinhao already felt his blood surging. At this moment, Xinhao suddenly stared at Lin Susu without blinking. Lin Susu felt embarrassed for a moment, and the other women just covered their mouths and smiled. But in their hearts, they were saying, "Why don't you look at me?" Ahem. At this time, Lin Susu felt the eyes of the other people and immediately coughed. "What were you talking about with Zhang Liangfeng just now?" Lin Susu suddenly asked. As soon as these words came out, Xinhao felt his appearance and felt a little embarrassed, and then pretended to be fine and poked the fire in front of him with a stick. A wave of hot air immediately rushed up. He just said that people from the opposite mountain had come down. And he asked him some questions, but he didn't know what he was going to do. At this time, Xinhao did not say the second half of Zhang Liangfeng's sentence. Someone came down from the mountain? Are you asking Zhang Liangfeng questions? Are they investigating? Are there other people on the deserted island? This series of questions was suddenly thrown out, but Xinhao didn't know how to answer. The women looked at each other. If we want to get the answer, we must go up the mountain. Xinhao turned his head and looked at the towering mountain opposite. Chapter 79 Stone Steps Up the Mountain. Xinhao kept looking at the mountain across the stream, feeling a little complicated, because Zhang Liangfeng said Wang Ruoyan was on the mountain. Lin Susu and Lu Qingqing, the three women beside the fire, were drying their wet clothes, but looking at the mountain across with anticipation. Do you think we can return to the capital tomorrow? What's the first thing you want to do when you return? Lu Qingqing was drying the clothes on her back at this time, facing the mountain. Lin Susu didn't say anything. She was drying her wet clothes seriously, and occasionally glanced at Xinhao. I'm going back. I will work hard in the future, and never think of these crooked ideas again. Me too, I want to work down to earth, and I don't want to be a rich son-in-law anymore. The other two women were all mumbling. Lu Qingqing and the other three women didn't have any special identities, but they had beautiful faces and good figures. They spent some money and boarded the Emperor cruise, because there were many prominent people in the capital, and they wanted to fly high. But they never expected that this would happen. A shipwreck caused them to appear on this deserted island, and now they live in fear every day. If I were given another chance to choose, I would never board the Emperor. I never want to live like this again. I still have a good youth. Lu Qingqing looked at the mountain in front of her, and her eyes became wet as she spoke. Lin Susu looked at Xinhao with a pair of affectionate eyes at this moment, and did not speak. Thinking of the things that happened before, a warm current surged in her heart. The crocodile meat is cooked. The scarred man and others shouted to Xinhao and others at another fire. Xinhao stood up and collected his emotions, not looking at the mountain opposite. When Xinhao stood up, Lin Susu held his hand, and her face, which was warmed by the fire, looked up at Xinhao tenderly. Let's go. After we finish eating the crocodile meat, we'll set off. Look at the sky. If it's a little later, it might be night when we get to the mountain. Soon Xinhao and several women came to the scarred man and his friends. They started to share the crocodile meat. The scarred man was very discerning and directly divided the roasted crocodile meat into 3 pieces. A large piece was given to Zhang Liangfeng, who then shared it with others. A large piece was given to Xinhao, who then shared it with several other women, leaving a small piece for himself. Soon they had finished sharing the roasted crocodile meat. Let's go. We're ready to go up the mountain. Xinhao stood up and said first. After hearing this, everyone got excited, and their faces were full of expectations, as if they could go back immediately. Do you think we should go back by helicopter or by tanker? I still prefer planes, which is faster. Lu Qingqing and the other women chattered non-stop. Lin Susu also had a face full of yearning, and her eyes kept looking at the mountain. The scarred man and his companions were also very much looking forward to it, and the smiles on their faces that could not be concealed were secretly leaked. Only Xinhao and Zhang Liangfeng were not looking forward to it, but looked solemn. They crossed the stream and soon reached the foot of the mountain. Hurry up, there are stone stairs leading up the mountain. Zhang Mimi, who ran to the front first, stood in front of the stone stairs, turned back and waved, and called Lin Susu and the others happily. However, a man named Zhang Si, who was with Hosan and his companions, rushed up immediately after seeing the stone stairs. He had long been fed up with the deserted island life here, and at this moment he wanted to leave immediately. Damn, Zhang Shouzi, you are running so fast, are you looking for death? Swish, swish, swish. Without waiting for Hosan's roar to stop, Zhang Si, who rushed up the stone stairs first, was shot to death by arrows on the stone stairs. Qin Hao immediately pulled Lin Susu behind him and looked around. Sure enough, he found something unusual. Chapter 80, Elimination of the Trap. After a barrage of arrows shot Zhang Xi to death, the rain of arrows stopped after a while. Zhang Mimi, who had just stopped in front of the stone stairs and luckily didn't step on the stone stairs, was already scared at this moment. She had a horrified expression on her face, her hand stayed in the air, looking at Zhang Xi who had been shot to death on the stone stairs, motionless in her heart. She was extremely panicked at the moment. If she had just walked up, she would be lying on it now. Lu Qingqing saw Zhang Mimi standing stupidly in front and immediately ran over and pulled her over. It would have been better if she didn't touch Zhang Mimi. Lu Qingqing just pulled her hand, and she immediately trembled. Seeing that it was Lu Qingqing, she immediately cried. Woo woo! I didn't know it would be like this. Qingqing, I didn't know there were arrows here, I didn't want to kill him. At this time, Zhang Mimi threw herself into Lu Qingqing's arms and burst into tears. We know it wasn't you who killed him. It's just that I didn't expect that there would be such a trap on this deserted island. It seems that this place is not as simple as we think. I think it's even more dangerous here. At this time, Qin Hao walked to the side of Lu Qingqing, looked at the arrows on the stone steps, and said with a serious look in his heart, what on earth is there here? What kind of secrets does this deserted island have? Lin Susu pulled Qin Hao's hand at this time. This deserted island is too dangerous. In the past, those dangerous creatures came openly, but these dark traps. Qin Hao, I want to go back, I don't want to stay here for a moment. In fact, it's not just Lin Susu and the others who have such ideas, Qin Hao also has such ideas. Of course, Zhang Liangfeng's face changed again and again when he saw all this, and Wang Ruoyan's words, it's better not to come to the mountain, flashed through his mind again. The scarred man and others saw Zhang Xi being shot to death, and they were terrified and regretful. At this moment, their belief in going back was very firm. Everyone had only one sentence in their mind, I want to go back. Qin Hao first comforted Lin Susu, and then said, don't be afraid, maybe these are to prevent black-haired monkeys. Just when Qin Hao walked to Zhang Mimi and the others, he saw an inconspicuous mechanism box in front of the stone stairs. Qin Hao immediately walked to the steps of the stone stairs, pushed away the layers of leaves with his hands, and then a red button appeared. Qin Hao had learned such a simple wilderness mechanism when he was in the special forces. This mechanism is similar to the mechanism of landmines, so Qin Hao saw it at a glance. Qin Hao pressed the mechanism and then heard a mechanical sound, and then it was quiet. It's okay, no problem. Qin Hao patted the mud on his hands and said to the others. But no one was willing to leave, and everyone looked at Qin Hao. Seeing them like this, Qin Hao shook his head helplessly, just follow me. However, just when Qin Hao was about to step on the stone steps, Lin Susu grabbed him and immediately said to Zhang Liangfeng and his group, you go first. As soon as these words came out, the scene immediately stopped. Lu Qingqing and the other three women first looked at Lin Susu, and then looked at Zhang Liangfeng. Qin Hao didn't expect that Lin Susu cared about him so much at this moment and didn't let him take risks. Zhang Liangfeng, whose scalp was numb when everyone saw him, gritted his teeth and let Hosan and others go first. Zhang Liangfeng, who pushed and yelled, finally let Hosan take the first step. Hosan, who was worried, took a few steps and found that there was no problem. He immediately jumped up happily, there is really no danger. At this time, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, everyone looked at Qin Hao. This was Qin Hao's heroic moment, shining brilliantly. Qin Hao's performance had never disappointed Lin Susu, and the other women also looked at Qin Hao with fiery eyes.